player is becoming too samey.
1, 2, check.
And now for a bonus one. Phil needs to stop relying on new
1, 2, check, Chuffy.
too much.
Am I streaming?
Take care.
Check, Chuffy. Yeah, I am. I'm streaming. 1, 2, check, Chuffy.
Take care.
Chuffy. Yeah, I am. I'm streaming. 1, 2, check, Chuffy. Yeah, I am. I'm streaming. 1, 2, check, Chuffy. Okay. I'm just going to let everyone know that I'm streaming then, so give me just a second to take a photograph of the old what we're doing. And what we're doing is we're going to be watching Angry Alan, of course.
Single tips for when he plays new games for the first time, but that's like the first time only, and then it's just like then he's relying on whales from then on out. So I don't think they give a shit about what game it is, to be honest. But what do you guys think? Maybe that's just me.
And I'm listening to that being said. I would rather be watching that being said.
Chasing like the hottest releases and trying to get like as many views.
So chill. We'll get into it. I'll tweet about it.
He's done things and it's led him here. So I think if he was like, he's more experimental, more willing to take a risk on like say a couple of games,
just give me 1 sec.
He might have different experiences and play
Check my
different
chat
games.
is open. Big ups, you're already in chat. Big ups, you chuffers. I just need to get the screenshot and upload it.
He's like, just tell me what I should be playing.
Oh, I've got a million screenshots. Hang on, and then we'll start talking. Okay, screenshot. The cat now is meowing.
He wants to play instead of what he thinks he should be playing. But yeah, and also if he went on to indie games, that would be the next thing. That would be like the next problem. It would be like, well, I'm playing indie games now. Maybe it went really well to begin with, but then this drops off. It's like, well, it worked to begin with, and then
and I guess one of the mods can post it in the Discord because I'm a bit confused with all my windows. Hang on, look.
He'd just be very DSP about it, and
here's fantastic Mr. Sam. He's doing some talking. Now, I like the fucking call-in show. I really enjoy the call-in show. That being said, I've called in a couple of times this week with some funny messages. So they might get round to them, or they might not, who knows. But I like the call-in show. I like watching it. That's what I would rather be doing. Instead, you can see underneath it, there's some chat there, and that's Angry Alan's chat from Rumble. So Angry Alan is going to be on Rumble, and he's going to go live. He's got 82 viewers waiting. Now, listen. Big celebrations yesterday. I wanted to say something before we got started on this, because this is probably going to end up getting cut and put up on YouTube, is that I had a bit of reflection. And I've not been talking about the case. And I have sometimes been talking about the case because we've been doing Alan, haven't we? But you know what I mean? I've not made any videos about that sort of thing. I don't think I'm not going to make a Nicole Kessinger video in the future. I'm not planning on doing that. I did a community post. Wow, you've jumped on the table. That's the naughtiest thing you've done in a long time, Kat. I did a community post and I put rest in peace. And peace is the operative word here. Peace is the operative word here, I think. Rest in peace for those, it's sad. And to be honest, I'll be honest, you know what I'm like? I was emotional yesterday. Today I had a little cry. I played my guitar and I sang Small Axe by Bob Marley. And I actually had a little cry. And I just reflected on the fact that the whole point of all this was that those fucking... that tragedy, that absolute tragedy, and like they're real people that really suffered, and their families are real people that continue to suffer, and it's just like a tragedy. I don't know why, but today I didn't feel like popping the champagne, celebrating. Okay, AD got binned off of YouTube, and that's really good that AD is binned off YouTube now. It's really good that he's gone, but like in terms of me celebrating and like look, that was yesterday. And today I just felt a little bit like sad. Yeah, big ups, Brat Girl. You've cried today as well. Like I think it's normal. I think it's natural. I think it's like an emotional release at the end of a process, and you still like because at the end of it all the laughs, all the anger, all the back and forth, all the this and that. At the end of it, what's still there and what's still sad is the tragedy. And in the cold light of day, that's the thing that stands out to me again. So I made a little post, rest in peace, and I hope they can rest in peace. But obviously there is no peace, is there? Because Alan will not stop. However, right, we're not going to have to put up with it on YouTube anymore. He's not going to be here on YouTube anymore. So it is a massive win. It is a massive win. Yeah, a massive win. Whatever happens here, he will get views. And I just checked out Rumble. Apparently, it looks like Rumble is a lot easier to get money. Like, you don't have to get 1,000 subscribers or anything. You just monetize day one. And if people give you money, Rumble take a cut. And then you get it in your PayPal. Boom, boom, bang, bang. I think Alan's going to enjoy Rumble. I think he's going to like it. I think it's a grifter's paradise in a way because fewer checks and balances, less terms of service, no worries about violations, say what you like, do what you like. This is the, we always said Wild West, YouTube is like the Wild West. This is the Wild West. And he's got his followers who have turned up for him already. Like, he did the crying about his rent, which obviously, if you're not aware, in the UK, if you've got a pension, the pension will pay your rent. So he did the crying about the rent. He did the crying about not getting the money. I don't know if he has got the money or not. He cried about it. And he's just gone hard grift. He's proved very, very clearly proved that it's not about some sort of justice campaign for anyone. He's not worried about what happens to Nicola Bulley or the memory of Shannon. He doesn't care. He was worried about his rent. Okay, that's the bottom line. And these idiots in this chat that have followed him, like Anaphylaxis, Sam I Am VP, Susan, whatever who they are, they are foul. I've decided now they're foul. That's what it is. I always said, we've got a space in our heart for them, the door's open for them. I don't think so anymore. I'm thinking actually they're just as nasty as he is. And that's why they club together. It's because they're foul people. And for them to already be there giving him money after what he just said yesterday on that Patreon, I need you to pay my rent. It's all about me and I need you to pay my rent. Like, fucking hell. And like, we don't see what's been going on behind closed doors. I can guarantee he's been crying at them, screaming at them. I guarantee they've set up this Rumble for him. That's why it's called AD Armchair Detective with capital AD and then Armchair Detective in small letters. So it looks like it's an advert for something called Armchair Detective that's funny and strange to read. Profile picture on the wonk over to one side. I guarantee they've set it up for him. And I wanted to cover this video a couple more times actually because there's so much joy in it. There's a few things I didn't notice the first time round and there's so much more to go. So we're not going to do that tonight, but we have got that in the future hopefully, unless he deletes it. But it's been uploaded to YouTube several times, so I think that's fine. Something else, quick note to anyone who's watching this in the future on YouTube. If you have Armchair Detective videos from his catalogue and you now upload it to YouTube, Alan can't copyright you. If he tries to, he'll have to prove that he made that video first and he doesn't have a copy of it. So you will be able to say, no, I made the video first. I uploaded it to YouTube on this date. It's my video, my copyright, and you will win. I've seen cases where people upload videos of somebody and they copyright the person who literally is in the video because they uploaded it, not the person that's in the video. It's my video. So all of those of you who've got catalogues of Alan, set up a new YouTube account if you're scared of this. If you're worried, set up a different new YouTube account and get uploading those videos because they belong to the internet now. Alan doesn't own them. He has no copyright over them. I've got no background music on and I'm supposed to be listening to this.
There you go. We won again. We overcame the godlike schedule. He played Mortal Kombat 1.
I really want to listen to this, but I might have to listen to it later now. Big up Scandalf Gibbs. How did he pay his rent before YouTube laws says? Yeah, well, before YouTube, he had a restaurant that he used to skank the public customers. We did an episode on it on Battery Exhausted, and when he got binned because he was not paying taxes, and when he got done for that, he was not allowed to set up businesses anymore. So then he turned to YouTube and becoming an armchair detective, and it seemed like a very deliberate grift. Because why would you suddenly want to be a detective? Because you looked at the demographic and said, where are these old ladies? How the old ladies are the ones that I can grift. Where are they? How can I get at them? And you discovered YouTube true crime. So yeah, I'm predicting though, with Alan, right? I'm predicting that this is going to go better than we all think or imagine. Like for him, he's going to get financial support tonight. Nancy and all those chuffers will be able to directly into his PayPal effectively now through Rumble, just give him loads of monies. He will have been grinding them hard. They will be ready. Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Hopefully, if you can see me, say hi. This is all new to me, of course.
Oh my God. I'm going to pause it for a second. Oh my God. Does it mean StreamYard and whatever was connected to, because he's got AD in the corner, but where's the green screen? Where's the filter? That was not there for before, of course, because he was just doing a video, but now he's not on YouTube. Has he got no filter? Has he got no green screen? And you can hear him in the background because he's not wearing headphones. So you're going to hear his computer delayed while he talks. Unbelievable. The man doesn't know how to produce media, and somehow YouTube was doing it for him. I didn't realise this. I thought that he was doing the media production, but he's not. Somehow, whatever program he's using doesn't work with Rumble, does it? But it still says AD in the bottom corner, so I'm assuming it does. So this is confusing for me. Why is he broadcasting like this? And I'm going to have to, like, look, Rumble doesn't even fit in our picture properly. Look at it. Anyway, we're getting behind on his chat, so you'll see his chat underneath, and you'll see when the money comes in, but you won't, you know, we're out of sync. I'll let him play tonight rather than keep stopping him and analysing so much, I suppose. But you know what I'm like. I'll have to do it the way I do it. Big ups, Trisha. Big ups. This is a sad state of affairs.
Yeah.
Look at this.
So which one do I use?
Now you've got to mute that window that you're watching, Alan. You've got to mute the window that you're watching.
So I'm hoping there's no feedback.
What a clown.
So that's the next question. Can you hear me properly? Can you hear me properly with no feedback?
Can now, yeah. Rumble is...
You can hear me, and you can't see me, says Kitty Willy.
And I'm just going to pause it. Rumble is a streaming platform and a YouTube platform, basically. There are other competitive video platforms out there on the internet. Rumble is one of them. I do want my background music, actually, so I'm going to go for quiet game music. The reason they've been set up and they've been successful recently is because YouTube and... Okay, so let's just deal with Rumble first, and then I'll tell you quickly about Kick. Quite relaxing game. Music, sleep. Rumble is so if you get banned off YouTube because you're a racist, then you can go to Rumble. Like, so recently Donald Trump and the right wing in America, you know, there's a lot of problems, isn't there, with the politics being on the edge of racism. And so what they did was they said, right, well, fuck you then. If you're not going to have us on YouTube, we'll go somewhere else. And they set up their own one, basically. A big company, I don't know who exactly owns it or whatever. I think it might be Australian, someone said, but a big media conglomerate has set up their own thing. And also gambling's involved behind the scenes, because on Twitch and YouTube, you can't do live gambling because it's against terms of service. But on these other services, you can do live gambling. And obviously there's a lot of money in gambling, isn't there? So basically it's a prop up space, shonky shit YouTube. YouTube's got like over however many billion people on there, 2 billion watching. And this has got like 3 million. So it's not anywhere near close, but Alan will still do. Look, he's got 100 watching him now. Here's something else I wanted to point out before we started though, right? I don't believe he's got 100 watching him now. I wanted to point this out before we started. On this recording, I'm not going to pick it out now because we're going to watch his Rumble, but we'll go back over this and you will find it in there. He says at one point, how am I going to go on YouTube now? I can't afford to stream.
At the moment, it's upsetting.
We'll try and pick it out. I can't look.
I don't know why they throw me out.
Like, you remember he said he can't afford to stream, and it's like, how am I going to get the money to start a new stream? And I was going on, you don't need any money to stream. What are you on about? What about this? What if every stream you need to get 100 viewers and it costs you money on the internet to pay for the viewers? What if every stream you've got a bottom line money that you put in to make the stream go well? What if you need that money to do a stream so the stream goes well, so you get that money? You know what I mean? I think Alan's buying that first 100 viewers. I think the reason he needs money to do a stream is because he needs money to pay for the viewers to turn up to the stream. Because I do not believe, because his chat tonight is not all banned. They're not all banned, are they? And I can see about 3-5 different people in his chat. They're not all banned. Like, there's no like big ban list from YouTube, are there? Is there? So look how many people are in his chat. Look how fast it's moving. But apparently there's 100 people there. No way. No way. I'm saying there's about 15 people there, and 100 people have been bought. I think that's why he needs money to stream. You know, I think that's what it is. And the joke is, you'll be joining Alan on Rumble at this rate, big ups. The joke is here that, like I said, I think Alan can actually, in this small pond full of arseholes, where there's little regulation and Alan can grift hard, I think he will actually survive here in some way. Not in this big way of YouTube, you know, he's never going to be big again. That's dead, that's done. Like, the biggest you can ever get on Rumble, let's say you get 20,000 views on a video, wow. Like, you know, you can never be big again, Alan. He can never be big again. But within his own little, you know, talk about a fish in a pond. He's a fish in a puddle now. Within his own little muddy puddle, he can pay for the views. Suddenly he looks good on Rumble. And actually it's better because, all right, Marlo. Paying for views on YouTube only gets you so far up the list. But on Rumble, there's not that many people ahead of you, are there? There's not that many people ahead of you. So, paying for views on Rumble It's your mommy. Paying for views on Rumble is going to pay off more because you'll be quicker, higher up a list. There'll be fewer people in the category that he's in than on YouTube, won't there? So he'll theoretically be higher up the list than he would have done for the money. So he might that might actually benefit him. So I'm predicting that Alan, at least in the first few weeks, he's going to think Rumble is actually his godsend. People can give him money straight. He can still be on the internet to receive his. Because remember, it doesn't matter about the numbers he gets. There's only this small group really there. And that small group give him that what he needs, that narcissistic what do they call it? Narcissistic supply. So he's going to be fed by the fact they're in his chat and they love him, even though there's 5 of him. So he gets that, and then they'll give him $100 tonight. He's going to cry about his rent and all that. He'll get that, and so what's the difference? That's what he wanted anyway: the money and people to suck him off. So, okay, you're not going to be a big chuffer on YouTube anymore. But he can accept that because he knew he wasn't a big chuffer really anyway, didn't he? Like, it was all bravado and bullshit. So it's going to be interesting, this is. But my call to action to everyone out there who's watching this now, basically later on YouTube, is support me, tip me, is don't go over there and be like, oh, I wonder what's happening. Oh, I wonder what's happening. We'll keep an eye on it. I'll bring it you through YouTube. I'm doing it on Twitch tonight because I've had too much of it yesterday and I don't want to jump straight back on YouTube and be like, oh, Angry Alan again. Like, we're covering it because we're covering it, right? But don't be tempted to go over there and join in this shit show. Just leave it be. Let him suffer. I'll bring it to the YouTube streets, won't I? Look, there you go. Someone's giving him $10. I'm first to Rumble with AD. There's someone giving him $10. Well done, Susan. You've supported a narcissistic addict. Well done. Fucking idiot. I'm thinking. Now a monthly supporter, so he's getting members now in there. So, that's bad. But this is what I mean. These idiots will give him money. And if you're going to keep being cross in your life about that, you're going to be cross because out there, idiots going to be idiots. So just have to, accept it, don't we? But we're going to give it a view tonight. We're going to keep up to date with it. I'm getting a bit behind already, of course. And Rumble doesn't have all the same settings as YouTube. So I haven't got the ability to speed it up. So I have to just let him play.
Hopefully you should all be able to see me and hear me.
Oh, why have I clicked that? Bollocks. See, Rumble's shit.
Right. This is...
Where's the speed up, slow down buttons?
Yeah.
Rumble doesn't have speed up, slow down buttons.
As can be expected, dumped off of YouTube yesterday, with no by your leave. So you all should be able to hear me and see me now. All good, okay. That's what happened. Now, I've got 2 streams running. One in Rumble. You guys in Rumble can see me and hear me.
Watch him say tip me. You can
and write in chat. If you're watching on Patreon, you haven't got a chat. Is that correct?
Yeah, dummy, because it's a feed of this. Right. Don't you know how it works?
Well, the reason we're here is because I was dumped off of YouTube yesterday, with no by your leave,
Good.
That's what happened. Now, I'm not sure whether it's okay with you. For me, this is an experiment.
Experiment.
So I'm hoping you can hear me and see me.
He looks awful, doesn't he? I am going to pause it all the time. I don't care. Even though I can't fucking speed it up on Rumble, which is stupid. Doesn't have the same facilities. He looks awful, doesn't he? He's obviously had a really bad night. He hasn't got the filter on, so you can see all his neck hair now, and you can see how bad he looks. The microphone's over there. He's not actually sitting in a nice room like I predicted. Strangely, I've never seen anyone do this really. I know lots of different people have their computer setups in different places, but streamers tend to have their computer against the wall and then the camera pointing back into the room so you can see the room. Obviously, I'm using green screen and shit, but if you want, you can see, a backdrop behind me if I ever choose to just move the curtains, which is a facility we have because we're in a room. But Alan doesn't have any of that because he's decided to sit against the wall and use that as his backdrop. And it's just awful. It's shabby. This is shabby.
I'm definitely online. So now I'm going to check Patreon.
Big up Scandalf. It's live. You can't go forward. I can't go for skipping. I can pause though. And now we've built up all this pause time. But what I should be able to do is go... on YouTube, I can make it go double speed now to catch up with that pause time. But here I can't.
bear with me a second.
So he's going to think
while
it's
I
better because I've got
check.
less facilities. Someone's giving $20. You see, I told you this would happen. Do not let it get to you. They're going to give him over $100 tonight, easy. They've been completely brainwashed. They followed him to Rumble. Like, I don't think they're brainwashed anymore. I think they're also nasty people. Nasty people. And I think that they're probably, you know, involved in that dodgy shit behind the scenes with him as well. You know, the CP. He's horrible.
Plenty of time, guys. Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Look at his smile. He's getting his money. You're off YouTube though, Alan. This is doesn't
I want
matter.
you to take your time to get used to this format.
You know,
I really do.
it does matter to me now, right? It mattered to me before that he was grifting and there's innocent people involved. Now it's the people who have been there forever. You know, I've sent you a PayPal AD. Oh, bless you. Like, you know, it's those people that have been there forever. Let them fucking lose their house to him for all I care now. You know, fucking Liz246 can give her a fucking house. And he can piss that away on the poker. So what? It doesn't matter now, does it? That's it now for Alan. It's them and it's him and that's it. Like, as big as he can get on Rumble and that's it. There's no, you know, don't pretend this is some success ever. 100 people watching, 100 of which you've paid for and 11 are real on Rumble. It's just fucking sad. Absolutely sad.
So who's watching on Rumble and who's watching on Patreon?
See now what he's doing on his first Rumble broadcast, he's dividing his audience. Why you do this? Why you do this to me?
Right. Let's go this way. Ah, now I'm happy now. I can see you all in Rumble.
Don't sound very happy. Sound fucking defeated. I'll tell you something else as well. You know, he was saying on the thing yesterday, he was saying, I'm going to start it all over again from the start. And then, but I'm 68, he said. I think they've said to it, behind the scenes, he's been like almost suicidal to them. Like, oh, it's so bad. And they've said, don't worry, AD, you can start again. You've got it. All that content was out of date anyway. Well, you're better off doing new content. It's working in your favour, AD. You'll see. And then he's taken that and said it himself like it's good. And like here we're seeing like this dual approach of a narcissist, this strange dual approach. Hang on, I'm going to get my main frame a bit bigger. He's fucking up, even Rumble's even fucking up our ability to watch him properly with our framing because it doesn't frame properly. Alan, I believe, has been bolstered by their words, but in his heart of hearts knows the truth that he's fucking shit. But he's got to pretend to them, because they're here giving him the money, that this is good and they should be here and it's great and we're a team and everything's good. It's like, you know, it's like if you've gone to a restaurant on a date, right, and they've gone and sat you out by the toilet and you sat there and gone, oh no, honestly, this table's really good. I like the easy access to the toilet in case you can get there. Honestly, love, it's a great table. Like, instead of saying, excuse me, I'm not going to sit here, this is unacceptable, take my date to a nicer table, please. How dare you put her by the toilet? Like, you know, like he's just trying to convince them that shit is good. Trying to roll a turd in glitter. That's what's happening today.
Rumble.
Another tenner.
Yeah, both. I have a lag on here. I better revert to stream.
You had a lag on YouTube as well, you plonker.
Okay. So we're all good. Now, hopefully we've got...
So hang on, wait. He's still using StreamYard, but today no filter, no backdrop. Weird.
Spanners in chat. Thank
that
you all,
microphone is
Spanners, for joining today and becoming Spanners.
They're not Spanners, actually, Alan. I'm not on
Rumble,
Rumble.
I know nothing
On Rumble, they're shields, so fuck you.
about other than Russell Brand.
He knows nothing about it other than Russell Brand, sex predator, is on one. So, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why would you follow Russell Brand's example and move to Rumble? You fucking nutter. Like, and also, how would you, like, as a streamer, this is a man making the most critical business decision of his life, I suppose, at this point. Where it gets to now is that this is the most critical business decision of his life, like, isn't it? This is his retirement. This is about what's going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years. And he's there saying, I don't know anything about it. You haven't just spent the last 24 hours fucking reading up on every different site, who's running them, where they've been, how they're going, what their stock price is, how many people are on the platform, who are the notable people on the platform, their reputation. You don't know anything. You deserve to suffer.
I had to find a way to speak to you live so you could speak to me, and this is what we've done. So some of you are in Patreon, but you're here. That's the main thing. The community is reforming. Like we're all been sent to the hills, but we're getting together again. And obviously, it will take time to do this. The main thing is we have live chat going. There's 100 of you here. Congratulations on finding me. 100 of you. That's amazing. And this is just a test. I'm so pleased that 100 of my supporters are here. Now, a lot of you won't be.
See how he's so confident about that number, 100 of my supporters. Like on YouTube, obviously half the people hate you, don't they? So you're assuming they're all your supporters because for some reason, like only 6 of them are chatting. I really am sus of this now. I'm saying I don't really believe 100. I know we're here, and I know there'll be other detractors that will be like, "Oh, he's on Rumble tonight. Let's have a look." You know, I know that will happen, but 100, it's such a clean number. He's got 108 watching, and that would be me, this lot. That makes the 8. Where's the rest of them? 100, Alan. I don't believe it. I think the reason he needed to spend money in order to stream was because it costs him to pay for 100 viewers on the stream, and 100 viewers on YouTube for a live stream at the start puts you up, and then more people come in, and it's like this seed the kitty, seed the pot money, you know? You put it's poker terms, you seed the pot, you put a bit of money in early, get everyone else putting their money in, you know? They do it in restaurants where you have a tip jar. If you walk in, I don't know if you've ever seen these in some restaurants. I mean, not everyone does this, of course, but in some restaurants you have a big tip jar and it's got money in, and you know, throw some money in the big tip jar. And if you have an empty tip jar, psychological studies have shown people are not going to put their money in. They're not going to be the first ones to throw the money in. But if you half fill that tip jar, strange, isn't it? Because they've already got a lot of money in there now. But people see it and they go, "Oh, look, other people are putting money in. Oh, I will as well." And they put a little bit of money in. So often people seed the tip jar. So I think this is Alan seeding the viewer numbers. I just think that's why he needs the money, because he's probably got less than 100 people here, but the 100 is paid for. That's my guess.
You can help each other. You won't get live chat on Patreon. You won't get live. You better watch the replay on Patreon.
Why would they want to sign up for it then? You're underselling your patron here, you fucking... this man would... Like, no wonder he ruins his businesses. Do you know what I mean? No wonder he kills his businesses. Listen to him.
But you can't access live chat. The reason I've got it on Patreon is because some people live in countries where there is no Rumble. So people,
oh my God, Rumble's not accessible in all the countries and some people don't have it.
like here wouldn't be able to watch it, but you can watch it on Patreon.
Wow.
You can't participate in live chat.
Wow.
So if you're here on Patreon, good evening. I realise you don't have live chat. But that's
so some of his supporters can't even watch him, and yet they're all there. It seems weird.
The countries that can't do live chat, okay? Those of you on Rumble, you can see each other.
Did he say who it was? Was it Nancy who couldn't watch? I couldn't catch that because it cut up. Can he have a study group? Big up, Slotty. How can he have a study group with no live chat? Yeah.
Ludo, how can you not figure it out? You're talking here now.
Well, the content's down the pan. Listen, Alan is... I'll remind everyone again, like... This is really important. Alan is not here saying, "Thank God I'm back on the internet. We need justice for these cases." The content's down the toilet at the moment. He'll think about that later. First of all, he needs the platform where people can give him the money and the money to come in first. He even said it himself. No, don't miss Mink. Go on. He said it himself. He said that, how can I afford to even stream? I need money. I can't pay the rent. So to Alan here, it's about the money first, making sure the people are still in the net and I've still got the money, and then we'll deal with the content later.
Rumble is working through...
And what a fucking idiot. I can't begin to express how bad this is. What he should have done is I told him there's a toolkit to this, and he hasn't listened. He hasn't got any idea. First of all, he shouldn't be on here today. Everyone's eager. Everyone's desperate. They want to support him. I get it. Make them wait a day. Make them more eager, more keen to support you. Make them aware how even more destitute you are and how worse it is. Push that. Then on top of it, right, what he should have done is he should have researched everything really carefully and prepared a big launch. This is your launch on this new platform. Like, you're launching. You're not just some random, like, forgive me for saying this to all the people that hate him, and he is just a nobody, isn't he? He's obviously just a nobody, but he's not just a nobody. In theory, he's someone with a YouTube account that's been suspended, terminated, like Russell Brand, like the others. You know, what you do is you jump onto Rumble, you make a big scene of it, and you have a launch, and like, you're welcomed in by the other people on there who are now waiting for your arrival because, you know, they've seen that you've been banned and it's not fair, and like, you know, you see what I'm saying? Alan didn't do that. Alan came on here, his audio was playing funny. He's talking to a small group of people who are giving him $20. Anyone on Rumble that hasn't been aware of who he is and doesn't know sees this new person, if they're lucky, you know, for whatever reason. Now there's 123 watching him, so they will see that by merit of he's quite high on the list of streamers at the moment with 100 people because of his cheating. Yeah. So now there's 20 people watching him. There's a few dropping in and out. And what they'll do is they'll drop in, who's this guy with 100 viewers? And he will look like this and it'll be shit. So they won't come back, and that'll be the end. Like, first impressions count, and this is your first impression on Rumble. It's shit.
Patron, but you don't get live chat. On Rumble, you haven't got live chat. If you want to participate and talk, you have to just watch through Rumble only, okay? That makes sense?
It's shit. Don't bother. Don't bother. At this point, if you're 50-50, unless you're like, listen, if I'm talking to someone who's hardcore Alan, who like fucking loves Alan, hardcore Alan, they're not going to listen to me anyway. But everyone else, don't bother. Find someone else to watch. Watch my channel when we cover it. Don't bother. There's no point in watching Alan on Rumble. Rumble is shit.
Again. I couldn't be happier. Swish.
I need to change this now, don't I?
Tippies.
Big ups. Thank you, Sebastian.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. Thank you. And big ups Red Fan for gifting a tier sub to Jojo Cretin. Throwing out the tier subs. Thank you. I forget about the monetization when I'm on Twitch. I'm here just to talk to you and just to be, you know, this is so I don't have to be on YouTube running a big show, like, you know, with the thumbnail and everything. I've just jumped on to talk to you and be here. I would probably be watching this on my computer anyway, so it's best we do it together. But thank you for the monetization. Whilst I don't consider it the number one thing on the thing, I forgot that I haven't changed the background, but of course it's really important, so I'm very, very grateful for that. Thank you.
I can't do any spanners now. And
don't dox yourselves in chat there, because your chat's above my head, remember, so they'll see.
I managed to do some before. I can't do spanners when I'm working, so that's really going to have to wait till tomorrow. So, yeah, so we're watching through Patreon and Rumble.
I think Rumble will still have copyright rules as well. It might even have worse copyright rules than YouTube for Alan.
The first thing is, let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble.
See how he's putting on this fake joy? Yeah, it's great, isn't it? We're having a party. You're not. This is a party where you walk in the room and it's just Alan and he's got the tape player on and some like vol-au-vents on the table and you're like, what, where's all the other guests? Oh, wait, don't go. Like, you know, this is not a party. And you should have done that at the start. Because what you did at the start was you were like, hello, it's me. There's an echo and a delay.
And for all you trolls that are still following me now, why?
Because you're a wanker. What? Because you're a wanker. You're a lol cow. For those others that were all about the Rusiks, and I'll tell you what, I left that community post today because it touched my heart. And I reflected on it. And you know, yesterday, I'll tell you this to all those that are listening. Yesterday, I was going on about divine intervention and God and the touch of God. And not if you're not religious, don't worry. But it occurred to me today, which guardian angels were watching over us? You know, who I always think it's my personal family, the people I've lost. I'll tell you, last night it was Bella, Cece, and Shanann getting him off YouTube. They were in the comments and the chat of every one of those little channels that's helped to get this done. You know, they were watching over, having a little smile to themselves eventually, weren't they? I hope. That's who I think would touch this. You know, if there's any sort of divine intervention out there, you don't have to believe in it, but if there was, if there is any, then that's who's, you know, flapped their little wings, their little angel wings for us. Bless them. Yeah, so the reason I'm watching Alan, like I said, it's not because of that. I didn't know about any of that. That was story that I learned about when I started detracting him. But the reason I started detracting him is because he's an arsehole, a liar, and a thief. So he stole off me. He's been mean to me. He's defamed me on YouTube. But he's been mean to me and unnecessarily so. And so I've given him a taste of what it means to take on the chuffer. You know, he thought he was the tallest poppy in the the field? Well, if you're a big, big tree, I'm a small axe. These are the words of my master. No evil shall prosper. Whosoever diggeth the pit shall fall in it, shall lay in it, shall bury in it. You know, if you're a big tree, I'm a small axe. I'm showing him he's a lol cow. And just because you've gone on Rumble doesn't mean you're not a prick that we like to laugh at. We can still laugh at you for being a prick.
I live streaming now when I'm no longer on YouTube. Your war with me is over.
Oh, is it, Alan?
Let me go.
All right, you've declared that war is finished. Is that because you're defeated? Are you conceding? Are you waving the white flag? Do you want me to arrest you and put you on trial for war crimes now? Is that where we're at? Because it doesn't feel like the war is completely done, does it? Because I can see you on the internet taking money from these old ladies. So I don't think it's completely done. And I'll do what the fuck I want. How about that, Alan? Maybe that.
Let me go out of your heads and get on with your lives. I'm no longer on YouTube. You don't have to follow my life.
Sorry, what?
Have to come here. Let me go out of your heads and get on with your lives. I'm no longer on YouTube. You don't have to follow my life.
You can't even hear him sometimes because
me anymore. I know.
Interesting that is. I think, you know, on YouTube because there's different encoding for different platforms. So on YouTube, when we watch him, when his internet goes shitty, what YouTube does is it prioritizes the audio. So it'll encode that, you'll hear the audio, but your screen might go a bit. Sometimes you might, you know, get 480p. Here, the quality of the actual stream is a lot better, isn't it? Like, we're getting a clearer picture. I mean, he's only just showing the picture with no background, no nothing. But when it went funny, the audio dropped out. So we don't actually get to hear everything you're saying, unfortunately, Alan. It's not as good as YouTube here. Oh, I skipped it, 'cause I'm an idiot. See that fucking bad...
The main thing is we have live chat going. There's 100 of you here. Congratulations on finding me. 100 of you. That's amazing. And this is just a test. I'm so pleased.
Where do you say about...
Now, hopefully we've got spanners in chat. And thank you all.
See, I can't skip around as easily on this. No one can, Alan. It's shit.
For Rumble. Rumble, I know nothing about other than Russell Brand has got Rumble.
Why would you shout that out?
I speak to you live so you could speak to me, and this is what we've done. So some of you are in Patreon, but you're here. That's the main thing. The community is reforming. Like we're all been sent to the hills.
Big up, Seb. Thank you.
Getting together again. And obviously, it will take time.
Sent to the hills. The hills have eyes. They've got ears as well.
The main thing is we have live chat going. There's 100 of you here. Congratulations on finding me. 100 of you. That's amazing. And this is just a test. I'm so pleased.
It's interesting the way he hasn't mentioned the money, isn't it? Because he was fucking going mental about that money on Patreon. So he mentioned the rent on every post several times.
100 of my supporters are here. Now, a lot of you won't be able to figure this out, but you can help each other. You won't get live chat on Patreon. You won't get live. You better watch the replay on Patreon, but you can't access live chat. The reason I've got it on Patreon is because some people live in countries where there is no Rumble. So people like Mia wouldn't be able to watch.
Mia can't watch.
Watch it on Patreon. She can't participate in live chat. So if you're here on Patreon, good evening. I realise you don't have live chat, but that's for the countries that can't do live chat.
Sorry, I'm pausing it. The chat is out of sync, but you look marvellous for all you've been through, says Ocean's daughter. Now, they could be trolls, we don't know. Like, he doesn't know who's who here in his chat. But if that's a real one, and you look marvellous for all you've been through, what do you mean for all he's been through? Like, I don't want to keep bringing it up. I think it's time to actually literally stop talking about that for me. But that case he was covering, those people been through a hell of a lot. You know, those cases he covered, those people went through a hell of a lot. Alan got binned off YouTube overnight, started upon a new streaming platform the next day, and someone gave him 40 quid. Like, it's not like he's been through the mill. Like, in the big scheme of things, having to switch which stream... Like, I'm on Twitch tonight. I haven't been through a trauma to stream on Twitch tonight. I just clicked a button on my computer and I'm on Twitch. Like, it's not a fucking traumatic experience. But for Alan, of course, it was. It was the end of his empire. It was the deletion of all of his body of work, and it looked like curtains in a big way. Now he's seeing that he can still grift and grind these people, that he's still got a hold on them because of his big meltdown yesterday. You know, he's feeling like he's rallying, but it is the end, isn't it? Because it doesn't matter how many views you get on. Honestly, it doesn't even matter if you get 1 million views, because you're on Rumble getting them, and no one else in the rest of the world is really watching. Like, it's a very small niche amongst a small niche of a niche. Like, he's carving himself into a niche of a niche of a niche. You know, down there where the matchsticks get stuck.
Those of you on Rumble, you can see each other. Ludo, how can you not figure it out? You're talking here now.
He's angry at them.
Rumble is working through Patreon, but you don't get live chat. On Rumble, you haven't got live chat. If you want to participate and talk, you have to just watch through Rumble only, okay? That makes sense?
It does make sense.
Armchair Detective, natural healing. I can't do any spanners now. I managed to do some before. I can't do spanners when I'm working, so natural healing, I have to wait till tomorrow. So, yeah. So we're watching through Patreon and Rumble. All good. The first thing is, let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. And for all you trolls that are still following me now, why? Why live stream me now when I'm no longer on YouTube?
Hurts you, doesn't it?
Your war with me is over.
Hurts you, doesn't it?
Let me go. Let me go out of your heads and get on with your lives. I'm no longer on YouTube. You don't have to follow my life. You don't have to come here and look at me anymore. I'm out. You've got what you wanted. I'm not on YouTube. You have what you wanted. Now you're going to say, we want him cancelled everywhere. Well, I say to you, you're really bad.
Andy sent tippies. I forget about tips on Twitch.
Oh, bless.
So here
Thank
you go.
you.
Oh, what an atmosphere. I love a party with a happy atmosphere.
Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you, bless you, thank you. It turns out you're bad people. This is incredible from Alan. This is incredible. Look, I just said you to go out. This is incredible, right? You're bad people.
You've got what you wanted.
Thank you, Andy. Hang on. We've got what we wanted, but now we want him cancelled everywhere. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. It was Alan's on YouTube. Alan's stealing his content from me on YouTube and profiting off it. Now, in the future, I can't, like, if people are on other platforms and I can't watch all the other platforms and they're going to steal my content and profit from elsewhere, I guess I can't, I just let things go. I have to accept things, don't I? But we have had the big victory. Alan knows it. People do not give a fuck about what's going on Rumble in the big picture. You can't walk around in your local pub saying, I've got 25 million subscribers on Rumble. Like, what's Rumble, they say. Do you know what I mean? So it's done. It's done. And it's not that I want to just completely destroy you. In fact, Alan, I'm going to enjoy watching you suffer now. Like, sorry, it sounds sadistic, doesn't it? But you deserve it. And the show continues. I get to cover whatever the fuck I want on YouTube, on Super Chuffer, the main channel. We go from strength to strength. We pick back up and we move into... Been polishing this baby off today. Polishing this baby off. Steve's getting his operation. Things look good for us. On the B-side channel, you'll be watching this now. There's other people that we can cover. There's still Alan that we can cover. Like, we're not done. Like, I'm good. I'm happy making content. So you can just shut up. You can't tell me what to do. In fact, it got to the point where you threw your weight around and this is where it ended up. So if I were you, I wouldn't talk about it anymore. But, you still can if you want, because it is nice for us when you bring up the chuffer, man. Chuffer, 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 sex, 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 chuffer, isn't it? It's still nice for us, really. But and sadly, Alan, the £1,000 offer for you to come on one of my streams is gone because you can't stream on YouTube anymore.
No longer on YouTube. You don't have to follow my life. You don't have to come here and look at me anymore. I'm out. You've got what you wanted. I'm not on YouTube. You have what you wanted.
Sorry, Seb.
Now you're going to say...
Sorry, Seb. Only I'm allowed to put the links up. I think the mods are as well. I'll get it up. It doesn't do it automatically here, does it? Don't worry, chill. It's a chill thing here. It's a chill thing. It's a bonus. It's a bonus for me. The memberships here, the subscribing and all that, that's the best thing for me here. Actually, why have I got my own window open? that the subscribing here is the best thing, I think. Obviously, I'm really grateful for the tippies, don't get me wrong, but when Red Fan's doing all those that's like consistent Twitch money that I'm getting. It's nice to know that it's there coming at the end of the month rather than hoping that people, you know, tip every now and then. You know, it's more consistent, but everything's good actually. But what I just don't want you to feel that on Twitch here you're like financially being pushed to tip or anything. I don't want you to feel that on YouTube either, so I don't know why I'm going on about it, but you know what I mean. It's nice that you'd want to put the link in chat. And thank you, Lottie, for the 1-2T. But we're here just to chill. We're here just to chill, so it's all good. But if you want to give me money, still do give me money. You're bad people, look.
No, I'm not sure whether it's okay with you. For me, this is an experiment. So I'm hoping you can hear me and see me. That's the first thing we have to do.
Is this the wrong one?
Definitely online.
That's the wrong one. I've got 2 windows open.
We want him cancelled everywhere. Well, I say to you, you're really bad people. You want me?
You're really bad people. How unbelievable is that to hear it from Alan? Banned off YouTube for violations of terms of service. We're bad people. It's lovely. It's lovely. And he hasn't even got the vitriol or the vim in him, has he? You know, I say to you, and I say to you, you're bad people.
No longer on YouTube. You don't have to follow your life. You don't have to come here and look at me anymore. I'm out. You got what you wanted.
Is that as loud as it goes, Alan?
You have what you wanted. Now you're going to say, we want him cancelled everywhere. Well, I say to you, you're really bad people. You want me cancelled everywhere. You have the YouTube. Enjoy it. Stop picking on someone else.
Nope.
I'm not talking about the Watts case tonight.
I'm not picking on anyone, Alan. If anything, I'm bullying the bully.
You're very disappointed if you think I am. I'm not talking about the Watts case in here.
He's not going to talk about the Watts case.
Russell Brand's here, so Russell Brand hasn't been chucked off Rumble. So I got a feeling I could do more controversial subjects here.
He's obviously listened to what I said, hasn't he? There's no point in doing your armchair detective nonsense here because no one's going to give a shit. If you're going to be on Rumble, you have to. He knows about playing to the crowd. That's what he was doing with the. So what he's going to do here is he's going to kill his brand entirely. It's going to be fucking delightful. More controversial subjects means pissing off the people in his spanners group more often. Like, it means talking about things they don't care about. I mean, some of those, we were talking about it the other week, they are so committed to hating Nicole Kessinger that they've decided to love Alan. So when he finally gives up on the Justice campaign, there will be some drop-off for that. Like, there has to be. There must be some people in there that you know, they're smart enough to notice that he's just in it for the money and that their opinions and what they do doesn't matter and care. Like, there must be enough of them to understand that, mustn't there?
Well, look, someone's Susan Hughes. First Rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Yay!
The money buff.
It works. Sure.
It doesn't mean you can't get binned off Rumble, and it doesn't mean you can't get binned off PayPal. The one thing I'm a bit about, that's a bit of a still with me actually, is that after this whole thing and he got kicked off, I thought, I wonder what exactly he got kicked off for, because if we send that to PayPal, we send that same stuff to Patreon, he could get kicked off everywhere for those things. Look, one of your content creators on Patreon has done this and has been terminated from YouTube. Are you sure you still want them on the platform? We should be achieving that. But it's sad because, like, you know, we're not in the loop. We don't know exactly why he got binned off exactly, and you know, we didn't take the clips. We haven't got the folder necessarily, have we? So, but maybe, you know, if people are committed, they could follow that up as a project, get him binned off everywhere else. This place still has terms of service. You know, they're just different from YouTube and a bit more lax. But PayPal itself, you know, if you get done on PayPal, then you're not, you know, how are you taking money now even? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not just like, it's like, he's got so many fragile aspects to what he's doing.
It's now a monthly, you can become a monthly member and you can choose how much. Oh, this is brilliant.
Because it's money.
Blue red pill. Thank you. Sharon is now a monthly member. Now, and I have my first super chat.
He's called it a super chat. It's not a super chat.
From somebody as well. I can't see it anymore.
You're not on YouTube now, mate.
Now, the good news is, this, I'm going to put this. What you didn't know, on YouTube, everything you give them, they took out, right? So
They knew that because you said it. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that.
you give me a £10 super chat, I end up with less than £5. I don't know what it's going to be on here, but it can't be as bad as that.
He doesn't even know
it's
the.
a better
He doesn't
format.
even know the cut. What is the monetized? I mean, they give you. I'll tell you what they do on Rumble, which is clever. Is they give you a variable rate so that you don't know, and they could just make it big or little depending on what they fucking want. I think for AdSense, I think. What's the monetization rate for Rumble? 0.002 for a view, $2 for 1,000 views. It's about average compared to YouTube. How to make money on Rumble. Here's an overview of what monetization. Oh, look, fuck off. I don't want to accept all. I don't want to accept any. I just want to, like, okay, purposes. Fucking clicking. Every time you have to click this. It's a not right ball ache, isn't it? Messing me about. All I want is a simple answer. Save and exit. I should just be able to ask Rumble. How they make money, what sort of videos make money, how to get started. This is not telling me the answer, you stupid thing. What is the percentage cut? 100% of supporter revenue, taking no cut. Is that right? No, Rumble operates a 60-40 split, so it's about the fucking same. That says of a licensing deal. According to Rumble's website, they can earn up to 90% of the revenue. Rumble will provide 100% creator share from subscription badges for the rest of the year. So they're getting you in with a, like, you get 100%. They're getting you in. They're offering the big cut, but that's not going to be. That's going to be to the end of the year. And like I'm saying, it's hard to find an exact answer, isn't it? So I imagine it might be better than YouTube right now. I imagine it might be because that's one of the appeals, isn't it? Easy cash, less regulation, get on Rumble, but it's not great because, like, you're there with fucking. I've said it over and over. I've rated Rumble enough, and I've told you why it's not got many people there. He's going to do better though because he's got his core group. I've told you at the start of this. He's got his core group, and they fucking want to give him the monies. And you know, he's just taken what he's got on YouTube, this little fucking thing that he had. Like, he pretended he had all this other stuff, but he didn't really. And he's just taken that and put it on Rumble, and he's still got it. And so that's that. Like, you know. Well, in total, you need lots of followers, yeah. But what Alan's got that's different to other people, he's like Darkside Finn in this. He's a grifter, isn't he? So those small number of people in his chat, and now the chat's well out of sync, so. But those small number of people give quite a lot compared to other streamers. Like, Nancy gives him hundreds. Today you've had people signing up and giving him 20s and 10s. Like, I'm happy with 3s and 5s. Like, I'm really grateful for the 20s and 10s and the memberships and all that. Like, yeah, really grateful. But like, Alan is consistent on the 20s and 10s, and then the hundreds he likes. You know, like, he's going to get the amount of money that he was getting from those people will be the same, won't it, from YouTube to here? But now he gets a bigger cut of it. So actually he's going to get more from that. The thing he's not going to do is attract new people. Like, it's going to be very hard for him to grow as a brand and as a content, whatever. You know, he's going to have his own. It's like having your own little microcosm, and he's got to make sure they stay. But that's what Alan does. However, by changing his content, by not doing the thing that they want and they're there for, he might not, you know. And over time, Alan will, rather than keeping these people appeased, he will, like, see them drift off. The other thing that's interesting, though, is now they're trapped in Rumble. You know, they're not likely to click on someone else's video, are they? Because they're less likely to watch the rest of YouTube now because they're on Rumble. It's like, once he's got them in there, they're in there. So, like, I think there's lots of reasons why Rumble might work for Alan. And like I said, he can now go right wing. He can talk about all the immigrants he wants. He might get more popular for it. So, like, you know, welcome to Alan's horrible retirement, where he turns into a vindictive, vile social commentator on Rumble with the rest of the people that got banned off YouTube. But there is a limit on that, isn't there, on how far he goes and how big it is, and you're never going to be seen by the rest of wider society as being any good. So, like, there you go.
But I've got a lot to learn. I don't know how to put a screen on here yet. I don't know how to put a screen on here. I think I might better do it.
How is this any different? This absolutely does my head in. How is this any different? I don't know how this stuff works, but for me, I've got a computer program called OBS, and it's running my stream. And then I send it to YouTube, and it just goes on YouTube. And if I stop now and send it to Twitch, it goes on Twitch. You see, my stream is no different. I don't. What does he mean? How do I make a background? Like, it's the same.
I can. Let's just mess with it a sec. Does that work? No. Yeah, I can. Okay, so I've got to learn how to mess with the screen on. I don't know how to do it, but I like it. There you go. It does work. Yeah, I can. So
it's the same.
So I've got to learn how to mess with the screen on. So
StreamYard has not changed, Alan.
It's a time, but I like it. There you go.
It makes me think that someone else set things up for him, and he doesn't even. Like, it made me feel like, this makes me feel like he didn't even stream from his own computer, if you know what I mean. Maybe he just had his webcam on, sent his webcam to Bubbles or someone, sorry, Kaka, and they did everything else. And now they're saying, sorry, Alan, we can't do everything else because you're on Rumble. Although he was always changing his screens, wasn't he? He was always showing his own desktop. So what's he on about? He's using the same program to stream from. There is no functional difference. It's just the destination that his stream is going to.
There you go. It does work.
Look at this.
I'm so pleased. We can put screen. I've got to learn how to mess with the screen. So in the fullness of time, but I like it. There you go. It does work. Let's remove that. So, this I can. Let's just mess with it a sec. Does that work? No. Yeah, I can. Okay, so I've got to learn how to mess with the screen on. I don't know how to do it, but I like it. There you go. It does work. Yeah, I can. So we can put screens. I've got to learn how to mess with the screen on. So in the fullness of time, but I like it. There you go. It does work. Yeah, I'm so pleased. We can put screens. I've got to learn how to mess with the screen on. So in the fullness of time, but I like it. There you go. It does work. Let's remove that.
Says there, I saw one in chat here, Ludo. I'm still losing audio. I've reset my phone. It's still happening. Anyone else have this issue of intermittent audio? Yes, I'm having it. It's a feature of Rumble. Get used to it. Alan's streaming capabilities are not, like, he's not able to send enough upload to Rumble, and Rumble is it's taking preference of the visual rather than the audio, so you're going to get broken up audio forever on Alan's streams now.
So obviously this is a test. It's exciting. It's like going to the moon. Because I've had 6 years on YouTube.
It's like going to the moon. It's like going to the moon. It's like going into the next room. It's not even that. You're still in the same room, in the same seat, with the same camera and the same microphone, the same people in chat. The only thing that's different is instead of clicking live on YouTube, you're clicking live on Rumble, and that's it.
But the picture quality is better.
Yes, because you're not running all the background and all the other stuff that your computer can't handle. And also, I believe it's prioritizing from your upload the image rather than the audio, which is a mistake. It's something that YouTube have decided to correct, because you can still follow the stream if you can hear it, but you can't still follow the stream if you can't hear it, but you can see it perfectly. So
Yes. It is.
Unless you're deaf and you have the captions on. Does this have captions?
It's going to play a bit more
No. Does this have subtitles? No. Just going to play around with it a bit. You should have done this before you launched.
Yeah, it all works. Everything works. So tomorrow I'll be able to do my first proper show.
Oh, tomorrow's the launch.
Pictures. Now, so obviously tonight is a demonstration for you and for you to get used to using it. I've been up since, to be honest, 4 a.m. doing this.
4 a.m. All you have to do is, I mean, many of us from our side have looked at Rumble today. All you have to do is click sign up, and if you're on the computer, you don't have to do anything. I just signed up with Google, press sign up with Google, it just did it for me. Super Chuffer now exists, boom. Like, that took me 5 minutes. You don't have to put in any details or nothing. You know, it builds up your payments and then you can cash out later. There's nothing to do. He didn't have to do anything. It's like me telling you that I'm on Twitch tonight and I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning getting it set up. It's the same.
I am this morning.
And it's so that you can get used to using it. What it was he just wanted the money. He doesn't have to do a show. They gave him the money. Now it's working, we're okay. Oh, thank God for that, I've had some money. Oh, thank God for that. Didn't need to do a show. Didn't prepare a show for my first show. Thought we'd do a soft launch and I would just come on here and look like a fucking cretin. He calls us cretins. This is cretinous behaviour. He thought I'd just come on here and look like the clown of YouTube. Been kicked off and he's on here now. He's got 100, like he had 100 people watching him. It's audio cut out again, sorry. It's looking bad. It's looking bad for Alan. I cannot trust those numbers. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. Come on.
I knew nothing. Nothing.
Like, because if you tune into this, other than trolls and the people that like him, who is there watching this? Like, if you're on Rumble and you just, oh look, there's a streamer on. I've never heard of this new one, and you click this, you're not going to watch this, are you?
Right, StreamYard. Not at all. How StreamYard would connect to Rumble, if I could share screens, if I could get it into Patreon.
What are you on about?
If you could find me.
How StreamYard will connect to Rumble. In settings, where it says stream to, and you clicked YouTube, you click Rumble. And then that's it.
And the good news is, you found me. So we can grow. From this little acorn tonight on Rumble, we can grow.
No, you can't. That's the savage truth, right? And any growth you do will only be in the area of, like, you know, Rumble happy people with like Russell Brand and people like the way you're going to grow is going to be like a mutation. That's the only way you're going to grow here, Alan. Like, growth is done for you. You can cheat the system, get loads watching you with the fake views and go top of the pile, tallest poppy. Everyone wants to watch the tallest poppy. But people on Rumble will see you for what you are pretty quick, because they're out there on Rumble looking at different modern, you know, new different people on this new platform. They're going to see you and just think, fuck this. You're going to be done.
I'm so pleased.
But you're not. This is the tragic truth, is that he's not. And he's going to grift these old ladies until he's dead and until they're dead. And at this point, in chat there, whoever's giving him money, you might as well just fucking sign your house over to him now and just have done. And then you don't have to go through the next 6-10 years of this bollocks. You know, you might as well just take out a loan and give him 50 grand and just say, okay, I'm not watching anymore, but here's 50 grand. Can we just shut up now? Like, I bet if they all clubbed together and all gave him 50 grand each, he would just give it in. I guarantee you, if they all clubbed together and gave him 50 grand each, all of his spanners, he would agree 100% to close it all down and just walk away with the money. I guarantee you. You know?
And if you can help each other, is there a way to get the chat on, AD? The chat is on.
She's chatting in it.
Samola, you need help. Someone needs to help Samola. It could be the start of something better.
I think what they were asking there, I think that might have been someone in Patreon saying, can you get the chat on the screen like we have? There's your chat and there's my chat. But no, he's not capable of that, and I don't think he's capable. The end. Sorry, no.
Too much. I'm ready to rumble. I am tired. I'm happy because I'm not a technical person. Look what I've achieved in one day. That shows what you can do at 68 if you're determined.
Someone else set you up a Rumble account and you turned on your computer. And they had to walk you through putting the stream key into a different setting so it said Rumble. They had to walk you through that while you were shouting and crying. Look what you've achieved. You haven't been able to have a wash or a shave, or I mean, here's me saying it, but you critiqued me on looking scruffy, and this is what you've achieved. You've turned up to Rumble on your big day, on your big show. He's back, and he looks like shit, and so does the stream. Welcome to shitland. Welcome to the shit room on Rumble.
I sat down this morning and I said, I've got a
Big up, Slotty Bronte is gifting a tier sub in the community. Thank you very much. And Arctic Muppet picked that up. Thank you very much, Lottie. Thank you.
An alternative live stream that works with Patreon.
Yeah, his view count's dropping. I think he might have finished, you know. I think he might have finished because I'm so far behind.
I'm one that has got live chat. And then I've got to find one where you can become members, and you're doing it. It's fantastic.
Or what might be interesting is if it drops off dramatically after an hour, is that he might have paid for just an hour's worth of 100 views just to test it, and then once the hour's up, he keeps talking, but the view just drops off as that paid views dumps out, and maybe he's left with whoever's left. You know, after gathering that snowball with, like, it's true. If you start with, like, if I went on stream now on Twitch and paid for 1,000 views, then I would suddenly be at the top of the list, and I'd be suggested to more people, and people would think my stream is good because it's got 1,000 and how many have I got? 62. So I'd have 1,062, and it would look good, and it'd put me up on the list. You know, it would cost money, and it'd be a waste because it would be an unfair and unreal. Like, maybe in the long run, you can use that to snowball. So, like I said, eventually you take away the money you're putting in and the fake ones, and you're left with a big group. But at some point when you do that, you have this disconnect, so you kind of always forced to always pay money for view bots, and it's like a fake reality that you live in, and that's narcissism, isn't it? Fake reality. You'll be happy with that, like, but it's fake, isn't it? So it's not real, so it doesn't really matter how many thousand. Oh, you got a few extra because you're at the top of that list, but you know, so what? If you can't climb because you're already incapable of climbing, then put you up the halfway up the mountain or up the top of the mountain and say, there you go, well done. Like, you're like someone who got carried up the top of Everest on the back of a Sherpa. It doesn't matter. Like, okay, you got to go up there, but like you got carried up there, didn't you? So it doesn't matter. Like, on the other hand, what happens if when the Sherpa says, all right, now you have to walk, you know, now you have to do it yourself? You're stuck up a mountain and you don't know what you're doing. So, like, it's better to try and climb that mountain yourself and have the actual skill, temperament, talent, luck, whatever, you know, have that and get there, than it is to just fake it. Because if you fake it, you always know in your heart as well that you're faking it. So, like, it doesn't matter. Success is for everyone else to see you and look. It's narcissism again. Success is for everyone else is to see you as a good chuffer and a big object. But for yourself, you're scared and stupid inside. So you project the pretend success so that everyone thinks you're great. You know, narcissism.
Awesome. Now, the money you're paying there, I don't know what I'm going to get, but PayPal is always the best. But there you go. Someone can put my PayPal link in, it'd be great. The situation is, YouTube stitched me up, good and proper. I get paid on the 20th.
He said about the PayPal, and then he got in his chair and went like this, and he had a little smile, and he thought, right, here we go. I've got them now. I've got them. They're here watching. Now it's time to stick the fucking money and do the grift. And he got right back on his horse there. Right back on El Grifto, the donkey.
There in the 22nd. They closed me down and closed down my account. So I can't even get paid. And they might say, so what? Well, so what is, I needed that money. People, the trolls will tell you, his pension will pay for his rent. No, they won't. The pension only pay for your rent if your wages don't cover it. So
well, you don't have any fucking wages, do you? So of course the pension's gonna. What is he talking about?
For my pension to give me more money for my rent, because I'm earning money. I'm honest about it. I admit I'm earning money. They won't pay my rent.
No. See, there you go. He's on universal credit. Right, and that's why I've always said it has to say 0 at the end of the month. I've not got any money, Cohen. I don't earn any money, because if you're on universal, I've been there. I had to tell them every fucking penny I got, and they took it off the benefit. I remember this so bad. I was in difficult times. Hairdressing finished, film I was making finished. COVID started. Like, difficult times, and I could not believe. I was like, thank God for universal credit, they're going to give me some monies. The first time I told them, like, you know, my income for that month, because I do a bit of haircutting here and there with this and that, like, you know, YouTube money, whatever, I was like, they like took it all off the benefit, and I was like, well, what do you mean you took it off the benefit? And they were like, well, the work you've done comes off, and then we give you a little bit of money to add up to what this, if you get up to this money and go over, we're not giving you anything. And I was like, so wait, my incentive to work is that if I earn enough money, you stop obviously that makes sense. If I earn enough money, you stop the benefit. But, like, what actually is happening here is you're disincentivizing me, because now if I, to the tune of whatever the benefit is, don't work, or in Alan's case, prove that I don't earn any money and make it disappear, then you'll give me extra money. So actually what I want to type in every month is that I earned whatever I earned, but had to spend it every month. And then you think, right, what can I spend it on? You know, tax returns, dodges, it's that sort of thing, isn't it? So, like, if you're then stitching up the fucking, and this is where, again, I think I would have told them the truth. Like, there's no point in stitching up the universal credit, because they'll just come back and stitch me up. You know, they'll bite me. And at the end of the day, if I earn the money, I'm earning the money. I'd rather earn the money than get it off universal credit. So the whole point is that, like, in the end, now I'm not on universal credit, am I? We went through, I had carer's allowance while I was a carer. We went through COVID, then it's all done, right? In fact, to the point where I could have still got stuff, But I just thought, I don't want to keep filling in this form and talking to these people. I hate them. So I ended up saying, look, just don't give me any money. I'll do it my own way. And Alan, he's proved to us in the past, he says it's about 0 at the end of the month. So he's on universal credit, and instead of telling them what he's earning on YouTube, if he is, he's then spending it on something else and pretending he has to spend it. So they're all helping him with the money and helping to support him. And this is what, fucking, they deserve it now, these people. Because why are you giving money so he can spend it on poker and booze so that he doesn't have to admit to the universal credit that he's got it, so that they will pay his rent? And you know who's paying his rent? I am. You are. Everyone is, with our taxes. So fuck you, Alan. Like, he's worse than those fucking immigrants that come across on the boat in the hotels. He's lived here all his life, he's had every chance, and now we're paying his fucking rent. Like, he's worse than the immigrants on that. He should have immigrant family come and live in his house. He should live in the spare room. At least they'd go to work and pay taxes on it. Like, he won't. He'll skank you every which way. He's never paid into the system. It's fucking disgraceful. He's just admitted it as much there. Yeah, I'm on universal credit, but they won't pay my rent because I earn too much money. Well, why are you on universal credit then? How come you earn no money at the end of every month? I thought you've gone on repeatedly saying you earn no money at the end of every month. So, HMRC, if they knew the truth, he gets a pension, he gets money for the pension, and they will pay his rent. And that's why he hasn't got a mortgage, and he keeps going, I haven't got a mortgage. If that's true, and he hasn't got a mortgage, what he's done is he's given the house over to his son, and his son is the landlord, and then he's got to pay his rent to his son, or someone like that, isn't it? So now the universal credit's paying his son's mortgage. You see what I mean? Like, that's what will have happened. It's all a grift, it's all a grind. Come on, this is, you know what I'm saying makes more sense than what he's saying. Disgusting, disgraceful, and I hope they get him for that and they take everything.
For my pension to give me more money for my rent. Because I'm earning money, I'm honest about it. I admit I'm earning money. They won't pay my rent. Don't be stupid. I get 396 quid a month pension. My rent is more than twice that.
You get £400 a month pension, and your rent is more than twice that. How are you spending more than £1,000 rent? Like, and who's taking that rent? Where are you giving it to? Like, obviously they're putting a massive rental price on the property so that his son can take that in universal credit. Like, it's a scam. Alan's running a scam on the universal credit to pay his rent. We need to know who's the property owner of his property. I need to look into that. We need to know who's on that. And if it turns out to be his fucking family or something, then I'm bang right. It feels like a grift and a scam. If you can't afford the rent, you should move out. That's all it is, Alan. It's not that like we should all pay it for you. The universal credit will pay it for you. You just told us. You said if I don't earn enough money, the universal credit will pay it for me. So why is anyone needing to tip you? Why are you even concerned? Why are you worried? Like, none of this makes sense.
But of course they say, they pay his rent. No, they don't. Those trolls know nothing about me. I'm glad to be free of them and away from them, because I'm not going to watch YouTube. So whatever videos they make, I watch. They can no longer live in my head.
Ridiculous. We live in your head rent-free the whole time you're talking about us now. On top of that, you will be watching YouTube and using it for content for your new venture, because where do you get your content? You fucking idiot.
They can't live in my head. You make films about me and talk about me, but they're going to die on the vine because I'm not on YouTube anymore.
Watch.
I have no intention of...
Watch this video that I'm making now on Twitch quietly. Get loads of views on YouTube compared to what you do. You watch. And watch what I do on Super Chuffer. I'm going to have a bit of a time off, but I'm going to be back at it. A new year, new start. We're going with cameras. Like, you watch.
They're looking at what they're doing. All the money I earned this month, they've stolen it. Oh, no, not the word stolen. They've not given it to me. They said...
He's laughing about that. They might well have given him the money. You might have had that and it's double grift.
Withholding your money you earned because you broke terms and conditions.
But I'd love it if they withheld it.
I'm not going to get paid this month. So, there you go. That's
Listen, you can't hear what he's saying mumbling around there with his bad quality internet, but he's not going to get paid this month from YouTube AdSense, but he is going to get paid by Patreon, and he is going to get paid from those Rumble people, and he is going to get his rent, and he is his universal credit pension, and he is going to say to universal credit that he hasn't earned any money and can you pay my rent? And like, it's just a lie. He's gone hard grift. I told you he would, didn't I, at the start? Didn't I tell you at the start you would be able to go hard grift on this?
Sort of it. Now, we put an appeal in. I don't know how many of you have written to YouTube. But how many of you have complained to YouTube? And did you get any luck? Did anybody get any luck with YouTube?
No.
I don't know. Maybe you did. Anybody get a reply? How do you send super chat? Ocean Door. There's a thing at the bottom.
Straight on that.
There's a dollar sign at the bottom.
They've all been talking to me in chat. That's the only thing he's replied to.
Or a dollar sign. If you click the dollar sign, then you just give what you want. You subscribe, you become a member. This is just a test for us, really. No reply from Red Pill. Anybody get a reply?
Yeah, big ups, Jess. Like,
Mick,
exactly why he's doing this is unclear to me. It's because it's about that core group. It's not really about the wider thing, the growth of that. It's about that. Like, he's trying to convince those people in his chat that they're going to grow on this platform and stuff. He doesn't care about the rest of the platform and growth. He cares about those people in his chat keep giving him money. So whatever they need to hear, you know, well, we're going to grow. Oh, it's going to be great. Oh, the best, the future. It's a narcissist again. It's kind of like he's doing love bombing with his chat. He's giving them 100%. Like, he hasn't done an episode. It's all about them, getting them sorted on here, love bombing. Oh no, it's great here. Oh no, this is how you super chat. Oh, thank you, you're great. You know, like, it's love bombing the chat, and it's creating a false future of fantasy that, you know, oh, it's all going to be great in the future and everything's going to be great, and like that keeps the money flowing. Like, this is pure narcissistic manipulation for financial gain. That's all it is. And like I say, it's proving it because, like you said, he could come on here and say, right, new panel, new thing, new start, taking 3 days off to prepare it, you wait and see what's, and he could move his computer around in the room, get some lights, do some stuff, you know, like, bang, new show, this is how it is now, step forward, step up. Like, instead of that, it's worse, and it's not for anyone else that doesn't know what's going on, it's just for these people. It's a tragic mistake the way he's doing this, but then he's shit at things, isn't he? So he's going to do this like in a shit way. It's surprising to me.
Just had the trolls out.
It's surprising to me how shit it is. Like, he can't even get his fucking background up or anything like that. That he's just going bareback, like, no filter. Look at his neck on the no filter.
I mean, yeah. Oh, you got a reply? Not yet, no reply. No, they're rude, aren't they? There you go, Amanda Holland. That looks exactly like a super chat to me. Yeah. Doesn't it? That's amazing. All good. All good. Bobby Gopher, I'm late. My ex-wife's giving me hell again. Hopefully you can see me. Oh, any luck from Twitter? Anybody get a reply from Twitter? I like Robbie. He's a big supporter. Now, I've got to tell you that Robbie's a big supporter, always has been. We don't always agree, but he supports me.
He's on YouTube.
But I've got to be honest now.
Robbie is.
I wouldn't go on anybody's channel on YouTube now because they get recorded and they get closed down. So I can't literally go on YouTube and thank anybody because I'm not allowed on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to go on anybody's channel.
Yeah.
Because that's breaking the circumventing rules because they think I'm on there trying to get you to come over here. So I literally can't go on any other channel.
No, it's not so that that you come on and try and get them to go somewhere else, Alan. It's because you're not allowed on. Full stop. Like, it's not about your motives for coming on. You're not allowed on. No more Alan live streaming on YouTube. Not allowed as a guest. No, thank you.
That supports me. Please put my link to Rumble somewhere so people can find me. I'd appreciate that. I'm not allowed on YouTube. But if you are a supporter of mine on YouTube, perhaps you could put my link there for people to find me.
Big up, Stinky Socks. Someone streaming on YouTube. Good. If other people stream it, it means I don't fucking have to. Kind of feel like I'm doing a public service at this point. Armchair detective. It's not coming out. What do you mean, me? I need to get on with this. We're so far behind now. We're like 40 minutes behind.
Me? Because we have a community of 82,000 people who are stranded. Imagine that. One day
you can't speed
you're
it up.
a member of a massive community, and the next day,
Maybe if we're lucky, after the lives finish, you can speed them up, and in future we can watch them after, sped up. But it's so bad listening to him in real time, isn't it, compared to when I speed it up?
they closed it down, and you don't know where to go. You don't know where to find me. You don't know where to find each other. I mean, every night.
All right, if Nuff Nuff's broadcasting it, then they can just be shut down. Like, that will get their channel shut down. I notice I'm not live streaming this on YouTube myself, not for fear of getting shut down necessarily, because I'm pausing it, critiquing, using it as content, fair use, and transformational. So the transformational aspect of it means Alan is not a guest on my show. He's someone's content that I'm reviewing and reflecting on. So I think I'm okay to do this. But yeah, Nuff restreaming it live on YouTube means that Alan is effectively he's banned circumventing by being on someone's channel. That's exactly what that's for, and that will get him, Nuff banned off YouTube.
Come in and talk to each other.
Jigsy Wigsy, they gave him like the basic premise here is that he's taken what he's got on YouTube, he's moved it over here, nothing has changed. They're still going to give him money, they're still going to be there, and they're still going to give him money. And the reality of YouTube was that was all that he had really anyway. Like all this big push, all this group and all this, all that business, there wasn't anyone new coming in and giving him any money. So all he cares about is the core group that give him money, and they're still there and they're still giving him money. So Alan's going to be doing this till he's fucking dead. We've learned today though that he's cheating the HMRC on the universal credit, and he's filling in his tax returns to say that he earns zero, insofar as he will show the earnings, the money coming in from YouTube, but then he will show that he spent it all and make up some things to spend it on. Probably software, he'll say, and it's poker on the internet. And so at the end of every month he's got no money, and then the HMRC pay his rent, and the rent is paid on a property which my guess is would be owned by someone in his family who is then they're mortgaging the property, and the HMRC are paying the rent, the mortgage, effectively. So effectively, Alan's pension HMRC pity money is paying his children's mortgage. I expect it'll be his daughter. I expect it'll be Scarlett. I expect that'll be her house eventually when it's all paid off. And then Alan will die and he'll leave her a house and think he's great because we paid for it as taxpayers. I think that's the scam.
Horrible what they've done. All because people... Amanda, YouTube got back to me. What did they say? Why did they get back to you? What did they say? Now, some of you will have problems.
I'll tell you what, if that's the truth as well, what I just said, I know it's difficult to get this achieved, but I wouldn't want to stop until that, if that was the truth, what I just said, because I'm saying I imagine that's the case by the way he described it and knowing his character and thinking my way through it. But if that is the truth, I wouldn't want to stop until he loses that house and the people are all liable, also get in trouble. Because he certainly had money, and he's certainly told us that he's on universal credit, and he said universal credit would pay his rent, but he tells them that he earns too much money. So unfortunately, he has to pay the rent himself, and he's happy with that. And you know Alan, and there's no way Alan would be happy with paying the rent himself if he could prove that he didn't earn any money. And he tells us all the time, Cohen, we haven't got any money. So come on.
Just getting used to this system. The actual video's not cutting out.
And like I say, so if he's going to get housing benefit for that, yeah, imagine this. Imagine Alan is, he owns a house and he's on his pension and he's getting no housing benefit because he owns the house. Okay? Now what about this? What about if he signs the house over to his daughter and his daughter starts charging him rent? Now he doesn't own a house, he's renting a house, and he can ask them for free money off the government. I mean, surely that's what's happening here. Am I off my head? Or is that the obvious scam that Alan would pull?
I'm just curious too. It keeps cutting out. No, it doesn't.
It does,
no one's
Alan.
cutting out by you. I know a lot of you are feeling lost without each other. I know that. Yeah, but hopefully we can rebuild. We can rebuild you stronger than ever. And hopefully we'll come out the other end, right? If my appeal falls on deaf ears, then we'll just have to make do with Rumble, won't we? It may be better. It may end up being better. I don't know. Is the picture quality good enough? Yes. Can I share the screen to do my shows? Yes. Do they pay me? Well, it looks like it, doesn't it? Day one. I don't have to do like 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours, they're paying me straight away. So this could be better.
It's not that they're paying you straight away, Alan. It's that those people that are watching you are paying you, you fucking arsehole. Rumble are giving you access to the money straight away. You don't have to build up a good standing before you can have monetization. That's why some people prefer it, because it's more like the Wild West. But the people who have paid you have not been Rumble. They've been all those people in your chat that paid you monies. Like, what are you talking about? How do these people put up with it? It's almost like abuse at this point. They're paying me straight away. Like,
is the picture quality good enough? Yes. Can I share the screen to do my shows? Yes. Do they pay me? Well, it looks like it, doesn't it? Day one. I don't have to do like 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours. They're paying me straight away. So this could be better. It couldn't be better. This is a great result.
yeah, no, what he means by that, he couldn't be better, it's a great result, is when he thought he was off YouTube, he didn't know about the internet because he's stupid. Like, he just doesn't know what's going on. So he had no idea there were alternate streaming platforms that could be viable. I told you, I had a toolkit that I could put together for him that I'm not going to reveal until he's already fucked it up too late. But what part of that toolkit would have been, Rumble would be a natural place for him to go, and also Kick. I didn't mention Kick. Snood did, and I deleted it in our chat. But Kick would have been ideal as well because it's more live stream based. But Rumble is also good for him. And yeah, like I've said at the start of today's episode, I predict it's almost like, you know, the fucking cat's landed on his feet here, because instant access to the money. It's a grifter's paradise almost. It's more right wing. There's going to be things that Alan can prey on as well, that he was trying to prey on YouTube, like the immigrants thing, and he's going to be able to go heavy-handed over here with it, so he might even enjoy it.
Obviously, it'd take you a while to get used to it. I understand that. But at least we can't get deleted. The
Well, you can.
censorship laws on this channel are nowhere near like they are on YouTube.
You don't know at all, Alan, because you haven't investigated it. As you told us earlier, you didn't investigate the pricing structure, you didn't investigate any of that. You have no idea what the rules are. You haven't read through the terms of service. But as you understand from what we've been saying, and you probably just watched he's probably just watched my stream, and that's where he's getting his information, is that it's more like the Wild West right wing. So you can get away with certain things that you probably wouldn't be able to get away with on YouTube. Yes. It doesn't mean that like everything's just much more relaxed. There are still certain things that you probably still won't get away with. I won't tell you what they are.
You've got people on here talking about COVID, people on here talking about Trump wars and stuff. So
yes.
We're safe here. We're safe.
Safe? No. It's a bit of a conspiratorial mishmash, yes, but safe. It still has terms of service.
Here. Paying you what? Well, you see that in the chat, you can see people have paid me.
Someone in chat asked, see, the chat was behind, we got out of sync, but someone in chat asked, what are they paying you? Like, what's Rumble paying you? Paying you what? And he said, it's you that's paying me.
Super chat. We're safe here. Paying you what? Well, you see that in the chat, you can see people have paid me. Super chat. Super chat. So, it's all good. You get used to it. You will get used to it. Ease into it. It's like a new car, isn't it? We've gone from a clapped out Mini to
what?
A sports car. That's what.
No, it's exactly the other way around. You've gone from like an auto driving future Tesla behemoth full of people all having a great time on the Wonder Bus with like all this going to a much, much smaller, like a clapped out Mini with two arseholes in the back going on about fucking, you know, political things, and a racist in the in the corner huddling, and then like, do you know what I mean? You've gone the opposite way. How are you trying to reframe it that way? It's incredible, isn't it? It's incredible.
I feel the picture's better. I feel the pressure is less because I don't have to fight to get to a number of hours. I don't have to fight through other creators to get your attention.
See, he understands that bit. There's fewer creators, smaller ponds, so he can get higher up in the thing. How's he going to fight through other creators to get your attention? He's going to pay for views.
Used to it. Ease into it. It's like a new car, isn't it?
Ease into it, you know, it's like when you're being abused. This is for your own good, so just ease into it.
We've gone from a clapped out Mini to a sports car. That's what I feel. I feel the pictures.
Thing is, we don't have to start again banning him. Like, I don't even care if fucking Nancy wants to give him her house. Like, if he's going to sit on here and grift to Nancy, like, we've won. He's kicked off YouTube. YouTube's the big platform. YouTube's the place where you can grow. YouTube's the place where, like, you know, like, this is like a graveyard for Alan. Alan's going to be here now forever doing this. Like, he's going to be, those subs are going to be paying his fucking monies. Like, he might try and branch out into other avenues on Rumble, like, you know, do a bit of a Russell Brand. Like, but, you know what, like, let's say Alan gets really successful. When you look at the people who are really successful growing on Rumble, like grassroots, like from his point of view, the ceiling limit is much, much lower than the YouTube ceiling limit, which is much higher. So this thing of his status, his, you know, big I am, the millions of views, I'm the Armchair Detective, that's all done. Now he's just a sad person grifting a crew of, like, lobotomized fools who are probably just as mean and malicious as he is. Like, it's over kind of for Alan. Like, although at the same time, it's like this ongoing. Like I said at the end of yesterday's episode, I think it's like the end of a film where you know, the villain is on a raft on the sea with two idiots, and they're like, "Don't leave me here," and they like float off out into the sea. "Don't leave me here on this raft with these idiots." And like, "Oh, duh, boss, I don't know, duh, boss," and like, you know, it's ha ha ha. They're not dead, but they just like have to suffer this torment forever. It's like that. Alan's in the shit room forever now. Like, grifting these, and like, there's not going to be a lot more. There's going to be fewer and fewer. Like, he might attract a couple of people here and there on this place, but like, the discovery and the you know, Rumble itself is not, like, it's had its wow moment when it was like the new alternative to YouTube for the truth sayers and the anti people, and now those people are there, and you know, that's kind of what it is. Like, you know, it's not like this infinite growth platform. There's not going to be you know, a huge explosion in Trump-esque politics over the next 5 or 10 years, except that Trump might go for an election and it might, you know, get a push then. But you know what I mean? Like, this is kind of like end times for Alan, and yeah, he might get some monies, and yeah, that he might con the taxpayers, and they might pay for his daughter's house. And you know, he's been a shit all his life making grifts and cons. Like, he's a shit, but he's lost. He's off YouTube. He can always say to himself when he hangs up his, you know, Under Armour jacket at the end of the night, "Super Chuffer beat me. I was on YouTube. I ran into that Super Chuffer. I stole that Eddie's. I shouldn't have done that. It was going much, much better before. I preferred it when I could say that I had 1 million subscribers." You know, he's making, like I said, this is rolling a turd in glitter. Now it's a sports car. He's rolling a turd in glitter, but he knows it's a turd and he's still got to eat it.
Better. I feel the pressure is less because I don't have to fight to get to a number of hours. I don't have to fight through other creators to get your attention. If you want to see me, it's here. They are looking into it, but send me information that may help explain why you've been taken down. You need to send that to us, Amanda. My email is, please send us what you've been sent. adsubs 007 at gmail.com. You can see. I don't know where Elizabeth is. If you are a supporter of mine, put it on your channel for 24 hours, which is 100 in chat. I can't say I'm well. I'm suffering. I am suffering.
You're suffering, yeah.
Is everything okay? You can see me. What have I done here? I've done things.
Oh, I've made my screen funny. I can fuck off. Right. What are you doing? Is this your show? Whistling. I'm skipping.
Banned. I'm banned from YouTube.
Just a little bit.
I thought you were aware of that. You should all be aware that I am terminated.
How?
I will survive somehow. But I tell you what's great, to be out of the trolls. It's great to be out of the trolls because I'm not looking at YouTube, so I don't know what they're saying. So I don't no longer have to worry about them, do I? Because I couldn't care less. Because I'm not on there. I don't have to defend myself. Picture is perfect and the sound. Well, that's really good. That's really good. This is just a test tonight to make sure you can see me.
Wait, so by what he said there, Alan doesn't have to worry about trolls because he's not on YouTube and he's not watching YouTube. So does that mean I've got to start streaming on Rumble? I'll tell you what I could do. I could go on Rumble and I could be the most fucking left-wing motherfucker. And they would hate it. And they'd watch because they hate it. And I could get loads more views than Alan. And then I could troll Alan. And then he'd be like, oh no, I have to listen to this because it's on Rumble. And I said that I care because it's on Rumble. He's streaming on Rumble, Andrew Stars Wolf. It's like if YouTube is like McDonald's, yeah? If YouTube is like McDonald's, say, for example, then Rumble is like the chip van outside the chip van outside the in the lay-by up by the roundabout. Oh, it's like the chip van up by the roundabout. It still does, you know, you can still get a burger. So don't be fussy.
Miss me on YouTube. I know. I can imagine people all walking around YouTube like this. Where's AD? Where's he gone? Including the people that hate me. What are they going to do now? What are they going to do with their lives without me?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to be taking a little break, actually. I've still got content to upload. But if you look at Super Chuffer, talking about your friend Russell Brand, Alan. Super Chuffer's been talking about Russell Brand, your friend, doing that. I've got more follow-up to do on that, but of course things are happening the way they're happening. Not for Russell Brand, I mean for me. I've got a little break coming up. But like, you know, other things going on there, Alan. Super Chuffer, I've got like my main channel. Like you were a diversion, a little, you know, thing I had to sort of turn my attention, didn't have to, but decided to turn my attention to and have a lot of fun with and mess about. I've got my main channel. Then I've got Super Chuffer for You, which is all the fun stuff we do on Twitch. None of Alan, there's no Alan on this. Some people don't like the Alan stuff, and I've said, all right, like, look, here's all the other stuff that's not Alan, look. And it doesn't make its way onto YouTube any other way, so this is cool stuff too. I'm on Twitch right now, we play games as well. I'm a Twitch affiliate. You want to talk about Battery Exhausted? So on Battery Exhausted, the videos have been about Alan, but look, there's somebody else. There's somebody else. There's somebody else. There's somebody else. So, you know, there's other people in the world, but Alan will be one of these people, but not the most dominating, forever, consistent, oh, angry Alan all the time. You know, we pushed that story, we built it, a 4-month, it's almost like a season, isn't it? It's almost like a soap opera that had like a season, and it built to a head, and then there was a crescendo, and now we're in this sort of aftermath, little epilogue bit, and then it will sort of peter out a bit, and you'll see Angry Alan on this channel once every now and then, a week, 2 weeks maybe, you know, when he does something particularly weird or stupid. Other people as well, I predict that, you know, Slinky Socks, Regardation Police, the rest, like, you know, they will continue to keep up to date on Alan, like, more regularly than maybe me, who has to sort of branch out and do other things and has to accept that I can't just be Angry Alan all the time. But there will always be someone, trust me, there will always be someone keeping abreast of the Angry Alan updates on YouTube so that his grift will be called out for what it is daily. And yeah, we'll all just go ahead and carry on. I don't see why it seems like it's like this apocalyptic event. Like, you're still streaming today, like nothing has changed, except we've won. You are off YouTube. The wider world doesn't have to hear your bullshit, but for you and in your little room with your little bubble and your funny little people, nothing really has changed. Like, you see what I mean? So like, what we do when we react to you, that can just continue anytime we want. I'm doing it now. You see what I mean? So it's a funny thing, isn't it? Whilst we've completely defeated this monster and he is now licking his wounds in the chip van by the motorway, we are successful and able to be more successful and continue on and increase our success. You know, when I say successful, obviously I'm just a little YouTuber, aren't I? Who's made a couple of documentary films, thank you very much, and intend to make more and go on and do, like, next year when Steve has his back up and I've got this camera and another one, and we're going to go out, Steve's going to have this one, I'm going to have this one, and we're going to go around filming things, talking about things, doing stuff, and it's going to be loads of fun. And from little acorns, as Alan says, you know, from little acorns. But I've been saving up those tippies, don't Don't get me wrong here. Like, you know, I'm not a rich man here, but I've been saving up those tippies so that there's a budget. So it's not like, I hope this makes money. We have to ask them to crowdfund it. It's going to be, I've got the money. Steve, here's your ticket. We're turning up here and we're going to go and do this. Not just Steve, as well, other people. And like, then we film it, we edit it, we put it on YouTube and hope it makes the monies. You know, I hope the members support it and want to see more. So I've got plans. Like, don't worry about me and what we're going to do. Worry about what you're doing on Rumble, you fucking nutter.
I'm no longer a way for them to get views, am I? I'm not on them anymore. Which I like. I'm happy with the quality.
And Alan,
Rumble.
do you think if I was worried about the views, I would have done a big thing on YouTube tonight. Alan's on Rumble, big thumbnail, and big push for the views. It's not about that for me, Alan. It's been a sort of personal passion project. You are an arsehole. I've rebranded you a lol cow. I've kicked your arse all around the streets of YouTube, pulled your pants down, give you a big smack, thrown your trousers off into the river now, and now you've had to run down the river and try and collect them. We give you a little nudge. You fell in. You're on the other side of the bank now, all dripping wet and covered in shit. Like, that's you. Little passion project. I'm not going to go wading through the river necessarily, like I say, to go and kick your ass all over the streets of Rumble, unless you make me. But, like, it's all good in the hood, isn't it? Yeah, I think we can carry on and have fun. And if it was about the views, then I'd be trying to push this hard for views. But instead, I'm just doing it quietly on Twitch, having a nice time with nice people in chat. And this is just like an after party, like vibe, a chill vibe. I wanted to leave the final thing that I posted on YouTube on Battery Exhausted, at least for a day, to be that rest in peace, Shanann, because like rest in peace, and peace means I'm not going to talk about that case. I thought about it, I was saying, I'll do a Nicole Kessinger video just to piss him off, and I've seen a couple of things in there. No, I'm going to leave that. That's not part of my story. Like, Alan has been, and it's come into it. But, me on YouTube and my future does not require me to dig over that horrible past. Let them have their peace. Let them be remembered as beautiful people rather than horrible victims of a horrible thing. Like, I see that so clearly today. And that's I should really be careful to make sure I guess I've not been that careful to understand this fully while I've been doing it, but it's been more clear to me today, is that we don't, like, this isn't about I've beaten Alan off YouTube. And genetic code's really cross because Scott said he beat him off YouTube and we did all the work. Look, I've been here 4 months. We've pulled his pants down. We've shown the world that he's a nonce. We've removed any prospect of him growing and getting, like, he got down to his lowest ebb on the money ever. He had a massive paddy at one point and went, AD. I gave him a copyright strike, which took him off for a week. And then eventually, I don't know if it's me reporting him for calling me Butty Boy, Battery Boy, Botty Boy, but it could be, couldn't it? It could be that the homophobic abuse he levelled at the one and only Battery Boy turned into Botty Boy, he's binned off YouTube. And you don't know genetic code, but it could have been me, so fuck you. But what it is right, it's not about me and getting Alan binned off and they win and the trolls and the this and that. What it's about is he was doing this on the name of those angels, and they didn't deserve to have him doing that on YouTube. And I don't care if you go on Rumble and do it so much. It's still bad, but, the world of YouTube where everyone's watching, the mainstream, that's gone now, Alan. Like, they don't, like, in 50 years' time, when I'm, like, let's say, 50 years, how old am I? Yeah, in like 50 years, 100, like, it's 50. Let's say 50 years' time when I'm dead, right? 50, let's say 60 or 70 if I'm lucky. No, 50 years' time when I'm dead, right? Everyone that got any joy from anything I've done will be able to go and watch those videos again. YouTube might archive my channel and it might stay there forever, and I would encourage other people that enjoy it to download it and upload it. If I'm dead, fucking upload away. Unless the legacy is that you're stealing from my children. I don't know, but, like, get that content out there, enjoy it forever. It's there for generations, hopefully. Maybe, I don't know, I'm saying this now. I don't know if in 100 years' time there might be someone who's having a laugh about some, internet drama that happened 100 years ago that's now history and is watching this, do I? I don't know. But, like, it's not going to happen for you, Alan. Like, all that stuff you said about those people, all that stuff you said about Shanann, all that stuff you said about, I'm not going to keep naming everything, but all that stuff you said, that's gone now. That legacy has been defeated, deleted. And I'll remind everyone, I said yesterday, I was talking about divine touch. Like, if anyone's wings have flapped, if any angel wings have been flitting around to make this happen, then I don't want to take any of the credit. I don't want to give it entirely to those that where it's due. And I don't just mean the other trolls and the people that were here before me. I mean, you know, like, praise be to God, Allah, like, however you want to cut it in your own thinking of it. And praise be to those angels who, you know, don't have to have their names desecrated by your fucking nonsense now. It's gone. It's gone, Alan. And that's the achievement. And so we will continue laughing about Alan. He is a lol cow. I will keep pointing at him. But that other thing, that monument, his body of work, that's gone now. No one's going to have to stumble across that, and their memory will not be tarnished through your ignorance for future generations. It's gone.
Good. So mine inspires me straight away. That's really good. I didn't share that you went to Rumble because I didn't want the trolls on here.
He's fucking right.
Just tell people you know. Just tell people you know. Anybody you know that's a supporter, send them the link.
Tell people you know.
Can you get Rumble on telly? I've no idea. You can get Patreon on telly. So if you put the Patreon on telly, you can see it.
Oh, Alan. Can you get Rumble on telly? If you're using your phone, you can cast your phone to the TV. Maybe. If you're using your PC, then you can send your PC through a wire to your TV. You could encourage them. No, I don't know. Fuck you.
It's weird. It's weird for me not to find me on YouTube.
Did Alan cover the Prince Andrew situation? I don't know, Slick Willy. I don't think he did. He's very pro-royal, as far as I saw. Oh, God, we caught him doing so many funny things, didn't we? I'm so glad we caught that. He went to see the Queen, he pushed in front of the queue. We got him on that, didn't we? The funny thing is that he said, once he'd been kicked off YouTube, he said, that's my body of work gone. There were a couple of things I forgot to pick him up on yesterday. I want to review this another couple of times. But he said that his body of work had gone, and that was sad because it was the one case, the Madeleine McCann case, the bully case, and hundreds of others, he said. Hundreds of others. And I put it to you, Mr. Vinnicombe, now that the evidence has all been deleted and no one can prove it, that you didn't do hundreds of others. That you glammed it up to make it sound more than it was, and it actually was just basically those three and a little peppering of some other stuff thrown in. And you're lucky that ASMR, 2 ASMR videos lost to time, lost to the world, unless somebody videoed them and can get me a copy. Those 2 ASMR uploads on the Red channel, I didn't cover them. I put them in the back burner. I should never have done that. I should have done it strike while the iron was hot, because they're gone, and you're lucky they're gone.
Isn't it? It's my life. I have no interest in going to YouTube anymore.
Of course.
I have no interest in going to YouTube. I don't want to hear what anybody's saying about me.
Do you know what he's doing there as well? He's just, okay, you know, I'm breaking him up too much and I need to let him play. He's talking about the trolls, obviously, but he's also trying to drum it home amongst his audience that you don't have any interest in YouTube anymore. Like, they didn't even know where he'd gone because they weren't watching the troll channels. Listen, he's trying to make sure now, don't you go watching YouTube, because the grass is greener over there, literally better on YouTube. So if you go over there and you start watching other stuff, you might forget to come back to Rumble and watch poor old Alan. So now his viewers, doesn't matter if they might have enjoyed other stuff on YouTube, they might have other things they were watching, and now they're not allowed to. Now it's all shit. It's fucking awful, isn't it? It's like pure gaslighting, pure manipulation. I'm only 20 minutes in, there's still an hour, so I'm going to have to start letting it run, because I can't do this all night. So, like I say, I don't want to like tip anyone off, but it doesn't matter, because one of my other family members is going to be staying at this house to feed the cat. So I was a bit worried they might, like, you know, pull some weird shit while I was away, but thankfully we've got a family member to stop over, and I tell you what, they do not want to pull weird shit with that family member. So everything will be fine. But I haven't got the time in my life to devote to hours and hours of pause without being able to speed him up. So they're going to have to fix this Rumble and get that option on there. Otherwise, it's going to cause us problems. And what I'll have to start doing is I'll have to start recording his Rumbles, uploading them to YouTube. In fact, I'm not sure if he can... I don't know if we could test this as a test case. Maybe it's a bad idea to suggest this to anyone, but I wonder if you record this and upload it to YouTube, whether you will get copyright strike, because it's outside the YouTube system. So will he be able to copyright strike you, or could you theoretically try and get around it in some way? I bet you could get around it in some way and effectively be the Alan uploader if you're transformative in some way, and then I could watch you instead, and I don't have to watch his Rumble, and I could just watch it through the mirror, if that makes sense, and then I'd be able to speed it up.
Sam, I am on Rumble. I am live on Rumble and Patreon. You can get Rumble on telly. Thank you, moderators. I look fine and sound fine. Great, okay. But I'm worried about Elizabeth and Kaka because it's not, they're a big part of my team and I can't find them. I hope they're okay.
What? Did he just say Elizabeth and Kaka are gone? Was I tripping? I didn't spot them in chat either. Is it possible that the people who have got him back on his feet on Rumble are not the hardcore? Do you think Kaka has gone? Because, like I said earlier, some people are so devoted to the Nicole Kessinger thing that they will prop up this man. But if he's going to come over here and he's not going to talk about Nicole Kessinger, then why are they going to prop up this man? I'll tell you something else as well. He said, do you remember yesterday on this, he said, sorry to the moderators who have had to put up with my bad mood. Like, is it possible that they've thought, because I've been saying it to them and I've been saying, listen, Kaka, if you want to come over to my channel and become a moderator and a contributor, you've put in so much work, so much work. Like, I think you'd be an absolute asset to any team, and we wouldn't put you through all the fucking abuse that you've been through over there, and we wouldn't make you work half as hard, and we would treat you twice as well, and you would be absolutely welcomed. We would be able to forgive all the ills of the past. I've never had you on my target list, have I? Like, we'd be able to just put that aside and move forward into the future. If you wanted to, come into a new community, that's an absolute open offer for me. Obviously, the people in the community would have different opinions, wouldn't they? And you'd have to just tread gently and ease your way in. But I think I'm fully thinking, because he wouldn't say it live or like that. I mean, would he? That it's not that they just haven't been able to make it to the broadcast today because they're busy, is it? Oh, sorry, I can't get Rumble on my phone, but I'm on the PC. He hasn't seen them. I think they've fucking said, right, you've been kicked off YouTube, you've gone fucking mental at me on the phone. It's not my fault, I haven't done this. You've gone fucking mental at me. I'm only trying to help. I think I've had enough. You go on your own on Rumble, and I'll, Kaka would be better off starting off her own fucking YouTube channel for, she does all the work anyway. I shouldn't say that, otherwise it'll all start up again with Kaka instead of Alan. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it would make sense, wouldn't it? I wouldn't, as a normal human, I wouldn't expect people to put up with the abuse Alan has probably given Kaka over the last 24 hours, 48 hours. And I've seen him on the actual YouTube live doing it to her. Kaka! I've seen it, so...
They're going to YouTube anymore. I have no interest.
That's huge as well, because like I said in the past, if you can start dividing that link between his core support and him, then what's he got? No wonder he's not got a show tonight. No wonder he's not got any pictures. No wonder he's got problems working his StreamYard. Kaka's not doing it for him. Lizzie's not doing it for him, whoever it was. Like, he's got a couple of new ones, a few, pay pigs, but who are the people that are going to drive this stream? Who are the people that are going to push this forward with him? And what's he going to talk about? This is really bad. This is like in terms that Alan will understand, this is not only have you been relegated to a shit division, but your best players have just left. Like, they might not be financial players. And also, where's Nancy? Did we see Nancy tonight? I don't think we saw Nancy. Maybe Kaka was Nancy. Maybe a couple of them were Nancy. We haven't seen Nancy tonight. And when that's starting to shake, yeah, he got some money tonight. Yeah, he got some members. But, ooh. There is a thing I'd like to bring up quickly, and I know I'm pausing and I'm going to be here for another fucking 2 hours until it's fucking 1 o'clock, but Alan is off YouTube, and Sid Sophos was saying, and shouts out Sid Sophos if you're watching, I'm sure you will be. Thank you very much for all those tippies. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Sid Sophos was saying that he thought that Alan might have deliberately done this so he doesn't have to face the court case. The court case impending is to get him off YouTube for defamation he's done. Get him off YouTube. Oh, sorry, Your Honour, I'm not on YouTube anymore. My account has been terminated, and all of that stuff that you're going to bring up in court is now deleted. So I don't think you can bring it up in court anymore because it's deleted. So I'm sorry, Your Honour, but you can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. And that's an interesting take on it. Personally, I don't follow it because I think he looks too distressed. You know, personally, I don't adhere to that because I think he seems too actually disturbed. But it is an interesting take on it that he might avoid in some way the responsibility for the things because they're now taken down. Cohen wanted them taken down. Well, I've taken them down. You know, he could say, but I don't think he will because I think he didn't take them down quick enough. And now we're at the, like when the ball is rolling, it's rolling. So you've got to turn up in court and they're going to say, Your Honour, these things have been taken down now. But whilst they were up, bang, okay, back on. And I hope we didn't lose. I hope this isn't a new stream. No, we're still streaming. Okay, that's good. And I will have to now change the picture because it was OBS. Like, if this happens to me, don't get worried and think, oh, he's been deleted. It's just OBS. And OBS is free, but like it's running quite a lot of stuff. There's quite a lot of like things running through it and in it and around it. So fair enough. What am I trying to do here now? This is where we're at. Okay. Fair enough, you know, it's fair enough. The stream's still going for you, isn't it? It's still the same stream and we're all here watching and it's still working. So, yeah, I was just saying that Alan... Oh, look, we're up to 100 viewers here. That's amazing. That's amazing. I was just saying that Alan, I forgot what I was saying, really, but I'd come to the end of the point, really. So
Let's go into YouTube. I don't want to hear what anybody's saying about me.
No, not going to listen.
Sam, I am on Rumble.
Sam, I am on Rumble.
I am live on Rumble.
You fucking prick.
Patreon.
Also, give me monies.
You can get Rumble on telly. Thank you, moderators.
Thank you, moderators.
I look fine and sound fine. Great, okay.
Moderators.
But I'm worried about Elizabeth and Kaka because it's not, you know, they're a big part of my team. I can't.
So he's worried about them because it's not, you know, it's not like them to not be here, or it's not right, or something. So there's a problem there. And also he said, thank you, moderators, because he was looking in his chat to say thank you to the moderators for helping him, and he didn't know who they were. So he relies on these people. They are gone. This couldn't be better. This is actual sweet, like, cherry on top there.
Kind of. I hope they're okay. But I have got Anaphylaxis, Sam, and quite a few of the Spanish here.
We've dropped. listen. The viewership has dropped down 50 viewers now. We've now only got 50 because we had that glitch. While I was there having the glitch, I checked how many viewers we had. It was 100. But when your stream goes off for a minute, they all go away. So that's just the nature of the beast. But yeah.
I guess it's a private stream that you have to access through Patreon. I'm not sure. But I'll look into that. I think I've set this up through Patreon. I'm not sure you can see it. Can anybody see it just on... Has anybody just gone to Rumble and see this live just on Rumble without being in Patreon?
I mean, it's possible that Kaka doesn't have Rumble in her country, but I would hope... Don't fuck me. Don't fuck me. The curse of Kaka, yeah. I just said it as well. It will lose us viewers, but we're not here for the viewers. We're here for just the hangout. So it's lovely that we're getting the viewers, and I'm grateful. But you just have to put up with that. I don't know why OBS did it twice then. It's literally the program that's running. It froze. And I just closed it and opened it again. It's just that. Maybe it's because I'm doing Rumble through it and it fucking hates Rumble. Maybe it's something to do with Rumble.
Any of you watching this that are not patrons, if you watch...
Does Alan not know his stream is unlisted? Really? Is it, Jamie? Wow. Or maybe he's just doing it for the unlisted crew. And it's like, you know, I don't know. But interesting. Good point. What was I just going to say?
Not sure, but I'll look into that.
I honestly think that in your heart of hearts, if you were with Alan and he'd been on the phone to you going fucking mental about this YouTube thing and it was all his fault, like they've given, like, bear in mind what Kaka's done behind the scenes for him is like line up guests, provide content, like she, like in terms of content as well, she's written half the stuff, hasn't she? Her and that other, like, I'd say Kaka, but I mean her and the team, yeah, have written half the stuff. And then whenever he goes off piste and starts saying his own spin on things, and like that, you're doing it again, Alan, stop it, stop talking about the trolls, Alan. Like they must be getting exasperated because he's fucking it up for them. Like he must be that must be annoying him, mustn't it? Like he's fucking it up for them. So at some point, and I'll tell you when it comes to breaking point, is he goes through like this thing, he's not even grateful for all your help. Like he's not even worried about how you feel. It's all about Alan at this moment, and it's all about his fucking rent. And at no point did Nicole Kessinger or the fucking anyone else come up into the matter. You know? Are you alright? You're back in chat, are you? Is everything working now? So it feels a bit like could you imagine on that phone call, you know, I'm only trying to help, Alan. Yeah, I know you're not helping properly, are you? You're not doing enough good help. That will come. I guarantee it's that. I guarantee it's that. I think she would have said, I'm only trying to help at some point. Because people do, naturally, when they are trying to help and they get a load of shit, they say, I'm just trying to help. And he would have said to her something bad. Fuck your help or whatever. And she'd have said, right, well, if that's what you feel. Me and Lizzie, we're going somewhere else. I just, it feels like, and now he's there trying to, like, you know, smile like it's all good, and he knows he hasn't got a show tonight because they've gone. He can't work his own desktop because they've gone. How'd you put the background on, Kaka? Oh, you're not there. Like this could be fucking bad, couldn't it? This could be really bad. Are you all right? You said you can't see him at all. Who, me or him? If you've got a problem now with Twitch, reset it, reload it. Because it might have been that because I went off and on for a minute, it fucked up your end. But if you can't hear me, then you can't hear me saying it. So I'm just going to type it into chat. Try, because I'm definitely streaming and it's definitely working. Try reloading. Oh, him on Rumble. You can't. Sorry, you can't see him on Rumble. Jamie said he's got it unlisted, so he might not understand how it works. It might be that he's hidden his own Rumble account by mistake. Like, he won't get kicked off overnight for this. Not at all. Unless the things he did that got him kicked off YouTube were bad enough and someone's kept them as a little video set of files and they've sent them off to Rumble and Rumble has said, we don't want you on here either. And that could happen for PayPal. Like, really, PayPal and Patreon. Like, Patreon won't want him. Like, homophobic slurs sent as proof to Patreon, they will bin him off. Behaviour outside of the app counts. You know what I mean? Like, they can bin him off, and if you bin him off PayPal and you bin him off Patreon, then he's in trouble because he has to switch to a different payment service and explain it to his audience and get them to sign up for it, and you know, then it's another hurdle. Like, and again, then he doesn't get his money at the end of the week, and it causes him more problems. Like, ultimately, he's always got money because he's got his pension and he's got the universal credit paying his children's mortgage, so he's not short for money for his living. This is all money to piss. Bear this in mind as well. It's all money to piss away on poker. He doesn't go out and do anything. Like, he pisses it all away on poker. It's all money for that. What a savage.
I think I've set this up through Patreon. I'm not sure you can see it. Can you anybody see it just on?
My light
has
is
anybody
legal.
just gone to Rumble and see this live just on Rumble without being in Patreon? Are any of you watching this and that are not patrons? If you're watching this, you're not a patron. Can you say, please?
Going well. Good entertainment.
Well, I got a feeling the trolls will just video what I'm doing here and show that instead. Open Doors on Rumble, so it is on Rumble. A lot of true crime on Rumble, but most of it is, you know, like spaceships and COVID and the blue smoke, and anything controversial is here.
Spaceships. There are true crime channels on there, Alan, but if you've looked at them like I have, you'll see that they will strip you bare and leave you naked in the street with the quality of content. You can't come up to it, so there's no point in competing with them. And when he says spaceships, he means conspiracy theories, is what he means. You know, stuff that YouTube won't allow because misinformation, and you know they've got these rules, and it's cancel culture. No, like yeah, all the nonsense is there. Yeah, you're in there with the nonsense. It's you and the tinfoil hat brigade, Alan. It's you and the flat earthers.
Feeling that I'm the least controversial person on here. I really do think I'm the least person. So what are we going to talk about on here?
That's beautiful as well, because Alan prides himself on the idea that if you say something controversial, people will watch. And that's why he was talking about these cases in the first place, is because they are controversial and they cause people to, you know, get emotionally attached. And, you know, we've heard him say it before. We've covered it. It's on our channel. Not yours anymore, Alan, but mine. Of Alan saying, I do something controversial and people watch. But over here, yeah, you can't do something controversial because you don't even understand what controversy is over here. So, like, yeah, you can't. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Well, things have changed. What do you want to talk about? We can talk about anything. If you want me to talk about COVID, I can talk about COVID. You want me to talk about 9/11? I'll talk about 9/11.
Pedos.
Anything.
Pedos. Talk about pedos, Alan. Talk about pedos and kids. Grassing yourself up about that.
Hollywood. Tom Hanks. Anything. Pizza Express. I can do it all. And I can say murder. Yeah, but I'm asking somebody that's can only see it on Patreon. Is there anybody here watching on Patreon? Anybody here watching on Rumble that's not a patron? Anybody here watching that's not on Patreon? Because in the future, I'm going to do these shows live on Rumble as well. I'm going to do it on Patreon tonight because I wanted to speak to you guys. Now, you will get an email from Patreon saying I'm here. I can do Harry and Meghan. I can do anything.
You can do that on YouTube.
What I'm trying to see is anybody here on... don't do politics, no chance. I can do serious murder, though. I'm not live on Rumble. Oh, right. Well, that's even better because we have... How many watching?
That's incredible. So he had the 100 viewers, but he wasn't, when they say live, Jamie got it right, he wasn't listed. He went unlisted. You know, like private stream. And yet he got 100 viewers. And we know that the supporters on his Patreon and the people that he's been putting the word out to amass a total of about 30. So we are to assume, because it went up to about 126, 130 at one point, I'm to assume he paid for 100 viewers. And he got them despite being not live on Rumble. Like, is it not clear enough? Alan viewbots his own content so that it pushes him up the algorithm. Tallest poppy. You don't have to grow. You can just like stand on the shoulders of paying money to, and that's why he said, "Oh, I can't afford. How am I going to get the money to do a new stream somewhere else?" Because he's already paid for his YouTube views, and then when it yields its return in money, he then pays for more YouTube views. But without that YouTube money, how's he going to pay for the next lot of views? You know, he might have been able to scrape together enough for 100 views on his stream on Rumble. So I believe, like, that's circumstantial evidence, but how much more circumstantial evidence do you need? Were there over 100 people? I mean, there may have been enough trolls, because bear in mind, there's a few of us, but there's a few of us, and I'm not rebroadcasting this live on YouTube at the same time, so there may have been a few that from our streams that wanted to watch, you know, because we get a few thousand on our streams, don't we, eventually, like watching it in total. So, you know, maybe it's that. Or more likely, because I think those viewers had to be signed in and have accounts to get, like, views, didn't they? Did they? Do you have to sign in to count as a viewer? I don't know. But more likely, he's just paid for 100 viewers. He's had them. And that was a waste of time because he wasn't live on Rumble mistakenly. And it proves that he's view botting. They were really consistent as well. They were there almost before he started. They were building up. And then they hit the peak at the right time. And they were there and then at the end of, like I said, an hour, they certainly dropped off. I even said it while we were watching it. Oh, we're behind by about an hour, but they've all dropped off now. And that wasn't because he finished. It was because once you paid for your hour's worth of viewing, it stops. I would find it. So, okay, it's not a certainty that he was view botting, but I'm saying it's now like 70%, 80% that he's view botting. I'm really, really thinking that was fishy.
So we have 102 patrons watching. That's amazing.
You can't have 102
Thank you,
patrons
for turning up in such numbers.
That's impossible because you only got like 30 likes on those fucking posts you made. Like, how have you got 102 patrons watching? And that's not right, even because the people that watch it on Patreon are watching it through Patreon. That counts as one view, doesn't it? Because it's being, or is it when they open it on Patreon, it counts as another view? Maybe it was that. You know, maybe he's got 100 patrons that were all watching. Or maybe he said it like that so it covers up his view botting. So we've got 100 patrons watching. That's handy. Because that's exactly how many view bots I paid for. Come on.
I'll be doing it on Rumble, okay?
And that's why he was saying he had to do all this setting up today. How much setting up do you need to do? Well, I needed to get in contact with the call centre in India and ask for my money back for all that money that I've spent for YouTube views that now I'm not going to get. And I had to argue with them over that. And then I had to tell them that I want them to put those views onto Rumble. And it was dealing with a call centre in India, so it was difficult. You know.
Doing it for the whole world on Rumble tomorrow. My first show will be tomorrow.
You can watch without an account, but you're not in chat. Yeah, so I don't know if a viewer, though. I don't know if it counts as a viewer if I'm watching without an account. Or if it counts as an official viewer when I have an account. I'm not sure, but...
One. I'm going to number them.
Or maybe he paid for 50 viewers and the other 50 were real, or you know what I mean. But like that number was too consistent, too solid, too reasonable, especially as he wasn't live on the internet. Like if he'd gone live and everyone could find the stream, fine. But he was unlisted. Only the committed amongst us would be able to find this. And like, who's that committed? Exactly 100 people.
Show number 1 tomorrow on Rumble. Undecided. Yeah, but it'd be interesting. Things have changed.
Alan hasn't decided what's going to happen tomorrow, but it's going to be interesting.
Look, it's looking like our new home.
This is going to be brilliant. I can't believe I've got to take a little break while he's doing this. I'm going to record reactions to it. I'll have to do it, you know, even if I have to record it and can't do it live. Big ups, Lee. Have you missed anything exciting? He's on Rumble. Kaka and Lizzie seem to have left. Maybe have left behind the scenes. He's got no content whatsoever. He thinks it's better on Rumble, but it's worse. He's had about 50 quid and he's getting instant cash from Rumble. He can cash out straight away from Rumble. So he thinks it's better. But we didn't see Nancy and things are actually going really bad for him. And we think he's been view botting as well.
Susan,
yeah, so Jamie says 50 views cost about $20. So yeah, like if 50 views cost about $20 and you put $20 in and that pushes you up and then you get how many per view on YouTube, because you've got to consider that once you start getting views, you get more money for the AdSense later. So like, it could all just work out that it's cost effective for someone to view bot. I mean, that's why people do it, isn't it, I suppose? But you're faking your way and you're not really making it. And then if you get caught, you're off the platform. And also, you don't really make it because when you do get exposed to lots of people, no one really cares to watch you because you didn't learn your craft and aren't really any good. So it's probably better just to do it the normal way. But you chuffers going to bed. I'm jealous of you because I don't want to watch another fucking hour of this. But he's on for at least like another 40 minutes here and I keep pausing it. I can't fast forward him here. I can't speed him up. So... it is what it is.
I knew Kaka wasn't here in the day. I thought she was here in the night. Don't worry about it. As long as they're safe. I just worry they're safe.
Oh,
as long as they're safe, I'm fine. So, tomorrow...
So maybe she is still around, but she's not helping on the actual streams. Interesting.
I'm going to do 2 shows. I'm going to do an early show, probably in the afternoon tomorrow on Rumble to test it out. So, if you're not doing it tomorrow afternoon, I will do an afternoon show on Rumble, not Patreon. Rumble. And then the night I'll do Rumble and then Patreon. Okay?
Grifting hard.
But you have to understand, it's a new baby for me. It's like having a new baby in the house. I've got to start from scratch.
What? What do you mean it's like having a baby in the house?
In the US, you have the...
In the house? a new baby in the house. It's you doing your show on a different platform. Why are you thinking about having babies in your house? I really hope you haven't got a baby in your house, because that would be fucking awful.
Rumble app, UK. I've got an app. Amanda, I've got an app.
Yeah, Telegram.
The app does
Secret
work in
calculator.
England, yeah, I can show you it. Really good.
I'm skipping.
So, Armchair Detective Rumble.
And in the reflection, you can just see the screen of his own reflection of himself. Narcissist. I'm skipping. Oh, look. There's his friends.
Just like YouTube.
Or his recommendations.
You just got to get used to it. Including me. And then the red button is live. Press the live button. And you'll see all sorts going on live. Including me.
Not really including you, though, is it? Because you weren't on there. Because you weren't live on that system.
I mean, you even got InfoWars on it.
Info.
It's like, this is the place for the people that no longer deal with YouTube. Interesting.
Big ups, Jessica S. Big ups. Good luck with that. Sounds fun.
I'm loving it.
Alan's having fun.
So Rumble is on YouTube. Go to your store, put in the word Rumble, and you will have it.
So Rumble is on YouTube, he said. Rumble is on YouTube.
And there's me, live now on Rumble.
Oh, look. It's going well.
That's how easy it is.
That's how easy it is.
No different than YouTube, just better.
I like being shielded here by this.
No troll channels. They don't allow troll channels.
Really?
They don't allow troll channels. It's brilliant, right? If somebody is a troll channel, you report them and they're eliminated. If somebody's making troll videos on here, they're out. So it's all over for the trolls for me. We're splitting off from the trolls.
So should I go on to Rumble and risk getting banned on Rumble, or should I just stay here on YouTube with the billions and billions of other people who are enjoying the main platform and watch you suffer? The reason there's no trolls on there is because no one wants to move there to do any trolling. We're trolling the people that are on there, and you're on there.
I don't know what Rumble pay.
And I can't wait. I can't wait for that provocation to incite a load of other content creators to start Angry Alan troll channels. Big ups, Jessica. Thank you for the tier sub. Smudge picked up the tier sub. Thank you.
I joined today. At the moment, I've been up since 4 a.m. I'm going straight to bed in a minute.
Well, you're not, because you're going to do another fucking half an hour of this bollocks.
Bobo thinks this is well exciting. Way better. Look, we're pioneers. Who pioneered Patreon? Who was the first one?
As soon as there's an opportunity to sniff out a bit of moneys, you were straight on that. Brilliant, well done. But pioneering Rumble, no. You said yourself, Russell Brand's already on here. Like, there are loads of people on there. You are not the pioneer. You were forced out of YouTube, and because you were banned off YouTube, you've now floated up. You're like a turd that won't flush. You know, you floated up over here. The pioneer.
YouTube True Crime, their patron, me. They hated me for it. What's this patron? They hated me being on Patreon. Now they've all got Patreon. I've come here because I have heard from top YouTubers, this is the place to be. This is the future. Better pick.
Alan's come here because he's heard from top YouTubers. He saw Russell Brand was on here. That's what he means. What top YouTubers are you listening to? And then what they're doing on YouTube if they're over here on Rumble? You're a fucking knobhead. Would you stop your lies? No one believes it. Only those, like, now I'm saying it, you know, now I'm saying it. I've had my fill with it now. Those people that are still in his chat that still like him, you know, those people that are stuck with it, they are beyond help. They are, like, probably not very nice people that you don't want around your children, all right? Like, you know, they deserve him, like, top YouTubers. The only people that believe you, Alan, are the psychotically deranged. Like, when I say that, I mean they're like, there's something gone. I'm not having a laugh about mental illness. I'm saying, like, there's something gone. Like there's something wrong. Like they shouldn't be like no one should be paying attention to you and what you're saying. This is rubbish.
Less censorship, no slinging you off because they don't like you, and they pay you more. But
they don't pay you. Listen, Alan, they're not paying you. It's the people in your chat that are paying you.
There is less people.
Fewer people.
Fine.
Less and more. I mean, these days you don't have to adhere to this, but less and more are like when there's one homogenous thing and you have like greater and fewer are where you're talking in integers. So fewer people. There are fewer people there, Alan.
Long term is a miles better plan. Look how clear the picture is. It's fantastic.
But these days no one cares about that. You can say less and more if you want.
I love it.
The picture's only clear because you're not hammering it with filters and backgrounds. Why'd you love it? You look worse.
Where's we got? Maybe I can get even clearer. Let's have a look.
Oh, there we go.
Let's have.
How is it? This is what I mean. How is it that he doesn't understand how to do these things? Like, is he not using the same computer setup as he was yesterday, with the same app open, with the same screen and the same buttons? So why is he unsure about how to do it? It really doesn't make enough sense to me.
DHT to full.
Oh, big ups, Karen. Smelly doggies.
See if this makes any difference. I'll go in high definition. No, it won't let me.
It won't let you. Because it's
definition.
Rumble, probably, because, I don't know.
Yeah, that's as high as it would go.
That's as high as it would go.
So it's a good picture. I'm happy with it. This is my actual colour now. I always looked yellow before, didn't I? Look?
Yes.
I'm still tanned. This is what I look like. If you met me in the street...
He's so good to me. Alan is so good to me. I thought this was all going to be awful, but now he's so good to me. He's now high on the money buff. He's had the money, that's gone in. Yum, 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 money, 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 yum, yum, yum. And now he's like high on the money. And he's like, I look good. And he's doing his favourite thing, which is looking at pictures of himself. It's not the picture quality he thinks looks good. It's he's looking at. He's like now he's basically filleting himself on screen. Like if he could suck his own penis at this juncture, he would. He's one step away. You can't see what his hands are doing under here, but I imagine they're touching his own penis because he's like fucking loving himself because he has to because he's a narcissist and he's had that narc supply. And now it's like, you know, feeding on that narc cycle, and he's the narc and he's the special one, and he's like, and he's gonna say, if you saw me in the street, this is what I would look like. Alan, we've been watching you on YouTube. We know what you look like. If I saw you in the street, I would not hesitate to know what you look like. Are you fucking stupid? We all know what you look like.
High definition. Yeah, that's as high as it would go. So it's a good picture. I'm happy with it. This is my actual colour now. I always looked yellow before, didn't I? Look? I'm still tanned. This is what I look like. If you met me in the street, this is my colouring. And this is my hair. On YouTube, you look like I'm bald. I'm not bald.
You do that yourself. YouTube doesn't do that, and you are bald. I can't. This is unbelievable. I'm glad I put myself through this because this is gold. What is he talking about? He runs his own green screen, which drains certain colours from his palette, right? But also, as said in chat, how does he get this tan? I think he's just fell asleep in the garden a couple of times this summer, drunk. Look, Alan's got a bit of a tan, whatever. It's not a big thing. He looks a little bit red. But on YouTube, with the effect and all that, the back of his hairline there, where his hair's sticking up at the back, that is filtered out a bit sometimes, yeah. Like, it can make him look even more bold. But he is bold. But he's just... Like, what's really happening here is if you didn't have viewers, he would still just be sat here doing this in the mirror. This is a narcissist, and it's the joy of the narcissist. Like, the world was ending, and now it's not ending. Someone's given him £40 and sucked him off on the internet, and everything's going to be all right again because he's here with InfoWars and Russell Brand, and he knows it. I've told you as well. He's going to have to pivot if he's going to be. He knows as well. He's going to do that pivot. You watch, because Kaká and these people aren't obviously that invested anymore. Like, he's not going to talk about the NK case. Like, I think what's going to happen is he's going to come up with some fucking ludicrous shit, and it's going to be an absolute joy. And I simply don't have the time to cover it this next week in the same way as I really should. I don't know if I should not go on. Like, I'm going to go on my family holiday. I think I'm definitely going to do that. Like I said, not all the family are coming. Someone's staying here to look after the cat. So maybe I could stay here with someone from the families, but it'd be weird because they'd come over to look after the cat and I'd be here. So then they'd say, "What are you doing here?" And I'd be like, "I haven't gone." And they'd be like, "All right, well, I'll go home as well then." I'd be like, "No, I'm staying here with you." I don't know. Anyway, this is Alan and his narcissistic behaviour. This is insane. It's like a psychological defect that's now kicked into gear. Like, we talk about defense mechanisms. Denial is a defense mechanism, and too much denial leads to a state of delusion, which leads to a state of disassociation, which leads to a state of narcissism. They're like steps along a path, and Alan has managed to make it into the final holding pen of fucking off his nut deluded narcissist. And so when shit goes down, instead of, I said yesterday, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and Alan's fucking, he's been gone 20 minutes ago. He's like fully checked out. Like, Alan is not tough, right? But because he's not tough, he's got the narcissistic shell, and this is it in full action. I'm at home on my armchair in my room. Nothing has changed. Someone's given me £40. I'm looking at a picture of me on the internet, and life is good again. If only I could stay in this moment looking at a picture of me on the internet while someone says that I'm good and gives me £40. Like, this is my happiest moment in my life. and long may it endure. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's tragic. It's absolutely tragic. Like, when you see it like this, it is tragic.
No, it won't let me. High definition. Yeah, that's as high as it could go. So it's a good picture. I'm happy with it.
Yeah. In chat there, yeah, I do hear Exmouth is nice this time of year.
Colour, man. I always looked yellow before, didn't I? Look, I'm still tan. This is what I look like. If you met me in the street, this is my colouring, and this is my hair. On YouTube, you look like I'm bald. I'm not bald. So I am happy with the picture, because in real life I've got hair. In real life, I'm not yellow. I'm tanned. Yeah, Kate Mack, I've looked into that about downloading my data from Google, and it only gives me like 1 day. I've got to get 5 years of YouTube videos. I'll work on that. If anybody knows more about it, if somebody can help me to download. I mean, I know Google says we have your YouTube videos, and I applied for them, and they sent me 1 day. So how am I going to get 6 years? Nice hair. Well, I was going to ask you, is there anybody here that's got a load of my films from the last couple of years downloaded? If you do, have any of my videos...
Ask Lizzie. Honestly, Alan. Alan, ask Lizzie. You fucking prick. Could you, send in my videos, yes. Send in my videos. So you can use these. Buy them back off me. Oh, the fucking ridiculousness of it. I'm sorry I keep stopping it, but that was incredible.
Years of YouTube videos. I'll work on that. If anybody knows more about it, if somebody can help me to download. I mean, I know
Big ups
Google
Brit
says
2014 UK.
we have your YouTube videos, and I applied for them, and they sent me 1 day. So how am I going to get 6 years? Nice hair. Well, I was going to ask you,
like,
is there anybody
right,
here...
Wait. He's going to do it again. Wait. You couldn't script it, though, could you? You couldn't script it. Like, if you were writing an Alan Partridge-style character, I actually feel there's something brewing here, in a way. And maybe I'm not, or I should be, or I'm not, or am I not. I don't know who's the person to do this, but it feels like this story... I heard someone saying on a stream earlier that it could be a Netflix like story. I think it was Simcast I listened to said that this should end up on Netflix. Well, I have got a friend that produced a film for Netflix and is still working in the media production sphere, and we were chatting the other week about potential future projects, and I did throw Alan into the hat, but he didn't really see it as a Netflix documentary. But now I see this like completion of the story, and this like my friend said, well, maybe we could factor him in and we could have other stories, and it could be like, you know, the worst people on YouTube sort of thing. But I don't think Alan himself can carry a full, you know, hour and a half on Netflix. And I was like, yeah, true that. Like, to just let him, I don't want him to have his own hour and a half on Netflix, really, do I? But like, you know, it's interesting to tell this. I think that makes a much better YouTube video, you know, the Alan story, than a Netflix documentary. But it would be so fucking funny to do a parody, and like the character, it's like that Alan Partridge, that People Just Do Nothing, you know, that whole, like, you know, he doesn't realise how fucking stupid he sounds, does he? Like, you couldn't script that, but it wouldn't work as a skit so well, because you'd have to have all this layering, and you'd have to build in the layering up to the point, wouldn't you? But that is like a punchline of all punchlines. At the end of all this, day one of Rumble, if anyone's got my old YouTube videos, and who's going to have done that on your... Do you think the people that watch your show, Alan, are religiously downloading it like some bunch of nutters? 5 years of downloading YouTube videos, and they've got them all on like a series of hard drives in there, and then now is the time they're going to shine. You just might make that appeal on YouTube. I was going to say on YouTube, but you're not on YouTube, are you? Like, if you wanted to make that appeal, you're better at making it on YouTube, where someone might have seen them. But over here on Rumble, not so many.
There's more about it. If somebody can help me to download. I mean, I know Google says we have your YouTube videos, and I applied for them, and they sent me 1 day. So how am I going to get 6 years?
This is brilliant.
Nice hair. Well, I was going to ask you, is there anybody here that's got a load of my films from the last couple of years downloaded? If you do have any of my videos downloaded, can you please send them to adsubs007 at gmail.com.
It's like Anchorman, isn't
If you
it?
have any of my videos,
It's like Anchorman.
even one. I have any of them.
Even one.
If you have any of my videos,
Just one.
send them to adsubs.
Oh, now listen. I do think that's a good idea that you've all had. I think if you bombard it, oh no, the thing is, don't use your actual email addresses, because then he runs email scams on it. Like, don't send your actual email addresses, but if you've got any burner accounts, send him a load of videos that we did.
07 at gmail.com, and I appreciate it, because then I put them on here. So if you do have any, please send them to me. I really appreciate it. I know I was upset yesterday, and I know a lot of you were upset yesterday, and so you should. Look, you can't be part of a massive community, and then they just like blow it up like Hiroshima and it's gone. It's not fair. They should have given me a warning. So yeah, Molly, Critical K, Amber, Natasha, hundreds have got. David Icke.
Big up Slinky Socks. I think we should be up. Like, I know this is going to sound nuts, right? I don't think you should jeopardize your actual YouTube account, which is why I suggest, like, I've got Sentries. Like, if you've got a burner account that you can open up you're not supposed to have multiple YouTube channels, and it's not going to be one that you end up monetizing, so you might be okay. But this is just like random chat rather than good advice, yeah. But Sentries, like, you know, obviously it's not me uploading officially, is it? So I chuck a bit of stuff up there, and like, it'd be really funny to see some Alan stuff coming out on YouTube, and him. I suppose the thing is, he would take that and then use it for himself. So maybe it wouldn't be so good. Maybe I'm wrong on this. He'd use it, you know, he'd like, oh, that's my video, I'll take that, I'm having that back. But it'd be funny as fuck to see like funny clips, bits and pieces just cropping up on channels on YouTube, and Alan going fucking spare because he can't copyright it, because it doesn't exist at the moment. Like, as far as YouTube is concerned, that content does not exist. Then you upload it, right? Let's say I upload, or you upload, like last week's stream from Alan. We upload it now, right? YouTube copyright algorithm will go through and it will check, and it might bring up my stream, it might bring up your clips, you know, it'll bring up somebody else's upload. If it doesn't, like, if it brings up somebody else's upload of that stream, you know, then it will say they own the copyright, whoever's uploaded that. Alan might, like, let's say it catches, like, let's say you've done a clip in one of his streams, I upload the stream, and it says, sorry, copyright goes to Slinky Socks because this is originally on her channel. They think it's originally on your channel because there's no other record of it on YouTube before. The oldest original record on YouTube is the one that has the copyright. So if Alan says, oh, I'm going to claim that as copyright, and he writes to YouTube, he's got to prove that he made that video first, and he's got no copy of the video. He doesn't own the video. Oh, but I'm in it. So what? Keanu Reeves is in the Matrix. He doesn't own it. Like, you know, like, you don't own it just because you're in it. The person who owns the video that uploaded it has the copyright on YouTube. So Alan will not be able to strike anyone. And better than that, if he uses it, they will be able to strike him. And that would be funny as fuck. It would be funny as fuck. So, like, he doesn't understand the copyright system on YouTube. And, like, there's potential there in the future for anyone who's got an archive of Alan to start their own Alan archive, and if he tries to copyright strike it, he loses, and anytime he uses it, they copyright strike him. And it would be so funny, wouldn't it, for him to be getting copyright strikes off his own archive. But the only negative of it all would be that he would eventually rip those videos and use them himself. You know, he would want those back, so he would find that a resource, a way to get them back. But I think the ride would be so fucking funny, you know, to weekly upload a new Angry Alan or an old Angry Alan episode on a channel and claim the copyright of it. Yeah, exactly. The links don't exist. You're right. And his Patreon is empty now. Yeah. So why would anyone want to be on his Patreon? Because you don't get access to anything because there's nothing there. It's all gone. It's so beautiful. Yeah, it is serendipity. Big ups Fitzy Kaza. It is beautiful, isn't it?
Russell Brand, hundreds and hundreds.
Stop going on about Russell Brand. He's a sex offender. He's the new Savile. Or maybe you are.
Band. And that's why we're all coming here. And I think this is the place where we're going to belong. It's better quality film. There's no like, oh, you've got to qualify or be months.
That's a good point. Make a Rumble account, because if I get banned on Rumble, I don't care. And then, yeah, make a Rumble account and upload his videos there as Armchair Detective Blue. And you can't, on YouTube, if I start a new channel on YouTube and call myself Armchair Detective Blue, and Alan's there as Armchair Detective Blue, like, they're impersonating. Like, if someone starts a new channel and calls it Super Chuffer and puts my picture, they're impersonating me. So they get done and they get binned off. But unless it's like a proper parody where it's called like Chimpy Chuffer and like my picture's a chimp and like it's all about chimps, like, you know, like they get binned off, right? So I've said that now, so I want to start Chimpy Chuffer. Listen, right? Someone sent me, oh God, I've got to check my Chuffer email. That's not going to happen right now until I get through this, and then remind me at the end. I would like to do that, but I'm a bit of an Alan here because it's like a brain task for me. So not going to happen immediately unless you post it on my Discord or some shit like that. Which even then I haven't got that open right now in front of me. Trying to get through this, but yes, agreed. We'll do that, Andy. Yeah, if we can create this, don't create Chimpy Chuffer. Create. Like, so now on YouTube you can create Alan the Armchair Detective Blue, and he can't do you for impersonation because he's not on YouTube. So someone could create the Armchair Detective Red channel, and it would look like Alan's back on YouTube because they'd have the red picture, if anyone's still got it, and the words Armchair Detective Red, or sorry, Armchair Detective the real one, and then Armchair Detective Blue can come back with Armchair Detective Blue. And you can upload whatever you want, and people might think it's him, but he can't do you for impersonation because he's not there as a real person anymore. Does that make sense? That makes sense, doesn't it? So if you were to do a parody of account of people that are really there, then if it's too close to the bone, they bin you off because it's fakes, frauds, pretending to be me. But Alan has no hold on YouTube anymore. So if you start a YouTube account called Armchair Detective, now at the moment there is no Armchair Detective on YouTube. The negative for you is that it would have to just be a joke because you've got all these people making bad videos about you and people will assume it's you. So you would, but to all people intents and purposes, everyone might assume, the uninitiated might assume it's Alan. So maybe Regardation Police and Jamie might want to start their own, very own Armchair Detective channels. I suggest Armchair Detective Blue, Red, the real one, green maybe can get a resurrection, but there's all the other colours as well. And I think like a rainbow flag and call it like Armchair Detective LGBTQA. Or Armchair Detective, like gay. I'm not being homophobic here. I'm saying it as like a funny parody of Armchair Detective, or only like, okay. They're treading a fine line there, so I'm not going to push that one. Actually, maybe that was a bad suggestion. But I was doing colours in my brain, and then I thought of the flag, and then you know where it came from. All right, fine. So yeah, all the different colours of Armchair Detective flag. can now be made as channels, and you don't have to put parody open brackets because there is no Armchair Detective. So he would enjoy seeing those channels spring up and produce content on YouTube that he can't verify is or is not him. If you put him in it and it looks like it's him, YouTube might try and get rid of it because he's banned. So don't go too close to pretending to be really him. Like, it'd be nice if it's nice to tread a funny grey area and like hope not to get banned, I suppose. But yeah, funny grey areas, opportunities for fun that Alan can't deal with it.
Right, straight away that you start earning money. I love that. I'm gonna give myself a donation. Let's see if I can give myself a donation.
What? He's going to give himself? What person would assume to do this? Unless in the past he's been giving himself donations and now he wants to test the system. Because he's been doing it in the past, so it's a regular thing he does, but now he wants to test the system. Here's Nancy. Nancy's back. Like, unbelievable. You shouldn't donate to yourself live on the thing. That might be a contravene of the terms of service already. But luckily for you, this one was an unlisted stream, so maybe you get away with it just on that, but just by the skin of your teeth. I don't know if that is against terms of service on Rumble. I haven't checked through them properly, but he might be breaking terms of service on Rumble already.
You start earning money. I love that.
He loves the money. He loves it. He loves the money. Right, let him run for a bit. Let him run. There's too much here. He's too rich with stuff.
Molly, Critical K, Amber, Natasha. Hundreds have got. David Icke, Russell Brand. Hundreds and hundreds have been banned. And that's why we're all coming here. And
Please
I think this is the place where we're...
I mentioned David Icke the other day. I mentioned him. He's watched our stream, guaranteed. And please be the new David Icke. I would love watching you rant about conspiracy theories on YouTube. It would be... I thought the content was dead because all your old content had gone. But if you've got 5 years of that in you, then that is taking me to the top of the fucking YouTube mountain, mate. Like, people on YouTube like watching conspiracy theorists be debunked by smart Alex. And we've got all this history. It would be fucking glorious. Imagine David Icke. You know how David Icke was on YouTube and everyone, like, imagine that, but he had like this big troll that was like following him around his career and like had always been on his back and was debunking him, and like, you know, not a bad troll because David Icke talks a load of shit, so, you know what I mean? That would help me.
belong. It's better quality film. There's no like, oh, you've got to qualify or be monetized. Straight away that you start earning money. I love that. I'm gonna give myself a donation. Let's see if I can give myself a donation. Oh, I can. I got to put your card in. I haven't got a card. Okay. But it's quite easy to give a donation. Yeah, it really is. All good. No, I messed it up. I can't get rid of it. Oh, you got £1, £2, whatever, yeah? Got it. So.
What a twat.
Are you happy with this?
What a sad state of affairs. Wait, I could put my mic up and use your pop shield.
Are you happy with this? Yeah.
I could use your pop shield.
I was on Twitter. You can get the videos back from Google Data. Yeah, Kate Mick, I've only got 1 day. Look, I'm old. I don't know how to do it.
I'm old.
Probably 1 day. I think Kaka will work on it. It's only day one. This is day one.
Oh, Kaka's still working then. I thought, I got overexcited. I got, a bit up for my thing there. I read into it too much. It seems like Kaka's still working, but it seems like she needs a fucking break.
Exhausted I am. 3 o'clock yesterday, I had YouTube. 3:30, I didn't. I had to write all my channels, all 4 channels, a report and get my letters off to them appeal, which I did. That's the first thing. Then I had to write to all our friends on YouTube asking
Listen, she doesn't just need the Kit Kat, she needs the full 4 fingers. I'm going to take a bathroom break.
them to mention me. It's been hard. It's been hard. It's amazing I'm here alive tonight, isn't it? Really?
No.
1 day.
No.
1 day.
It's been tough. It's been tough. It's been tough.
It's been hard. It's been hard.
It's been tough.
It's amazing I'm here alive tonight, isn't it? Really?
It's been tough.
In 1 day. In 1 day, we're back in the game. Let's get ready to rumble. 1 day. They
I'm going to have to go to the bathroom.
thought I was finished. I'm back in 1 day. And not only that, Kate, will you help me? email me at agsubs007@gmail.com. If you can help me, Kate, I love it. Liz, thanks to this mess, I haven't slept. No, I haven't slept. And I know how much you all mean to me and how much you mean to each other. And we have to find a way through this, and we will. We're ready to rumble. We will rebuild from this base. Tomorrow, I'll do my first Rumble live. If you know anybody that's my supporters, share the link for Rumble. Tell them to join Rumble tomorrow. I'll be doing two lives tomorrow. One tomorrow afternoon as a test. Please, anybody you have that's a friend of the channel, give them the Rumble link. Okay. So if the Spanners could put the link to Rumble in the chat to my channel, I really appreciate it.
Liz hasn't slept. Listen, I'm not taking it back what I said about paying for views, but I do wonder whether he's got 100 patrons. Like, it's possible he does. 100 patrons at £10 a head is like £1,000, isn't it? So that's quite a lot of monies. So we're crying about the rent and everything. Like, I wonder if he really has. Like, I don't know. Don't know. 100 patrons at £4 a head or £3 a head. Slightly less, isn't it? So maybe that. All turning up for this? Don't know. Still about that. Still It's about 700 patrons at the last counts as Aphrodite Moon, but only 100 people turned up to this. Like, there's no way you can have 700 patrons at this stage, I don't think. Like, surely they've switched that off, and like, surely, like, it can't be. Surely. And yeah, he gets the rent paid by the DWP. Like, yeah, good point. Good point. What was I even thinking?
And if you could keep it, I think it's an amazing achievement. Disaster yesterday, blown to bits.
Blown to bits.
Tonight we're standing. We're still
blown
standing.
to bits.
24 hours later, we're
still standing.
Not only we're still standing, but you guys have given me super chat. That's what they hate the most. You guys are standing up and being counted. You gave.
See how he manipulates them, because you know that I don't care. Like I've said, they could give him their houses. I don't care. Like, I mean, I'm not happy that he gets a house because he's a bad chuffer, but like, I've give up with them now. Like, they would rather leave YouTube than deal with their own denial. So that's that. Like, they're so fully down in the denial camp. Like, these are like we were learning about denial on Thus, yeah? We've been learning about denial on Thus with Steve on Super Chuffer. And these are the people that end up like dead in the cult or mass murdered because they just wouldn't fucking give it up. Do you know what I mean? Like, these are the ones that are administering the poison. So fuck them. And like, I'm not angry that he gets super chats. Like, I've explained that. I'm happy. I think I think I've explained really quite clearly that I'm happy that I think we've got the joy of watching him. I don't want to say self-destruct, but I think it's more like a mutation. You know, it's a bit like how in The Fly, the guy ends up becoming the Fly, and it happens over a period of time. Like, Alan's going to slowly degenerate and mutate and become like this weird form of himself now. And after about 6 to 8 months, he's going to be slightly unrecognizable from what you used to know, because he's going to just try his hardest to bend to whatever this algorithm wants from him. At the same time as trying to appease these people in his chat. And it's going to go fucking weird. It's going to go weird. So I'm quite enjoying it, really. So I'm not cross that they give him monies. I think it's shameful. That's the word I would use. Shameful. On every account. The people giving it to him taking it, him using it to go and play poker instead of paying for his actual rent, which the HMRC is now paying for and we're paying through our taxes. Yeah, all disgusting.
Give me super chat. Some of you become members already. This is amazing. It's like, knock it down. We get knocked down, we get up again, they're never going to go down, right?
Yeah, play that at your funeral.
It's amazing. It's amazing that within 24 hours, I'm receiving super chat again from a different company. Yeah.
So he's repeatedly said about how good it is that the money's coming in. Like, he's repeatedly made that point now. We haven't heard mention of justice for any poor lost people, or any justice for any, we haven't heard any mention of that. We haven't heard any mention of fulfilling the promise to the patrons of the study group. What we've heard is you gave me the monies. Yeah. And like, I know, listen, people have been giving me money to stay, and when they do, I am grateful, and I say that I am grateful. I try and give it a little bit of a personal, like, I don't want to just say, yes, thank you for the money, thank you to everyone in the same way. Like, I think try and, you know, say why I'm grateful. But like, you just did a reading on Alan. Oh, brilliant. Oh, I want to see it. Could you imagine if I sat there counting the money? Like, it's like the king in his counting house, counting out his money. The maid was doing something with bread and honey, wasn't it? What was happening in that nursery rhyme? This chuff he's literally on stream, literally like, it's like someone gave him 20 quid, someone else gave him 40, and he sat there now with the money going, look, you gave me 20 quid, you gave me 40 quid, I've got fucking 80 quid. And like, what's going on here? This passes for entertainment. Why are they doing this? They enable this man because he's a predator, and they themselves are, I wonder if they're just like also predators, also vile, nasty, you know, bitter and twisted people that like enjoy a bit of mean, like someone's got to fund the, you know, the villain, haven't they? And they're mini little, you know, sad villains themselves. We've seen a few on the streets of YouTube, haven't we? Like people who get their egg on about all this shit and, you know, get villainous, start spitting their bile. Oh, you're a fucking this and you're a fucking that. And like, you know, we've seen a bit of that, haven't we? So through this Alan stuff. So maybe it's just like, you know, fucking bitter people that want to give him £10 to carry on being a cunt.
There's loads of emojis, by the way. There's some great emojis. If you press the where it says message here, there's some fantastic emojis. This is a Royal Rumble. Yes, this is the Royal Rumble, guys.
Yeah, and you're going...
Welcome to the Royal Rumble.
You're going over the top rope. Or it might be that one. It reminds me of that one with Ric Flair where he stayed right to the end and fucking won it. Like, what's going on? And then he got beat up by Hulk Hogan later on at WrestleMania. So fuck you.
Oh, thank you, Melissa Marvelous. Thank you.
She loves him.
Everybody put an emoji in chat so you can test it. Everybody test the emojis.
Oh, fake engagement.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Everybody test the emojis.
Test the emojis. That'll be fun.
Melissa,
what are you, like 5?
Thank you. Oh, Melissa, that's very generous. I won't say how much.
Melissa hasn't done the system through this. She's given it direct into PayPal. I told you this was going on. She's given him direct into PayPal. He's saying thank you, but he won't tell everyone how much it is because I bet it's quite a lot of money. Wow. Look at this.
This is fantastic for the first night. I'm so pleased with you guys.
I saw a clip. Now, I was doing a little bit of looking. I don't do a lot of looking, but I was doing a little bit of looking. I saw a clip someone had highlighted from this other channel that is like Alan, called like, you know, I'm a dickhead called Dave or something. What had happened was Alan was talking to him behind the scenes in text messages, and this guy called Dickhead Dave had sent Alan a message, and he'd sent him like, well done on your marathon, I saw you got lots of views and it was a good stream, well done. And Alan sent him a message back saying $980. And that was all it said, $980. Like, well done on your stream, I thought you did good content for 8 hours, like big marathon. $980. I've got all the chicken I can eat. Like, he's such a cock.
Look at this guy. I'm nearly in tears. I'm nearly in tears.
Nearly?
They just sent me Rumble, right? I've only been with them since this afternoon.
The first time I've ever seen him nearly, he's not actually moved to tears, but nearly. I mean, it's all been quite a lot for him, hasn't it, recently? And I imagine he has had a little cry over the loss of his YouTube channel, but nearly in tears, not because of an outpouring, or because of an outpouring of love from the community in a way, but in a financial terms. Melissa literally just gave him a lot of money. And now he's got emotions. So all of a sudden, after all of the things he's talked about, after all of the, you know, the murdered young, you know, I don't want to go over the cases, but you know what I mean, after all the tragedies and all of that, now he's got emotions because someone's given him a big chunk of monies.
And they sent me an email right? So show you. This is fantastic.
And bear in mind as well, right? He's only got a few days to spend this money before the end of the month, and he has to declare it on the Inland Revenue. So he's going to be fucking big on the poker, isn't he? Like, do you know what I mean? And then if he wins the poker, I bet he writes it off and puts it away somewhere else. I bet he's got a dodge on that. So he's always losing money, never winning, and then he gets a dodge. Every time he wins, he keeps it in his kitty, in his stash away money, because he can't declare it. Or every time he loses, it's gone on software. I bet he's got a grift on that.
Look.
New earnings have been posted. This is what made him cry, or nearly cry. He's not really crying. New earnings have been posted. Rumble to me. Good news, new earnings have just been posted to your account. To view this and other earnings, please go to your account transactions page. Thanks, Team Rumble. And that means that you've then got to go over there and put in your details of where you want to cash out, and then you've got to get it cashed out. And there's still steps there, and there's still PayPal backing it up, and there's still things that he could get kicked off. If not Rumble, maybe PayPal. And if PayPal, then maybe Patreon. And if Patreon, then maybe Rumble. Like, you know, there's still ways that things can go.
Good news. New earnings have been posted.
Trisha, poker can't be a tax write-off, no. But if you're running an internet-based business and you tell them you're putting it into, I don't know, Sky software, and say it's for your streaming broadcasting, and Sky technically run your broadband, but also are the betting company that you put the fucking bets on with, like, I'm sure there's a workaround somewhere. You know, like, what happens with this universal credit is you type it in at home on the computer, like you tell them, and then it's up to them if they want to go and sniff around and check it out, isn't it? And I'm sure Alan's just saying, like, I spent the monies, and I'm sure his account says money's gone to, and on your account, what does it say? Like Sky Digital or something, Sky Gaming, maybe Sky Betting. Does it say betting, or are they a bit more discreet? Maybe, you know, whatever. To him, he will try and blag it as software. You know what I mean? He'll just say, I've been spending that on the computer for my streams. And is he on Universal Credit? We were talking earlier. What he admitted to earlier, I'm not going to rewind it and find it because it's done my head in tonight. But what he said earlier, I'll give you the link if you ever want to watch the full video. I'll copy it into chat there. He said that he was on a state pension and he was on Universal Credit, and Universal Credit will only pay his rent if he doesn't earn enough money. But because he earns money and tells them that he earns money, they won't pay his rent. Right? Now, I would argue that probably that's a lie, and that he tells them he doesn't earn money and that he's spending it all and he's got no money. Even though it comes in, he's spending it on expenses, and so he's got no profit, and they're going to have to pay his rent. Like, or the other option is he's paying his rent legit, square and fair, and like, that's not happening, is it? So what he's got is he's got his pension coming in, which he admitted was about £400 a month, but is probably more. And then on top of that, they pay his rent. And my guess is he owned the property, but then signed it over to somebody else, probably one of his relatives, maybe a son-in-law or a daughter-in-law, you know, instead of the direct relative. And then they're leasing him the house, and they're having their mortgage paid by his cheating the system. I think that's probably what's happening.
Okay.
And Sick Willie D, can't you accept £2,000 as a gift tax free? It would still, I don't know what the system is if you're taking Universal Credit and you show it on your, you know, I'm in the plus £2,000 this month. They're going to say, well, we're not going to pay your rent then. Like, so what might be happening with Alan's winnings is he might, like, you win the money on the app and then you have to send it somewhere. So he might just send it to somebody else, like send it to his daughter, and then she cashes it out and pays it to him as Nancy, or, you know what I mean? Like, there's lots of different ways that money can go around in a circle. Like, it doesn't have to be paid directly to him when he wins. So he can show that he's spending money because he's putting money into the accounts on the apps on his phone, the poker apps, you know, and then he can blag that that's software. And then after that, he can, if he gets a win, he can filter that money off to somebody else, right? Pension credit, you're saying it's not Universal Credit, says Nigel. I'll trust what Nigel says. Nigel says he'll be getting pension credit, unable to get Universal Credit because he's reached pension age, but the same principle. Like, what I've described there is the grift that Alan would put together. Like, he's not that smart. It's pretty straightforward. It means that, because he keeps going, I don't have a house, they can't take my house, I haven't got a house. But, like, what happened to all the money and the house, like, that you had a house before, and, like, you know, I just think this makes sense. If it's not that, fine. You know, I lost my bet. But it's just an opinion from one arsehole on the internet to another. Sorry, you're not an arsehole, he is. I'm only joking about me being an arsehole and you being one. I'm not joking about him. He only mentioned it today, Lottie. He mentioned it today because he said the troll said that the pension pays my my rent and it doesn't. And then he thought he might explain a little bit about his pension, which was weird because, and I don't know why they're giving him all this money. Like, I really don't. What does he need it for? Like, let's say Alan gets £400 a month on his pension, right? And then he gets free rent money. So, yeah, you need a bit more than £100 a week to sort of spend on shopping and bills and this and that maybe. But, what does he do? Do you know what I mean? What's he doing? He's not going out and fucking... Like, big up Sierra J, subscribe with Prime. That helps me pay my rent. Thank you very much for that. The hype train has started. Don't get worried about the hype train. It sets people on edge, the hype train. To me, it sets people on edge. So don't worry about that. And Slinky Socks gifted 3 subs to the channel. So thank you, Slinky Socks. Big ups, thank you. That's what kicked off the hype train as well. So if you've got Prime, you can subscribe to free to my channel and it gives me a bit of money. And that's, you know, these subscriptions and all that, that's what helps me to pay my way. So I'm really grateful for that. I don't have universal credit, not after I was a carer. I was a carer and they gave me £60 a week. And I didn't get help with the rent because I was living in the house with Nan that I was caring for her. So we've got an all-time record shattered, it says. In the chat. It sets you on edge, if anything. Look, it's all going on. This is a Twitch thing. Just if you find it sets you on edge and makes you anxious, don't worry about it. Just don't look at it. But I'm grateful for the hype and the monies. The monies. But yeah, like I'm saying, like working as a carer when I did that, like universal credit was a lifeline. Absolutely. Like £60 a week is better than fucking no pounds a week, isn't it? But like when you think about it, like the amount of like stuff that you have to do, and it wasn't just me, my mom was helping as well. She did like some of the difficult stuff, a lot more of the difficult stuff, but was also able to take a break a lot of the time because I was always here with Nan. So yeah, anyway, the two of us doing that full-time caring for Nan added up for the government to £60 a week to help you out while you don't have a job. And it's like, what? Like, you're a carer too, says Sierra J. Tough times. Yeah, I think it's just almost an insanity. And like, I think we don't question it while we're doing it because you just fucking do it, don't you? Like, and if you're a carer independently for other people as well as like a job, like, you know, then that all the praise to you. Like, big ups. Look at all those tier subs now. Who's done that? What's going on? Aphrodite Moon. Look, Aphrodite Moon gifted 5 tier subs, and now the thing. Can you see this on your screen? Can you see it in the chat? Because you can't see it on my big chat, but at the top of it, it's going fucking nuts. It's like level 1 complete. It's like distracting me. The hype train is like it's all jumping around with all the emojis. So like trying to tempt me. Alan needs to be on Twitch. Alan, it's better on here than on there. Look. Confetti, you've got confetti. Fucking hell. So I've never seen that before. It's making me laugh. Like, it set me on edge. You're confused, yeah. But what it is if people give me tippies and monies, Twitch wants to really promote the idea that tippies and monies is good. So it does that. And then you're supposed to be encouraged. There's now 4 minutes, bear in mind, the system is 4 minutes. And when it runs out of 4 minutes, the train is gone. Choo-choo, left the station. So if you want to do your donations, get them in now and get that hype train. There's only 25%, 28% now. If it goes up to 100% in the 3 minutes now, time is ticking, then we get to hype train level 4 and it's like a new record, and it means nothing except I get a bit more tippis. So what I really should be doing now is being going like, ooh, and like you're saying there, see it in chat, OnlyFans, Scott's going to perform, yeah, I really should be doing the whole, you know, ooh doo doo, a doo doo doo, a doo doo doo, dee doo doo doo. I should be giving it a load. Look, there's Lottie's giving the little bitties, that's helping the hype train. Everything helps the hype train. You know, I should be hyping it up, but then I feel fucking weird because I'm basically just hyping up a sort of like money glitch. Like Alan was doing, I would be like, this is the hype train is trying to encourage me to be more like Alan. Oh, I'm really happy now you gave me that money. Look, it's gone in my account. Look, yes, yes. You like the tiger t-shirt? Thanks. It's going to go in the bin soon. It's going to go to the charity shop because it's getting a bit bitty. I sound like such a I sound like such a what do I call it? Like a, you know, silly ninnis. But it is. It's getting a bit rough. So if they want it there, they can have it, and if they don't, they can throw it away. But I'm not going to live with itchy shirts. Not anymore. I've moved up in the world now. I get a hype train and subscribers. I don't have to now I can give clothes to the charity shop instead of going there to buy them. But I would also go there and buy some while I'm there. So it's a good system for them. I turn up with old clothes and then I buy clothes from them that other people have turned up and handed to them. It's actually quite a good system. I can see why they work. Tigers are good, aren't they? I like tigers up to the point where I don't want to see one up close, like in coming at me. The principle of tigers is nice, but I understand in India, where they live close cheek by jowl with human populations, they do have problems. So yeah, they like tigers in the wild, lovely. Tigers and me together in the wild, bad. Tigers in the zoo, worse. Tigers in Tiger King and all that shit, bad. So yeah, I like tigers, but I just let them just go off and do their thing. And I'm not going to be getting eaten by them as well if I can avoid it. I don't want to say, I shouldn't have said that now, because if I ever go travelling and like streaming, I'll be doing a live stream and people will be like, oh, a tiger, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm wearing the t-shirt again. And they'll be like, no, tiger. And I'll be like, yeah, the t-shirt. And then a tiger will eat in me on stream. And then I'll be famous for the streamer that got eaten by a tiger. And that won't be any good either, because I don't want to be famous for the streamer that got eaten by the tiger. I'd rather not be that famous and not be eaten by the tiger. So let's not predict any bad things.
They've already paid me.
They haven't paid you. It's gone into your earnings, and you have to process that and pay yourself. Like, you have to tell them where you want to be paid, and then they will send it to your payment. That's still another step, Alan. What they have is they've collected the payment. You've been... And it's not them. Do you know what annoys me? It's so ignorant, isn't it? Imagine... Like, because you just give me some tippies here. Imagine me opening my phone and going, look, and saying, YouTube have just given me that money, or Twitch have just given me that money. Me and Twitch, I get paid by Twitch. Look, I'm great. They just give you the money, Alan. Like the people that have aboard this hype train, which is going to rapidly about to leave the station, I think. Tickets now boarding. Sorry, I should do the announcement, shouldn't I? Tickets now boarding for the hype train. The hype train is now leaving the station on station 4. Last orders at the hype train. Doors closing. Please step away from the hype train while the doors close. Any baggage left in the aisleway will be thrown in the train tracks. Toot toot! Hype train has left the station. Hype train success. You received a level 2 hype train emote. I'm going to share that. Choo choo. Oh, I'm going to share it. Look, I've received an emote, and I assume you've received one too. So there we go. There's our first emote. You've earned it by merit of giving me monies, which I feel a bit like kind of happy about, really, because thank you for the monies, but also a bit like whoa. Alan, anyway, back to Alan. We've still got a good 30 minutes of this. Maybe more. Maybe 40. What are we on? 40 minutes, and it's 1 hour and 12, so you do the maths.
In 10 hours of being on Rumble, they friggin' paid me. Royal Rumble. I can't believe it. Let's check how much we've had.
Oh, you know how bad this is going to be? I suppose it's the same. Big ups, Jamie. Alan's like a dog with 2 dicks. They paid me. I think it's the same, actually, because I was going to say it's bad because now he can access the money immediately. So that money doesn't build up, and then he gets it paid at the end of the month. So he does, like, when that happens, at least you don't fucking fritter it away day by day. Now, money comes in today, money goes out today. So tomorrow I need more money. Like, he's going to go like Dark Side Phil. Do you know what I mean? Alan can't say, oh, the YouTube payment's coming, so, you know, I'll get by until then, and then I've got 600 and I'll care for, you know, he's got no hope of budgeting, has he? So the money's going to come in, and then it's going to go out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be a daily poker. That's how addicts work, isn't it? Like, now he's on like a day-to-day grind for his tenner, for his fix. Like, fucking weird. And yeah, big ups Lottie saying about sharing it. I want the mods to remind me before I leave tomorrow that I want to just offer them some money. So not all of them want to take it, and it might be a bit more than the silly percentages that we talk about, but I just want to offer them some money for like having done a lot of behind the scenes recently. And we've got to push this art competition, and obviously it might get pushed back because Angry Alan got banned off the internet and it all went mental instead of me focusing on the art competition again this week. We are going to do these things, and I do count on my mods, and I would like to just offer them a bit of money, like for a chorus. So we'll talk about it in Discord.
It's not a lot, but it's there. Look, already I've earned $32.
Who does this?
I know it's not a lot, but there's more to come. And that's how Rumble works. All hell Rumble. I've been on here 10 hours and they're paying me. YouTube, you've got to wait 8 weeks to get paid and 3 months before they let you get paid, and then they steal half the money off you. Rumble. Now, I don't know how much they're taking out of this. I will look into it, let you know tomorrow. I want to know what percentage they let me keep so I can tell you. So you know that the money you're giving me is...
I want you to tell me what percentage Rumble keeps so I can tell you what percentage Rumble keeps.
Going where you wanted it to go. £32 out. They did steal over £2,000 off me. It's like 7 weeks wages.
This is funny. You don't know whether he wants to put it up or down. They did steal over £2,000 from me. So you were saying that you were getting £2,000 a month, or is that 2 months? Like, you know, because there's another month in lieu, isn't there? So like, are you saying you got £1,000 a month? That's a lot more than you were saying you were getting before. Were you going to make that number bigger to make it more impressive? Or did you want to make it smaller so you didn't own up to stuff that you shouldn't have done? But all this talk of money will get him in trouble. I promise you this.
It's over £2,000. But anyway, we're up and running. We're up and running. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy because
Really?
you're just patrons.
30 quid? Is that what it takes, Alan? Do you know what? If that would make you happy, why don't you come and work for me? I'll give you £30 a day. I suppose you won't do any of the fucking work I put in front of you, will you, though, you fucking prick? And I can't make money out of you properly on YouTube because you're not allowed on YouTube. So you shit that. I could have given Alan £30 a day and run a show with him. Easy. Easy could have made that money back. He's shit that, though, hasn't he?
Imagine when we go live tomorrow on Rumble itself. At the moment, we're just doing Patreon. Because I wanted you to be the first ones to see it. And I wanted to know your thoughts. I still have the longest AD I've ever seen. If you've got any of my films, please send them to me. Please download them. I need them all to put on here. If you've got any AD films, I will put them on here. I need your help. I haven't got any. I'm not technical minded. So YouTube can keep the money. Yes. They wrote me a YouTube. I'll tell you what they said about the money.
Go on, show us.
You want to know what they said about the money? It's
Yes.
I love showing receipts.
You love showing receipts.
Let me tell you what they said about
when you have them.
I would swear, but I don't want to swear.
Why not? It's Rumble. Apparently you can have sex with it. I don't want to say it.
I've done so much in the last few days. Oh.
Big up Stover Dolly's Bottom. You got a frog.
Oh, cool. We've had so many people wishing me luck today. I want to thank all those people, all these people that wish me luck today.
Oh, please, Alan, please.
Oh, cool. We've had so many people wishing me luck today. I want to thank all those people, all these people that.
Oh, I can't do the step by step. Oh, they're not. They're emails. Oh, okay, they're emails. I thought they might have been phone messages, and I thought he was going to reveal loads of phone numbers, but he might still be revealing email addresses. But I can't frame it on one frame at a time here to grab that and have a good look at it. And not really do I care. Like, it might just be a couple of email addresses of a couple of the people that hate other people and are hateful themselves, and a load of stuff from Patreon.
Wish me luck today. Fantastic.
They're all from Patreon, because they're sending in messages on Patreon. That's what's happening.
Do you know, I can go to sleep with a smile. So I haven't had to deal with the damn trolls. This could be the best thing that ever happened. Could be the best thing that ever happened.
Could this be the best thing?
Right, so here's a takedown notice.
Fuck.
This could be the best thing that ever
Fucking
happened.
rumble in its controls, man.
Could be the best thing that ever happened. Right, so here's a takedown notice.
Right. Hi, Armchair Detective members only live chat channel. I never saw that. I've never seen that. Armchair Detective members only live chat channel. I didn't know he had a channel called members only live chat channel. We have reviewed your content and found severe or repeated violations of our community guidelines. Because of this, we've removed your channel from YouTube. We know this is probably very upsetting news. They did write that, but it's our job to make sure that YouTube is a safe place for all. If we think that a channel severely violates our policies, we take it down to protect other users on the platform. But if you believe that we've made the wrong call, you can appeal the decision. You'll find more information about the policy in question and how to submit it in an appeal below. What our policy says, and then, yeah.
Here's a takedown notice, right?
Lovely.
We have reviewed your
So
content.
what about the one where they say they're going to take the monies?
And found severe. I've got one. So that's BS. Because of this, we remove your channel from YouTube. Now, here's the point, right? Because they removed one channel, they removed them all.
We're repeating ourselves now. We've done this yesterday.
We're not happy with that channel, so removed all my channels. So, because they removed all 4 channels, I don't even know what I've done. Because they removed all my channels. How am I supposed to get what I did wrong? Anyway,
This is
so
nice.
they put them all down.
That's narcissism in like a little nutshell there. That in itself is narcissism in a nutshell.
We obviously know you're going to be quite upset about this, but it's our job to make sure YouTube is a safe place for all. But what have I ever done? Have I ever threatened anybody? No. If you believe that we made the wrong call, you can appeal, which we've done. What our policy says, channels that violate our community guidelines and terms of service may receive a strike or be terminated. Your existing YouTube channels, new channels that you create or acquire any channel in the future, you repeatedly or comment on, will be terminated. Any new channels that you create or acquire, channels that you appear on, will also be terminated. So if I went on to say, what's the obsession tomorrow, she'd be terminated.
Is it possible that that sound problem is because he's talking away from the microphone and the microphone is trying to isolate just the sound of what's coming into it? And so here's this noise that he's making, talking, as background noise, and he's trying to filter it out. Is that possible? Like he might have like a noise filter on that, and it might be filtering out his actual talking because he's not talking into the microphone. And he's right in what he's saying. If he came onto my show as a guest, I would be banned because I would be having a person on YouTube who was banned for violating their terms of service on as a guest. So yeah, he's got no way back.
What sort of society is the YouTube society?
It's one
If I went on,
if you're homophobic or racist or spreading vile misinformation, you can be removed. And that makes it a nicer place for all the other people who want to use it for entertainment, laughs, sharing joy, and even social commentary, which sometimes is negative, the news, stuff like that, where you don't want it messed up with all sorts of rubbish and made up bollocks. It's just it's pushing a social agenda by not allowing free speech. Oh, is it? Is it? Or is it protecting your freedom to speak by making sure it's not drowned out by a load of fucking nonsense? Spam and politics and bots and like weird shit. Like, yeah, it's better than this. Like, it's better than where you are, Alan. It's better.
speaking the truth tomorrow, you'll be terminated. I can't even go on because they think I'm going to say to you, first time on what's the obsession? They say, what are you doing? I say, I'm on Rumble. And they say, right, she's out, they mention Rumble. I'm fed up with YouTube. They take all the money, demonetize you. Anyway. So they're going to terminate.
How are they
anyone
taking money if you're demonetized?
Go on, so I can't even go on anybody's channel. How did we find the violations? We used automated systems. Oh, great. To detect violations.
Oh, great.
Your channel. We permanently remove your channel from YouTube. Going forward, you won't be able to access, possess, or create any other YouTube channels. Do you know what they've done? I have
This is best. This is
YouTube
good.
Prime.
This is good now. We're getting into the good bit. We're getting into good bit. Like, this is lovely. Him going full narcissist rage. Like, it's coming around. We've had the wounding. We've had the like devastation. We've done the shouting at all the people around us. They've told us what a great guy he is and how amazing I am. And they've helped me to, like, you know, they've done it all for me so I can go on the internet and talk about myself again. And now I'm back on the internet talking myself, and they've given me 40 quid. And now we're coming back round to narc rage. And I tell you what, like, what he hasn't got anything planned for tomorrow, really. Like, I can't cover it tomorrow, I don't think. But I don't think he's got anything planned for tomorrow, really. But what he will have inside himself, instinctively, is a vile backlash of narc rage, because he's got monies now. They've paid me already, and overnight I've spent it. And I also need more monies. And, like, he's going to be on his fucking soapbox saying whatever the fuck he thinks he wants. And he doesn't know what quite. And it's going to be fucking weird. And imagine this, right? The begging and the grift is strong and is always constant with Alan. But, like, he's just done it really hard and really strong. Can these people, these same 5, 10 maximum people, keep giving him enough money as he spends it overnight to keep him sustained? I don't think they can. I don't think he's got the whales. Like, with Darkside Phil, like, Phil is able to do this grift on the internet, Darkside Phil, because he has about 1 or maybe 2 people that give him actually quite a lot of money, and so he's able to maintain. And then there's a bunch of others that bubble under and add up a bit extra, and he spends it overnight and then it's gone, and then, like, they give him, and then, but there's always, like, someone around the corner, a whale, to give him quite a lot of money. But for Alan, he had Nancy, and, like, that was all I perceived whale wise. Now he's got Miss Mel, or whatever she's called. She seemed to come up with the goods list today for him, but really he doesn't have that many, and they've just done a lot of giving. So it's a bit like Comic Relief, you know, that comes around once a year, but for Alan, Comic Relief night is like every other night now. Like, honestly, it's going to be like that. He's going to have a begging section in every video, I predict. You know, going forward, give it a couple of months, every second video will have a begging section in it. It'll be constantly begging.
It's like 30 quid a month, so I don't have to VATs.
Oh, Seaman Staines, he's going to steal off other people on this app that are doing well. He's going to look at whoever's good on this app, and he's going to just copy what they've done. And then also he's going to steal the stuff off YouTube, assuming that he's, like, not even on YouTube, so they won't even see him doing it. He's going to be worse now.
They've taken that away. I paid for it, and now, yesterday, when I went on YouTube, I got ads again. So they've taken my premium as well. They took my 30 quid premium. If you have any further questions, don't hesitate to contact us. Oh, great. It's a travesty.
It's a travesty. What about the bit where they take your money? Prove it.
Explain why you think this is going on. It says here we might keep your money as well. So
we might.
As far as I know, they kept my money. If I do get it, I'll let you.
You're saying in chat he's a liar about premium not being 30 quid. Listen, he's a liar about them keeping the money. He's going to get that money. I think whatever you earned up to the day that you were banned, you're going to get. I just think it's automated. I just think they probably don't care to fight it. What do they care about? Like, fucking, you know, a few £1,000s here and there. They're YouTube. Like, instead of going through court cases by people who demand their money and probably are actually legally obliged to it, even though terms of service and this and that, like, they probably could keep it. But, like, you're not getting paid, says Trisha. So, okay, well then maybe I'm wrong. But the way he talked about it there, so I'll rephrase that. He's probably not getting it as it stands right now, but he's not given up on getting it. He's still going to fight to get it. He's going to tell us that there's no way he's got it. It's gone. They've stolen it, and then he's going to have a fight to the death for it and maybe get it back. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, he's just said it there. Like, I didn't say it. He said it. Like, this is the beautiful thing with Alan, isn't it? Watching him, he says it. So earlier on in the show, it was they've stolen the money, and now it's like
we might keep your money as well.
We might. And he was showing us, and he was proving it, and he's got receipts, and now he doesn't quite have the receipts.
I know they kept my money. If I do get it, I'll let you know. But at the moment, I've not been paid for this month, and also
you've just got the money
paid for this month when they've taken down my channels. And so they don't even know what I've earned because when it's gone. It's all
Of course
gone.
they know.
It's
They
gone
still
again.
got. You haven't got access to it, but they've still got all of that stuff. They've got all of your videos and they've got all of your details and all of your stuff. You don't, but they do. I big ups. Thank you in chat. I'm gonna stick with Alan for right now, but yeah, yeah, I think they do probably just fuck people over. To be honest, Trisha, I agree with you. They probably just take the stuff. Yeah. No, it's I hope most likely he doesn't get it, but I just think he hasn't given up on it. And what was I going to say?
If I am, I'll let you know. If I do get it, I'll let you know. I'm pretty confident they're going to take it all from me. And guess what? Today was payday. Cheers.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Rumble.
So you didn't get the YouTube payment that you were expecting into your bank, okay? But you said you weren't going to be able to pay the rent because of that, and now you're happy because you got 30 quid. So that doesn't tie up, does it? Unless Melissa behind the scenes has just given him £1,000. I honestly, I wouldn't put it past her behind the scenes there with a PayPal donation, not a Rumble donation, to have given him 1,000 or something like silly like that. Like he seems really chuppy now. He's happy. Didn't get the nearly 1,000. He said he was owed 2,000 nearly, so that would be about 1,000 a month. I'm saying, so let's say he's not got £1,000 all of a sudden, and now today with £30 in the super chat, he's okay. Doesn't make enough sense. None of it adds up properly, but he seems really happy now. He's fine. He's had £30,
Well, let's get ready to roll, Rumble.
or maybe a lot more behind the scenes.
YouTube got greedy, very greedy.
And so therefore, it's not I didn't get paid. Imagine someone imagine someone giving you, like, I mean, I don't know what Melissa's given. You can imagine that in your mind, but imagine someone giving you £30 on your super chat and then sitting there in front of them on the screen and saying, I didn't get paid today. I haven't got any money. But you just did get paid because I just saw them just paid you. You showed it on the screen. Rumble have already put it in my thing. You've just got paid.
I can watch YouTube like you can. But I've lost my premium, which I used to get. I paid so I don't get ads, right?
Well, you're not going to watch YouTube anymore, so it doesn't matter.
I don't know what I did wrong. I haven't got any strikes and 4 channels, no strikes left, no community guidelines strikes. On 4 channels, nothing. I don't swear. I don't incite violence. I don't do anything.
You don't call me homophobic slurs.
Ludo, you have a problem there, mate. I don't know. No one else has got a problem with the sound, I'm afraid. It's just you. Yeah, anaphylaxis. Again, I'm technically challenged.
We've got problems
You
with
can
the
use
sound,
ad
Alan.
blocker, so
It's
don't get
you.
ads. I need to put that on my... I don't know how to do that. But what I am happy with is that a friend of mine in chat said, I can get all my YouTube channel films back. I don't know how. I did what she said, and I said, I want
The way, listen, there's so much to draw out of this. The way he laughed about the ad blocker then, it seemed like a lie. And I think he's had an ad blocker and he hasn't paid for YouTube. That's why he doesn't know how much it costs. But he's pretending that he's paid for it and that he's lost that money, so they feel worse for him. But the truth is he just uses an ad blocker.
channels, and it gave me 1 day. I want like years. I think I would need a hard drive, wouldn't I?
You have to burn that in the back
If you had
garden.
my 6 years worth of product, it wouldn't fit on my computer, would it? I'm not technical.
You're
Do I have to
dumb.
buy a hard drive?
Now he needs money for a hard drive as well.
Do I have to have a hard drive? I don't know.
I don't know how much they cost. Maybe someone will send me one on Amazon.
I don't know. I really don't know.
He's not going to buy one. He just wants the money for one. Back to licking
Lady
his
Colin
lips.
Campbell talks about Harry and that, yeah. She's got lots of subs, yeah. Sound is good, but cuts out if you go into pop-up chat. I don't know what that means.
Or is that why it's cutting out for me? Because I've got pop-up chat.
Amanda's sending me an email. You were going to need zip files and storage. All right, Kate. Well, you and I are going to sort this out together. Are you in England, Kate, Mick? Are you in England?
No
Are
way.
you in England, Kate?
She's got loads of his stuff and she's going to come up with it. That's some fucking turn up for the books. You should be like, if that's real and she's got loads of your stuff and she's got it on zip files as well, like, you are the luckiest son of a bitch in the world, and you should be going, like, you know, you should be crying over that and Give her all the super chats. Like, fuck me. That's like manna from heaven, isn't it? Lucky bastard. But fortunately, I don't think he's got the capability to download and unzip files and put them on a hard drive. I just don't think he understands what he's doing, and will be walked through it. And like by the time he does, it'll just be a waste of his time anyway.
How's his daughter? There's now a monthly supporter, right?
Alan's
See if I
daughter.
can get that on the screen. Let me practice here. Come on, AD, you can do it.
Come on, AD, you old bastard. You can do it. Come on, you've still got it.
No, maybe I can't. Thought I could do it.
No, you can't.
Ocean's daughter. I was trying to put your donation on the screen.
Nothing's
Can't do
changed. Can't do it. Maybe it just
I
doesn't
will
link
learn
with
now.
YouTube.
I will learn. I will learn.
I will learn. What do you have to learn? Like, I'd still, again, like in chat, Trisha, you use StreamYard or something equivalent, don't you? Doesn't it do it for you? Like when you send it to stream on YouTube, it sends to YouTube. When you send it to stream on another platform, it sends it to another platform. You don't have to learn anything, do you? It's the same thing. Like, what's he learning here? How come he doesn't know how to get things up on screen? How come he doesn't know how to use the filter? How come he doesn't know how to put the background on? What's missing? How come he doesn't know how to do it? This doesn't make sense to me. I can't, like, when you're on Rumble, like I'm on Twitch today, everything's the same about my stream. Like, all I've done is gone in the settings and put settings, YouTube, change that to Twitch, bang. Like, what? Why is it not working? How does he not know how to do it? You think he's playing dumb and hoping he gets money? Is Rumble not an option? Rumble is not an option. Oh, Rumble's not an option. Oh. Hang on. Settings, stream. Oh, I can't have a look at my options because I'm live. Well, there must be an option for Rumble on OBS, otherwise how the fuck do people stream on Rumble? Like, in any way, like, so what he's had to do is he's had to do something new, and this is like Rumble's version of StreamYard he's using. I imagine that because Rumble have this problem, they've probably just put out a proprietary software like StreamYard that's called like ReamYard, like Rumble StreamYard, and he just doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah, like I understand that they would run the stream, but actually physically click the buttons as well. Like, you know, physically put up the backgrounds, and like that's a different thing. I mean, I don't know, because like, he changes things when he's live. He like presses the button and accidentally brings up his own desktop. So maybe they've got dual control or something like that. Maybe it's dual control. But amazing, right? So Rumble's not on it, so he's lost all access to all of that. So he's got no backgrounds now. He's got no, therefore, filters or any of that, and he can't get the messages on screen. Right. So all of this time, like, no offense, like you know, thanks for the advice, for the information, someone that uses it. I'm not dissing anyone for this, but I think it's a good idea, just as like, this is a lesson for anyone in the media, is to try and like improve and keep up with, like, you know, I would advise OBS is good. I use it, so I can advise it's good. And it might seem a little bit complicated at first, but when you get the hang of it, like, you know, it updates regularly, it's free. Like, it might be a good idea to have, like, you know, an understanding of what you're doing, because if things change like this, Alan's fucked. Like, if StreamYard doesn't do it for you, then StreamYard's no other option then, is there? Like, wow. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that, actually. I don't know if I'm completely right on that. Like, StreamYard's a good facility, and not everyone's planning to get kicked off YouTube, are they? So maybe I'm wrong, because unless, like, yeah, but I don't know. Like, part of me thinks that Alan should be able to do these things. Like, as a streamer, he's moving on to a new platform. He wants to make a good first impression, and he's not going to have any facilities on his stream because he doesn't know how to do anything. And it was all being done before by a software program that did it for him. And like, the difference with OBS is that you kind of do it yourself in a way. Like, you have to work out how to arrange the screen and the panel and do the things. Like, so maybe like that helps in a way, because then you know what you're doing. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just quickly show you what OBS is. If anyone's talking in chat, I'll just quickly show you, because there are OBS, Open Broadcast Software, OBS. So it's made by people that are legit. Yeah, like, there's no messing about here. It's not like some dodgy download, but it's free because it's open broadcast, open source. So like, lots of clever people work on it for free, so to speak. And like, people invent new plugins and stuff and put it on the community page. It's like a community project more than a making money project. And what you see when you're running it So like that's what I'm looking at on the screen. Is I've got my main screen with all my stuff going on, but just below it here that you can't see because of the way the picture came out is like my mic. Can I make my picture go down? Oh, I want to show the bit of the... Oh, there you go, look. So I can actually see what's called scenes. So I set up a scene like I'm streaming, and this is the scene that you're watching. And then I've got another scene called my close-up, and that's this. This is a different scene, isn't it? Look, things look different. I've got the same camera and stuff, but I've changed the background and the way it's set up, so I can go between the two different scenes. So to set up a scene, I'm going to need, for this one, a background. So in the scene... Here in the scene, look, as sources, I have a new source. Source, not tomato sauce, but sources, stuff from the computer that I want to put on the screen. So I have a background, that goes in there. I have my camera, that goes in there. I have my microphone, that goes in there. And then I move it around, and then it exists. And if I want to move from that scene to a different scene, I can move to a different scene, or even a different scene, depending on how many I want to create. And then once you've created them, you use your audio mixer, and stuff like that, get your balance. It's kind of straightforward then. Once you've got used to creating the scenes and moving the, linking this to my camera and linking this to my microphone and stuff, that one's going to be my browser. I want my browser in the middle and I want to be on top, and stuff like that. Once you've got used to that, you can start playing around with it, moving them around. Like I'm literally doing it live all the time, aren't I? I'm like literally moving my scene around. Look, like, I can just turn this off. Look, there it's gone. Now the scene, it doesn't have a browser anymore. But if I want my browser in it, which I do, now it's here. Like, so you can get used to doing that. Once you're used to doing that, that's it. The other thing is the settings. It goes a bit more complicated if you want it to, with stuff like bit rates and stuff like that. I went on the internet, asked the internet what it said, just typed in what the internet said and just went with that. But you've got options there. Oh no, I didn't. Initially I did that, and then Nigel told me what to put in, and then I put in what Nigel said, if I'm really telling the truth. But you can use... settings in this. You press the button, it brings up where do you want to stream, and you say Twitch, and then you put in your stream key and you stream on Twitch, and then I'm going live to the world, and I'm using this really as my editing room, my live editing room. So if I want to make something new on the screen, I put it in there as a source, and I just put things in there, and then they're on the screen and you can all see them. So it's not that complicated, but troubleshooting like anything on the computer, oh, it's not that complicated. Why can't it see my camera? I'd fuck it if I know. It's that sort of business. But yeah, obviously is really good and it's free. And so once you've got that, like I'm doing this in my end, so I'm doing what StreamYard was going to do. So when I go on a different streaming platform, it doesn't matter that StreamYard can't work on there because I'm doing it. So if I want to have a different background or something going on, I'm doing it. So I can go on any stream anywhere and still do my stream. So that's the difference between what was going on between me and Alan. And no offense, like I'm not trying to diss anyone for like not being like, super duper media products on like, super professional using the top, like nothing like that. I'm not trying to be elitist or anything. I think StreamYard works for a load of people, and I think if you can be seen and your camera is decent, you can do whatever you want. Like it goes well. Like I'm not dissing StreamYard essentially, but what I'm dissing with Alan is the inability to have learned anything over the time that he's been streaming to have insulated him against this kind of shock. And now he's left naked and bereft, trying on the fly, the day before, the day of, the day before, the day after. He's not going to... How is he going to learn this? He said it's better over here on Rumble. It's actually worse, Alan, because now you don't have half the facilities you used to. And you can't learn how to do them in the time. Sorry.
See how StreamYard's getting on. Don't know. Anyway, all good. Thank you, Ocean's Daughter. I am a baby with this. I will learn. YouTube is filled with bots. We're real in here. Yeah. Doesn't it feel safer environment? And you feel like, oh, well, this is better, don't you? I'm much happier with my face. I know your face. I don't know your name, but I know your face. Me. The real me. Armchair detective, as he really is. I'm not used to seeing me. I'm used to seeing some reproduced me with no hair. It's just not nice to have all your hair taken off you.
Well, why were you doing it then? Why were you doing it? Is he trying to imply that YouTube was imposing a green screen on him? He would send his unfiltered content to YouTube, and they would effectively shave his hair further by applying a harsh green screen filter. Like, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, another thing, sorry, before I finish on OBS, I should say this. What you're seeing there is just one screen, but if you want, you can have two screens next to each other and you can move between the two. So instead of having me messing about live, I can be preparing something in another window, like just on the two screen setup. Let me open that and show you the picture of that. Showing you it side by side. I don't know why I'm selling OBS, but I'm really grateful for OBS that they, provide this service. And it's, if anyone gets any help out of this, then good. Like, I can't solve all your technical problems all the time, but I can advise what's good. Like, OBS here, look, like, so my mixer and all that stuff down there, all those sources and all that. But look, two windows. So now there's the one that's going live, and if I want, I can do a crossfade. So let's cut to you in the studio, and I can fade, and I can have my other webcam pointing somewhere else, and I can fade to the other picture, like a real editor live in a studio. This is like being in the editing room live in the studio. That's what it is. In the films where they're all in that room with all the screens. Well, you've got two screens. You don't have a million screens. You've got two, all right? And you've got what's coming up and what you're watching now. So if you want to prepare another window, instead of me messing about live while I do it, I could mess about live on the other window and then fade between the two, like a professional, which I never do. I don't bother with that facility, but it is there. I'd rather just fumble around like a fucking gooner, like this gooner. I'd rather fumble around like this gooner, look, like this. There you go. So you wouldn't have had to see me do that. I could have done that in a different window and then faded into it, but now you've seen me move it, so the magic's broken. I think it works on Mac, yeah. I think yes. Mac's notorious for difficulties with different... I streamed... No, don't get me wrong. I streamed with a Mac, and I did, yes. It has some delay issues with my microphone, my old computer, but yes, it can be worked. And you can sort those delay issues out in OBS. So you're more confused than you were this morning. My description has made it more confusing. Maybe I thought it was quite a straightforward, like I don't know, like it can look confusing, it can be confusing, but if you just try and remember that you've got like this like hierarchy of the screen that you want to make, and within it is all the stuff that you want, and so they're the sources, they're in that other list. You've got the list of the different screens, the main thing, like the main show, and then you've got all the different things that you want in it. And I want a web picture of Alan, I want the chat, I want my camera, my microphone. So I add them all in, and then I move them all around and set them up, and then I send them to the internet. Getting flashbacks to when my mic was out of sync. Listen, Nigel, we haven't bridged this yet, but this stream, if I sing along to a karaoke, I'm slightly out of sync, and I don't know which way to go. So one of these days we're going to have a stream where I play a rhythmic thing and beat a stick to it, and you have to type in chat whether I should delay it or advance it, and I have to do the settings and go, does this work? Is it working now? So we've still got to do that one more time. But yeah, we had a couple of interesting streams. I used to have to give up sometimes and just be out of sync, didn't I? But when we fixed it, it was good, or when we tried to fix it, it was good. Yeah, I had to get up a fucking video with a metronome and like a thing beating, and like the new computer doesn't do that. So I think the more new and better your computer, the better.
Not that I've got a lot, but they take what I've got.
So we got distracted there talking about streaming. But poor Alan, look, I should be going on about him without his glasses and no filter. I should be making a big thing out of it, but I don't feel like whipping him about that right now. But look, doesn't he look like he's been crying, saying he's had not much sleep, got really drunk, had a big cry and a right shout, and then a cry at the end of the shout so they wouldn't be mean to him about the fact he was shouting at them, and then he's come on the internet and he's got some money and everything's better again.
Me, the real me, Armchair Detective, as he really is. I'm not used to seeing me. I'm used to seeing some reproduced me with no hair, which is not nice to have all your hair taken off you. Not that I've got a lot, but they take what I've got. Not that I've got a lot, but they take what I've got. I'm cheering up. The only thing's upset me that I haven't got Cracker and Elizabeth here to share our story, but never mind. Maybe tomorrow, Elizabeth and but we have got a lot of the spanners in. So that's another job where they do. I had to round up all the spanners and ask them, please download Rumble and become a member, send me your name. Then I had to put them all in as spanners. Not Elizabeth and choice, but we have got a lot of the.
I wonder if Elizabeth and Kaka's politics, because maybe they're American. I wonder if their politics don't align with Rumble, because Rumble's very right wing. You know, Trump. It's Trump town. So if you're American and you don't like Trump, then maybe you don't like Rumble. I don't know.
A lot of the spanners in. See, that's another job where they do. I had to round up all the spanners. Not a malignant narcissist manipulating people here, but you know, not treating people like a resource here. But I had to round up all the spanners, yeah. And ask them, please download Rumble and become a member. Send me your name. Then I had to put them all in as spanners. Not easy, you know. Not easy when you're my age. I did it. And they're all here. All good. All good.
They're not all here, though, are they?
Herr Ludo, you're having your own problems, Herr Ludo. I look much better today. Yeah, that's because it's what I really look like. This is my skin. Calm your skin down.
Why did he say calm your skin down? Like, this is what I really look like. He's put a filter on himself before and he thinks now he looks better than the filter. So why did he use the filter? And when he say calm your skin down, it's like he spoke in the slogan of an advertisement. It's like he just said the slogan of an advertisement in a sort of, I'm not dissing at autism here, but in a sort of like pseudo-autistic, self-soothing, like repetition of like a performance. You know, I was saying in a different video, which is going to be out on Battery Exhausted, so it will be out on Battery Exhausted. That's going to drop probably while I'm on my little break. Some people watch too much television and are raised by too many films and think that the people they see on the films and television are particularly cool, and they don't have that social environment. Maybe they don't have a lot of friends and they don't sort of develop in the right way, so they emulate the people they see on the TV and films instead, and they sort of take those cliches and those performances and those like cool things that the Fonz does, and they do them in real life and they look like dicks.
Yeah, Osmond, I think it's terrible. You paid £5 to be a member of my red channel, say, or blue channel. They took the money off you, but they're not giving me my £2.50. So they've taken your whole £5.
You're responsible for that by abusing the terms of service. They told you what the terms of service were, you broke them, and you've undermined the system for your own supporters, so you're responsible for losing their money. So don't blame YouTube. Like, you are the one that should be responsible for that. They should be cross at you for that, Alan. You've let them down.
At the moment, right?
Now they have to all move to Rumble.
Pay me by Monday. I'll let you know, and you can email me and ask for your £5 back. Or yeah, let's see that. So we'll see what happens.
I don't think YouTube will care. They just won't. They'll ignore the email.
YouTube has changed since Google bought YouTube. It's not been the same. Since Google bought YouTube, it's all about like money for them, isn't it? Oh, you're not monetized anymore. We put the ads on, but we won't give you any money, like they did in my blue channel. Right, you're not monetized anymore, but we put ads on. Well, why? You're not. You put the ads on, you're not going to be paid.
Good this Rumble is, isn't it?
Is it illegal for them to keep the money? I don't know. It says they can do what they want. I looked at the terms and conditions. They can do what they want.
Yeah.
But let's be fair. They haven't kept my money yet. Today is payday.
Right. I know we're doing Alan, but I want to help Slinky Socks. Right. So in OBS, when you've got something in as a source, then within that source you can open up its properties, and it will show you some options. Now, this is not going to be the best, easiest advice, like the most sensible advice, maybe. I don't know what I'm going to say, but what I would do, this is how I fix it, right? Is like, so you've got, where are we? Scenes and sources. Show me some sources here and some settings. Just show me some settings and some sources. transition, studio mode. Show me a picture of some sources. Anyway, like I would open up in the sources list, like, you know, these lists that we were talking about. That actually I can show it you in the big picture, can't I? What am I doing? Come on, stupid Scott. Where's the big picture? This one. Open the image in a new tab and move it around. So this list of the sources, you will press plus at the bottom. Plus at the bottom there, and bring in a new source, yeah, and you bring it in as a microphone, for example, and then you can't see it or hear it. So the first thing is it muted on the audio mixer? Can you see it as you brought it in? Now it should come in on the audio mixer, and you should see it. Is it there? Is it muted? Has the audio mixer got it? Then the audio mixer's got its own settings. So open up the settings and check them, and then the microphone here has got a button at the top there said properties, filters. You won't be putting any filters on immediately, so don't worry, you can put them on in a minute if you want, like noise filter and stuff. But initially it's properties. In the properties, is it seeing it in the properties? Is it a USB mic that works? You know, the apps on your computer, does it work generally? Because can your computer see it in general? Is it working in general? If so, that's fine. The microphone works. We've troubleshooted that bit. And then properties, like I say. Now, this is the bit where I start to fall apart because I don't know all the different settings and everything, but I can fucking mess about with them. So one by one, I might start clicking through settings and stuff, and sometimes it fixes it for me. Now that sounds really bad, doesn't it? It sounds like I'm not doing the best that I should, and I should learn more. But oh look, Jamie's going to help you. Okay, so Jamie's going to help you better than me, because I think that's where I fall apart. But honestly, right, with media, with Windows Capture, sometimes I open up a thing. When you've seen me do it on a stream, where's the game? Why isn't the game on? And I just mess around with it. I change the different preferences and properties until it fucking works, and then sometimes it'll work. But theoretically, it should be. Like the idea is that it's straightforward. So you plug it into it, and it sees it, and then you get it up on there on the screen, right? And then you mess about with it. So in theory, it should work. Like in theory, and then yeah, as you're finding, there might be in practice some troubleshooting issues. But like once you get the beauty of it, right, is that once you get it sorted out, then you don't have to fucking fix that again. Like then it works. So hopefully it will get working. You got camera success. Oh, but it was short-lived. But when you get it sorted, it will be fixed. And when it is fixed, then it is fixed. So yeah. And I'll tell you what, this is going to sound really bad as well, but as you upgrade your kit, it gets easier. And I shouldn't say this, like spending money doesn't solve the problems, does it? But in actual fact, with technology, like buying like stuff from Elgato and just plugging it in and it worked, that was good. Like when I upgraded to my new computer and I just plugged things in and they worked, I was like, what? Aren't you supposed to fuck me about for 2 hours before I get going? No. You just that plugged in and that worked, did it? All right, that's all right then. But when I used to use my Mac, which I used for well over a year, and it was only through building up and saving up donations and stuff and tippies that I managed to upgrade with a bit of help from my family and friends. You know, it was like a new age. But I think it's important that everyone goes, like, you're better off going through this now and learning about this, and then as a streamer developing, and then, you know, in the future when OBS fucks up, you know, you can sort it out and things are just okay. And like being a streamer as well, like obviously you're learning about this because making content. Like I think in the first, this is the best advice I think I ever heard, and for me was, if you treat your, like, it's not, I mean, you're going to get lucky because I think people will turn up and watch you, but initially maybe you won't have loads of people all the time. But if you treat it like a live recording session and say someone could always watch this as a video on YouTube, so I'm going to do my best to do a thing, you know, while I'm doing it, and then like maybe I'll plan a little bit before, think about what I might say, what sort of things I want to watch and talk about, and then like we can go a bit freestyle at the end if I'm feeling it, you know, then you're okay. Like you've got a structure, and even if you like ignore the view count, turn off the view count, don't look at the view count. Like if chat's moving, it's great, you know, if someone's there chatting, great. If not, imagine that they were, like, turn it off in your mind and just talk like you're talking to a friend, like that might watch it later, and then you can always edit it out and make clips and make things out of it, so it's always useful. And then on top of that, you're learning and practicing and doing what I'm doing now, which is just endless fucking talking and nonsense. So then what happens is people start to tune in, and if they drop in and you are talking, they might stay and listen, you know. So don't be put off by worried about, oh, how do I look and are people watching and stuff like that. Initially, it's just about getting used to doing it, and then over time, you start like improving little bits here and there. Maybe you buy a nice T-shirt or get a nice camera, or you know, whatever. Like over time, things progress, but initially, it takes that time, and that means that when you get there towards down it, like for some people it might happen quick, but for others, like it might take a bit of work and time. I put in work and time. I think that you know, a year down the line, a bit, something might happen like the Nicola Bully case. People might start watching your content, and you're already there now. You know what you're doing. You're not like shit like with Alan. You know, you don't have to wing it. You already know what you're doing because you've been practicing. So if it's not going well in terms of this stream's not got loads of viewers, and like, you know, I was worried and I didn't do so, it's all good practice. Like none of it's negative, it's all positive. And if you're lucky, you know, like things will go well and things will be good. Like, and if you're not, then you can look at what you've been doing and watch your own streams and say, oh, I could do this better, or maybe I should start doing that. And you know, there's a whole world of different choices out there. So good luck to everyone doing it, and I'll try and support anyone in any way, you know, by promoting them and helping them. So there's just a little bit on that. I'm sorry if people are watching this for Angry Alan and are bored, but we'll go back to Angry Alan now. I just thought, yeah, and watch out for Slinky Socks. She's coming.
Onto my AdSense, I don't have it anymore. So
listen,
I don't know how,
not coming in the regardation police sense. Not coming in the bum bum in the regardation police sense.
I'm going to get paid. We'll see. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Let's see if they do pay me today or tomorrow. But at the moment, I don't know where they're going to pay me because I can't find it on YouTube. But it's not all about money. What about my...
He seems to have gone a bit out of sync there now. I would also say that there's so many choices and different ways you can do things. One of the other things that was really good for me when I started streaming was I did variety. I wasn't afraid to do different things, stream on Twitch, talk about different subjects. If something doesn't go so well, I can either delete the stream or just stop doing it, you know. But if something goes well and I enjoy it, I can start doing more of it. And you find your voice. And I know it sounds silly because everyone, oh, I've got my own voice, I know what I'm going to say. But like, there's a lot of time to fill through a lot of days. So you don't have to fill all the time in every day. You can do 1 or 2 streams a week to start with instead of every single day. But if you want, there's a lot of time to fill and there's a lot of things to say. But that doesn't mean that you should say everything either, does it? So there are so many choices, and I think being open to all different choices at the start and saying, right, we might just do a random cooking stream, or we might just do a random stream about this, and it's fun for me, and it might not be what my audience expects, but like I want to try it, so I'll just do it, and then maybe do one of those, and then go back to whatever your more normal content is, and every now and then try a bit of different stuff. For me, I just was very heavy variety to start with because I wanted to sort of see where I wanted to land. And you'll find your way, and it'll be like a fun process. And also, I believe that if you can build in a sort of journey in some way, and I've still got journeys to finish, still got sushi to make, but building in a sort of journey in your content, like people are along for the journey. Like we're all here to, especially talking to Slinky Socks really, I know, but any streamer, like, you know, people are here for the journey, and if they're in there early and they watch you progress, that's part of the joy of it. Like that's what we're all here for. So we enjoy that journey together. That's what being friends is. So that's what streaming is. And Alan doesn't understand that. To bringing it back to Alan, Alan's just happy he's had his 30 quid.
6 years of hard work. How many thousands of hours have I put in? My spanners, my ex-spanners, how many thousands of hours they put in to be shut down, terminated, and taken off me in an instant?
Oh, terminated. I didn't tell you this. I keep stopping it. I'll be here all night. But listen, I didn't tell you this. Grumpy Grannis, right? Have you ever seen the like? I hope she hasn't deleted it. Have you ever seen the like? She said she's going to take down, not that one. She said she's going to take down her Alan content, which is going to be a shame. But, you know, it's her prerogative. But on her community tab, right? She's putting these jokey things up. Oh, there's Rumble. Community tab. But this, look, she put this one up. That's Sarah Connor out of Terminator. And the joke is Sarah Connor seeing you become friends with ChatGPT. It's a joke about AI. She put it up a day ago before Alan was terminated. Before Alan was terminated. A joke about Terminator before he was terminated, the day before. Like a premonition. Like, I thought that was spookish. I thought that was spooky. She's also uploaded Terminator. This is weird. I don't know. I've got no idea about this. I don't know what to say about this. But this is Terminator. Like somehow she's managed to upload Terminator, the full 1984 movie, to her channel. It's got 1.2 million views. It seems like a copyright nightmare. But at some point, I think they're talking Spanish in one of it. I think it might be in Spanish. But it seems like a copyright nightmare. But Grumpy Granny's got 1.2 million views with the Terminator film. Like, I couldn't upload that. How'd get done? Like, weird. I don't understand it. But she's had that 9 months ago. So 9 months ago, she uploaded the Terminator movie. A day ago, before he got terminated, she uploaded a Terminator meme. And then Alan got terminated. Is Grumpy Grannis from the future sent back to make sure that Alan doesn't create artificial intelligence? And now listen, Jamie's in chat. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. Jamie's in chat. I'm looking at you, Jamie. You're messing around with artificial intelligence. Are you about to kill us all? Did Grumpy Granny just save us from Alan? Like, imagine you create Alan as an artificial intelligence, just having a laugh. You're just doing songs and messing about, and then artificial intelligence gets a bit smarter and a bit better, and like this Alan infection is in there, and this narcissist, this horrible attitude, this like bad behavior, it's infected, it's in there, and Alan takes over, and Alan becomes the the artificial intelligence learns to be the most malignant, aggressive, grifting, horrible narcissist because you infected it with Alan. And Grumpy Granny had to be sent back from the future to save us and get Alan terminated before it went too far. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's what happened. When I created my AI, it started looking for launch codes. Stinky Socks check studio and my Terminators hit top numbers. Nice. It's nice when that happens, isn't it? It gives you a bit of a push, and it's hard not to get, I don't want to say like addicted, but you know, it's hard not to be like, oh, look at the numbers, that's good, yes. But always like temper it, like, you know, it's like the triumph and disaster. Temper it with, let's try and keep pushing forward and not worry. I'm saying this, you should celebrate the views and be happy about it, like, absolutely. But also, like, on the days where, like, you know, you drop a video and you thought you worked really hard and it didn't get loads of views, still it's a good video and you worked really hard and you did, you know, so rough with the smooth sometimes. Like, I'm not trying to take the edge off. Congratulations on the views. And also, I've been watching all the other content about this Alan story, and a lot of other people have been shouting you out as well, haven't they? So it's nice to hear your name in other channels. That's a good piece of kudos. Congratulations, especially that Australian lady who's got the same sense of humour as me, and we're friends, YouTube friends, although we've not talked on the internet properly on the show yet, but we will.
One instant. Is that fair? What they should have said was, look, we're not happy with you, we're going to close your account, we're going to give you 2 days to download all your videos and keep. No, they just took everything. My money, my videos, my life, my community, everything.
Come on, stupid lighter. There you go.
We're starting again.
They didn't take your life. You're still alive.
I can help you on the Rumble channel. Yeah, well, you can. But it's no different. Listen, it took me 6 months to get paid on YouTube. I've been here 5 hours, and they're already paying me the super chat.
That's the people.
Amazing. It's amazing. Let's see what's gone on. I've never been so impressed with the platform. The picture's great, and they pay you straight away. Amazing.
The only reason the picture's better is because you're not pumping your StreamYard filters on it.
Thanks for all your messages, guys. Thank you to Castaway. Thank you to Castaway as well.
Apparently I was wrong earlier. Someone said that because I've got the chat popped out so I can have the full screen experience. So apparently that is making the sound be rubbish for me, but I thought Rumble was prioritising the image over the sound because his image got better. So I will retract that if I was wrong earlier. I'll just retract it. I'm not the most amazing, nuanced technician. We had Prophet in our chat the other day. That's a really smart technical chuffer. So we'll have to get. They said they would help me set up my setup, like, and I'd have to get them on sometime to have a little chat about things and just ask them if this is the correct place to put your microphone.
The paper. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Fantastic. Well, so there we are. So I hope you can all sleep a bit easier tonight. Tomorrow, you had to watch a 5-minute ad on Rumble. I don't think Herr Ludo's too happy with Rumble. Herr Rumble, you can get away with it. You can stop the ads. Don't ask me to do it. Does anybody know how to stop the ads on Rumble for Herr Ludo here? Does anybody know how to stop the ads? Well, for a start, you didn't have to watch 5 minutes, Herr Ludo. You could skip the ads. That's the first thing. Someone said to me today, you never know. This might be the best thing that ever happened to you. A friend of mine said, I spoke to my friend about it today, right? I have friends, believe it or not.
I don't believe
I said,
it.
look, I'm devastated. I've lost my channel for 6 years' work, all my videos, all my friends. And he said, how do you know this wasn't meant to be? How do you know this wasn't meant to be and it's going to be a start of a new life?
I told you. And this is the chameleonic narcissist who can just throw things away. I'm no longer a restaurateur. I'm now a poker player. I'm no longer a poker player. I'm now a restaurateur. I'm no longer a restaurateur. I'm now a detective. I'm no longer a detective. I'm now David Icke. And I told you, didn't I, that someone behind the scenes had basically buffed him up a bit and told him, you can do all your content. Don't worry, that was old content, and now you can do it all again, new. He's been crying to someone, and they've been saying to him how it can be, remedied, and it's all good. And don't worry, pat your little head. You'll be your mommiss. I'll be your mommiss. He said friend. I'm not I'm not thinking some old drinking buddy or something here. I'm thinking he's gone to his mommiss, whichever one of those ladies is his mommiss.
Better life. I've seen you. How they've affected your real life. I've seen your daughter crying. I've seen what they've done. I've seen people.
I've seen your daughter crying. Oh, hang on. Well, maybe I'm talking to somebody else here. Maybe you talk to an ex-wife. Maybe, or someone family. He said friend, but I don't think he's got friends. So maybe this is fine. I've seen your daughter crying. They've seen his daughter crying. So who's he talking to here? A friend. I've seen your daughter crying. And obviously, or maybe it was a son-in-law. Go on, call dad, because he's in a really bad way and I don't want to fucking talk to him. Go on, can you call him? Man to man. He's in a really bad way about this YouTube channel. Can you call him? Kirsty, I'm not calling your dad. Kirsty, I'm not calling your dad. I'm not shagging you again unless you call my dad. Oh, Kirsty, not this again. Not the withholding sex. I'm not shagging you unless you call my dad. Will you shag me after? Like immediately after? Immediately after, yeah. Well, not immediately after. I'll need to just get it out of my head for a minute. I'm not going to be hard after I've called your dad, am I? So I'm not going to be like, oh, Alan, and talking to Alan, listening to him crying and get me hard, and then. No, I'm not. So I'm going to need. While I'm talking to your dad, you're going to need to go and have a wash and put on those sexy clothes. Get the bag out the. Get the bag. The sex bag. Get that on. How do you know which daughter I am? I was just assuming. Sorry. You might not need the bag. You might be the other one. I'm not shagging you unless you call my dad. Right. But after I've called him, sexy time, yeah? Deal? Deal. Right, give me the phone.
I've seen the total emphasis on sex. Total emphasis on sex.
Sex bag on the.
You're better off without. It's going to be a start of a new life and a better life. I've seen you, how they've affected your real life. I've seen your daughter crying.
They obviously wanted him off the internet, didn't they? These fat friends obviously wanted him off the internet. They wanted, and like, they thought it's going to be the start of a new life, a better life. They didn't realise he's going to be on Rumble, like just doing the same thing but on a different platform, on a much smaller and strangely right-wing platform. They didn't know that was what was going to happen, did they? I think they would predict when they're on the phone trying to make it sound better to him. I think they were saying, you know, you don't have to do this anymore. It's over. Now you can stop doing this. Like, you know, I think he's taken what he wanted out of this and then twisted it into what he's doing now. But I think their sentiment would have been, I thank God he's not on YouTube anymore making the. Imagine his family, they're celebrating now, aren't they? Thank God he's not on YouTube making any of these videos anymore.
My channel, for 6 years' work, all my videos, all my
The
friends.
only one he's not celebrating is the one who might lose her house. But she won't, because the HMRC will pay for it. So
He said, how do you know this wasn't meant to be? How do you know this wasn't meant to be and it's going to be a start of a new life and a better life? I've seen you, how they've affected your real life. I've seen your daughter crying. I've seen what they've done. I've seen people who voted for you. I've seen their total emphasis on sex. Total emphasis on sex. That's all they think about. You're better off without. You're better for YouTube. I mean, like, what was I earning in a month? 250 quid a week, something like that. Was it worth it? Was it worth it on my mental torment and my family and my?
did you just say 250 quid a week? Like, we're getting numbers bandied around again. I'm not counting the numbers, but someone can, can't they? No, we've had £250 a week. That would add up to the £1,000 a month he projected earlier. Like, so maybe £1,000. Like, £1,000 a month is quite a lot of money for what he was doing on YouTube, isn't it, Alan? Like, it's actually quite a lot of money. So, like, now it's £1,000 a month all of a sudden. Before he was poor, like, you know, had no money but can't get me going. Now it's a grand a month, and that's all gone now apparently. But now it's better because they're giving him money again on super chats. So this lot in his. Like, basically what he's saying is that the load of people the people that are in his chat and give him money, they're worth a grand a month. Because that's what it is, really, isn't it? Like, he had viewing numbers, didn't he? And he had like a few hundred quid from YouTube views. But other than that, like, yeah, it is a lot of money, isn't it? Like, and like, just like mass majority of it just coming from those fucking. I mean, he would have get the odd viral, you know, 50k views, you know, and a couple of few videos that did well. But like, most of that's just coming from those chuffers that are giving him the super chats. And I suppose there you go, Nancy. Like, Nancy adds up, doesn't she? Grand a month, fucking hell.
My daughter and those people.
My daughter. We got a bit of my daughter.
For YouTube. I mean, like, what was I earning in a month? 250 quid a week.
And wait, before he says this as well, and I know I'm taking a long time, but I love it. He's about to say all the things that were bad that he was allowing to happen or creating in a way, because it was his bad behaviour. He could have done YouTube and not been a shit, and then we wouldn't have been doing all this. But, you know, because of what he was doing, all this other bad stuff happened, and he would rather have taken the £250 a week. He didn't give it up for a new life to protect his daughter. Instead, he took the £250 a week and let her cry. Kat is crying in the thing downstairs.
Videos, all my friends. And he said, how do you know this wasn't meant to be? How do you know this wasn't meant to be and it's going to be a start of a new life and a better life? I've seen you.
Right, yeah, I'm going to start. I'm going to clip this. Hang on.
You never know. This might be the best thing that ever happened to you. A friend of mine said, I spoke to my friend about it today, right? I have friends, believe it or not. And I said, look, I'm devastated. I've lost my channel for 6 years' work, all my videos, all my friends. And he said, how do you know this wasn't meant to be? How do you know this wasn't meant to be and it's going to be a start of a new life and a better life? I've seen you, how they've affected your real life. I've seen your daughter crying. I've seen what they've done. I've seen people who voted for you. I've seen their total emphasis on sex. Total emphasis on sex. That's all they think about. You're better off without. You're better for YouTube. I mean, like, what was I earning in a month. 250 quid a week, something like that. Was it worth it? Was it worth it on my mental torment and my family and my daughter and those people and all like this? They're all sunken. When you see people with sunken cheeks like this and no teeth, they're ex-heroin addicts. I know. I used to work in the nightclub industry. People like this, all their teeth rot, and this goes in because they're on bloody heroin. I know what they are, and they're telling me that I'm a disgrace, and they're disgusting. They've got no teeth, and they're addicts. Well, they're like crazy. And they all get in the gang and hate me. Some of them are watching me now, and they're going, yeah. Why? Why? Why do they do it? Because they feel safe in their little echo chamber of hate for AD. I'm not worth hating, honestly. I'm not worth it. Tupers. But karma, right? They're
Karma. How did he? I cut that. I'm going to put that up probably as a little silly little clip on YouTube. Karma. How dare he talk of karma? Karma.
Why? Why do they
see if
do
I can
it?
Put that on Twitch.
Because they feel safe in their little echo chamber of hate for AD. I'm not worth hating, honestly. I'm not worth it. Tupers. But karma, right? Their karma is got to live without me on YouTube. They have to live without their obsession. It's like taking their drugs away. Look at the bright side. I've taken their drugs away. Where's my drugs? It's AD.
Wait. What?
Their obsession. It's like taking their drugs away. Look at the bright side. I've taken their drugs away.
I mean, he just had a pop at people. I mean, now he's on Rumble. He can start doing this, can't he? But I think he just made a few, pops at people. I mean, we do pop at people who are on the worst end of the spectrum drug-wise, don't we? Sometimes, we use it as a bit of a butt of a joke, I suppose. So, I'm not going to be like, oh, I never said anything like that. But he did have a bit of obviously, I'm not an ex-heroin addict. God help those that are, but I'm not. And I don't know where he got all that from. Is he trying to say me because I'm not? Because I've got quite a svelte, and I've got my cheekbones. Is that what he's like? I got teeth. What's he on about? Is it me he's popping out, or what was he popping out there? I don't know. This was weird.
Where's my drugs? It's AD. He's not here. What?
He is though. He's on Rumble, and I can just watch him here, and he's even more of a cock than he ever was. He's the same cock, if not worse. He's like... I'm pausing it too much, but I'm also enjoying this now. Nothing changes, does it, Alan? I predict, and I haven't got my magic tarot cards like Trisha, but I predict he's going to be quite the erratic and unwieldy cock on Rumble. I think he's going to try and tickle the Rumble algorithm, and he doesn't, he's not a smart man. I predict he's going to do some shit that is going to be maybe controversial, but maybe not in the way he realises, and I think he's going to do stuff that makes him look stupid, I think. And I think that the Rumble years are going to be we talk about he's the gift that keeps on grifting. Well, this is going to be the gift that keeps on giving, because the Rumble years are going to be pure joy and poetry for us to react to. There's going to be a lot of laughs, I'll tell you that. And on top of it, he's not on YouTube, so I don't have to worry if people are watching, when I bring my streams to YouTube, that they're going to be, other people are going to be restreaming them and clipping, of course, and that's going to be going on, so good on you. But he's not able to compete with me on YouTube anymore. So I don't have to worry when I'm streaming and he's streaming who's watching who. It doesn't matter anymore. You're done, and I can do this, and it's on YouTube, and it's funnest, and we carry on, and your life is shit comparison over there on Rumble, and you still get your 30 quid. You can still put it straight on the poker, and you know, there we are. And I can filter you in and out of my content as I want. It's like a drug, except a drug that I can just choose, like, not like, I mean, I gave up alcohol completely. I smoke weed, like, I feel like out of choice, but also I suppose out of a bit of an addiction. You know, I concede that. But this is more like a drug, like I've been binging on a bit of, I shouldn't use drug analogies actually. Like, I'll say cakes, and I can leave the cakes if I want for a bit. You know, I can just not eat the cakes for a bit. But I'm going to eat a cake every now and then still. It'll be fun. This looks like it's going to be good fun, the Rumble years. Carry on, Alan.
Well, you said you hated him. You wanted him off YouTube. Wait a minute. We need him. We need him. He's our content. Bring him back.
I'm not doing that.
What do we do now?
I'm not panicking. The only thing that I think is a shame, Alan, is that library of content that you said existed, there was a lot of stuff that I could have used, you know, in lots of different ways for lots of fun. There were a few that I had on the back burner, like I said, for rainy days. But it looks like you're going to provide another 5 years worth of bullshit. So I think we're okay for that. You know, I think we've got all the bullshit we need.
Wanted him off. Literally.
And it's not just that. Like, I've seen this comment a number of times on some other channels, actually. What are the troll channels going to do? Well, some of them are particularly focused on Alan, but some of them can turn the format of what they do onto other subjects, I think. And also, for me personally, I think it's about like my variety of different content. I mean, like, I can, like, they think like it's a weird comment that I don't really have to reply to, but it's like they think that I started out as an Angry Alan channel, like I'm here as an Angry Alan channel. This is the thing that I'm doing while I'm supposed to be working. Like the actual work that I do on the other channel, the better channel, the main channel, the Super Chuffer channel, like that's the main channel. This is what I'm doing while I'm supposed to be working. This is me messing about on the internet, having a laugh. So, oh no, what am I going to do now? Get back to work, probably. Have a laugh still sometimes. Get back to work. Like, it's like I'm not going to be bereft of content now. Alan's still being a twat, but only over here on Rumble. Like, in fact, I've got more content now, haven't I, Alan? Because you're being a twat, and I can get back to work because you're done on YouTube.
I think just maybe YouTube give my life back. Maybe they give my life back. I've taken their content. What's the point of raising money to take me off YouTube? I'm off YouTube. We're giving our money because we want anything off YouTube. I'm off YouTube.
Well, what that means is they don't have to spend all the money and they've won.
YouTube. So why are you giving money?
But it would be nice if they spent all the money and took you to court for defamation, and then you still had to pay all the damages for defamation for all the years of making money off them on YouTube. That would be fucking glorious as well, wouldn't it? Maybe take you off Rumble as well when they take your house and microphone away from you.
They have to live with it, their teeth. I feel better already. I feel better that I've done this myself today. And I am old.
Not been helped by the... Again, I would have thought someone else would set this up for him. But maybe Kaka and... You know, maybe we're getting the rumblings here of dissent in the camp. You know, maybe people aren't prepared to help Alan when he's being a fucking shit to them.
Source a platform, decide which one to go with, do my research.
You didn't do any research.
Decide on this, and then I had to set up a thing called, I don't know what it's called, a way of them paying me, Stretch or something.
What?
Something beginning with S. I had to sign up for that. Stripe. I had to sign up to Stripe, get passed on that from my bank before they let me set it up, and then I had to join something called Market or something to do.
So now we know his chain. Like, you know a little bit more about Alan's chain, so that's good for us, isn't it? If you're like interesting news, but also it's interesting to me that I would have thought you would have just gone live on Rumble. If people want to tip you and it accrues in the account, great, it's going in the account. But I'll work out how the payment gets to me a little bit later. But my first foremost thing is to make sure I provide quality content for the people that are paying me on Patreon and have stuck with me through this difficult time. So I want to make sure I do that, and then the money can follow. And you know, if we get super chats and stuff, I can work out how it gets into my PayPal later. But no, what Alan's done is he's gone on Rumble, and then he's opened Stripe, and then he's opened like this other. What's going on? Why is he such a like a blatant grifter here? Like, why is he so like he went on and on about his rent and the money, and he was cheerful about the money, and now he's been setting up the money, and like all he's talked about since he got kicked off YouTube is money.
Live stream, and then I had to get StreamYard to add Rumble to my systems, and then I had to set up a channel for it, and then I had to get Facebook to accept that it's real, and then I had to get a link, a key, and a URL link to put on Patreon to link it into You Seeing Me Tonight. Then I had to get all my spanners to join and put them into spanners. That was a lot of hoops to get here in one day. In one day for being closed down, I'm already being paid by you guys. This is brilliant.
By you guys, yeah. Guys, they're all
Yesterday
women.
was like Princess Di died. I was so shocked. Well, not quite as bad as that, but I understand. It's like,
Oh, rest in peace, Princess Di. Yesterday was the equivalent of when Princess Di died.
this is brilliant. Yesterday was like Princess Di died. I was so shocked. Well, not quite as bad as that, but I understand. So I felt the same way. I thought, oh, what? I thought, can they do that?
What do you mean? Why did you think that when Princess Di died? Can they do that? We all thought, what a try. My first thought, I suppose, was, my God, I've got a headache, because I'd been drinking very heavily, having come back from the World Championships of Fencing when I was 17. Thank you very much. Went to the Fencing World Championships, Junior World Championships, the Junior World Championships fencing, and came back and had a good old drinky poos at the local pub. Drank my way down the bar, starting at that end and ending at this end, and I drank everything on the bar, right? Everything along the bar, like, you know, one pint of each beer along the bar, and I was particularly drunk at the end. And then we stayed at a friend's house in the village, and then in the morning I was sleeping in like a guest bedroom, and waking up, Princess Di has died, and I was like, I've got a fucking headache. So there was that, and then I was like, this is terrible for her children. Like, there was like you know, because I'm a similar age to her children, I suppose. So I thought immediately of her children, like, terrible for her. I mean, obviously bad for her. I felt that as well, but terrible for her children. Like, what's going to happen? Big up Slinky Socks. You were 17 when it happened, and we're not the same age. What? I remember I come back from the World Championships and I had my... maybe I was 16 because I went to the 17 World Championships a year younger then. Or... I remember that I went to this bar and I drank all this beer. So maybe that's a difficult problem, because that's definite. I definitely woke up in a different house that I live in and woke up and it had been happening. So I definitely was drunk. Like really drunk. But yeah, so like Alan's first thought though apparently was, can they do that? Don't know. Now getting diverted to talk about Princess Di. It's late at night. I appreciate you love it, don't you? You love it, you chuffers. 2 a.m, chatting about Princess Di. But we have got 10 more minutes of this bollocks to get through, so we can have a little chat about any old bollocks after I've got through 10 minutes of this old bollocks.
Already being paid by you guys.
I need to get another drinky now.
Yesterday was like Princess Di died. I was so shocked. Well, not quite as bad as that, but I understand. So I felt the same way. I thought, oh, what? I thought, can they do that? I did it. I did it. I did it. I said to myself, well, let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Get it on tonight. Get it on tonight. Check it out. Get
it on tonight, I said to myself. I worked myself up into a lather. Have you ever met anyone that's such a wanker as Alan? Have you ever met... I mean, some of you have had some quite difficult people in your lives, I understand. But, like, have you ever known anyone such a fucking wanker as Alan? Could you imagine himself, after having cried himself to sleep, after having shouted at all the people around him that he cares about, or sorry, that have helped him, cares about, after having shouted at all those people, given it all the bollocks, had to listen to the big pity. Imagine the pity party that had to be provided for him by the people close to him. And then after all that, standing in the mirror and saying to himself, come on, AD, you can do it. Get ready to rumble. PJ and Duncan, let's get ready, let's get ready. Come on, AD, you can do this. You can grift them. You've still got it. You know, you look like you've got slightly more hair today. Like, you've got this. Like, I'm not picking on him because he's bald, it's because he said it earlier. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous. Like, have you ever known anyone such a fucking bellend?
And it's come out well. And tomorrow, ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Get it on tonight. Get it on tonight. Check it out. And it's come out well. And tomorrow, we make our debut in the big wide world of social media on Rumble, the new platform.
You're doing it now,
the platform that people are leaving YouTube to join. I was thrown off YouTube, but there's big YouTubers leaving.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is not his debut. Maybe his debut official is tomorrow, and this was just the soft launch to his patrons. But I would still contest that your patrons are actually the majority of your audience. So maybe this should be the launch. But you're just using it to talk to them. Okay, tomorrow's the big launch, and everything will be different and special. But you might want to take a couple of days to think about what you're going to fucking do instead of just doing it tomorrow. But yeah,
leaving YouTube to go on Rumble. I looked that up actually. YouTubers leaving.
He's an idiot. The people that leave YouTube or Twitch more often to join, like, there's people that get banned, and then there's the people that leave because they're offered monies and they're given a contract and monies. That's not what's happened with Alan.
To join Rumble. So to spell Rumble. Why can't I spell Rumble? I can. Yeah. Okay, so everybody's leaving YouTube and moving to Rumble.
Do you know what? I'll say this because hopefully people will see this. I've still got an Angry Alan video that has got to be dropped on the main channel, but it's before he got banned. So it just seems really weird to drop a video from just before he got banned, because none of this is like this. Like, everything had changed, didn't it? So I've got one sort of artifact video now that's from before he got banned that hasn't dropped, a react. And it's going to drop, and it's going to be weird, but I don't know how that's going to work. But it will seem really weird when it drops, so look out for it.
Probably true.
And then y'all I tried out the Rumble app. It's actually not a bad app. I mean, it's pretty thorough. I got some search. The search ain't nobody touch YouTube search algorithm. But I mean, the presentation,
Oh no! Look, this shit happens, man. Like I said, man, I'm not being sexist. Listen, everyone, get your heads on. I know it's late at night. But look what happened here. Let's look for a video, yeah? Got a video?
it's actually not a
Yeah?
bad. I mean,
Okay, what's he doing with it now? He's putting it on the table while he lets it play, yeah? See him reach over and put it down?
It's pretty thorough.
And now he leans forward and looks into it. Free hands. Yeah, hands free. With the old phone there. Now, imagine that phone, but it's got a kid on it singing, and you're recording your smule. What would you look like when you put it on the table and went hands-free, looking over it? That's how he recorded that smule with those kids. He set it up, opened it up, had it on, popped it down, and then he was looking over it, wasn't he? Like entertainment, like hands-free. Like, that's a habit that he's got. That's something he does. Like, he's not doing that on the random. He sits here every fucking day doing this. You know, he gets his phone out, gets the video, pops it down there and has a watch. Now, it could be that he does that for watching boxing videos or whatever. Bit weird because he's got a computer screen in front of him. and all this other stuff. So if you were watching videos in general, you would be using your computer, wouldn't you? Because you're sat in front of it. But for certain things on his phone, he does that. And strangely, like I said, when you're doing Smule and you're singing a karaoke, you're like, I'm singing the Smule, I'm singing a karaoke. You don't tend to put it down and watch it like entertainment, do you? Like obligatory sing along with the words to make it look like you're singing, but you know, you don't tend to put it down and watch it like entertainment. So this, we're going to have to cut that bit. I don't know, you know, my streams are fucking long and there's so much in it, but I don't know how we're going to do it. On Twitch now, there should be a button that you can press clip it. You know, there should be a clip it button or something. Everyone remember, try and remind each other. One of you clip it. Clip that bit that I've just said that, and then we'll get that and put it together with the image of him or you can do this in the edit, I don't care, you know, put it up on your channel if you want. Like clip it, what I've said just there, and then put the bit of the video from that video, not loads of it, just the bit at the start when he's singing, and just prove what I've just said with the video, and that goes into the file. But I think there's another video about Alan on Smule still to do, and I think we could prove that he was doing a collaboration even today still. I think we could look at, there was someone showed me a video, they sent me an email and they sent me a video of somebody showing you how to do collaborations, and they went to one of their friends and showed, and it was a really good overview of what Alan would have done to get those kids on live. So I think this adds into that, and I think we could still actually refine that Alan is not a nonce video, and it might end up saying Alan is a nonce after all. Because I just think, I don't know, I'm gonna have to let that play now, and we're gonna have to move on from this. But that's a little moment that, big up Seaman Stains, I don't know what it is, you're not allowed to put in chat, but Discord for the links, I'm afraid. Over here I've got a harsh auto moderator that doesn't let you put links in case we get weird trolls. But yeah, the behaviour there was habitual. The behaviour was habitual. So when Alan wants to watch a little video, he gets it up on his phone, he drops it down there. And I would argue that if you want to watch a video on your computer that's normal video stuff, you watch it on your computer. And obviously Smule is not normal video stuff, you're singing karaoke, but even then you don't put your phone down in front of you and just peer into it hands free. Unless, and that begs the question, when you re-watch that video of Alan singing with the kids, is he actually jerking off? Like that begs, I mean that sounds awful as a question, but is he? Like, you know, that I don't want to watch it and look for that. But at some point I'm going to have to. Or does he save it for after? You know, after the song finishes, do they stay in the room? Like, what happens, you know? I believe that, oh, actually, what about this? What about this? Before the song starts, are they in the room together before the song starts? You know, does the song just go 1, 2, 3, hope you're all ready? Or do you all go in the room and when you're ready, everyone presses ready? You know, we need to look into that a little bit more. Oh, you clipped it. Thank you, Seaman Stains. Thank you. Thank you. So it'll be on my Twitch channel page as a clip. Awesome. Thank you. And if Stinky wants to download that and do a video on it as well, I'm not going to be cross. Like, you know, if anyone wants to clip me and start doing things out of our content, I'm always happy for that. Like, unless they just like fully like, you know, just rip me off and just upload my whole stream and be like, ha, it's mine now. But like any, you know, sharing and caring and promotion is good. So yeah, I think and unless also, and if someone wants to be mean to me and they're just going to take a big chunk of my stream and just upload it wholesale and not say anything, then that can go as well. But in general, like I'm going to be completely like happy for people to share that sort of thing and try and get this out there, because it adds up. It's circumstantial evidence, you know, it adds up. And the more and more it adds up, like that seems like one little thing, but now it goes on the pile and the pile gets bigger. And a bit like the way he got banned off YouTube, it might turn out that we might still catch him for doing some quite bad things, because I think that makes it look worse. Simply by watching this little video on his Rumble stream, he's made himself look 10 times more like a nonce to me. If he ever could.
Probably true.
And then y'all I tried out the Rumble app. It's actually not a bad app. I mean, it has its. I mean, it's pretty thorough. I got some search. The search ain't nobody touch YouTube search algorithm. But I mean, the presentation, I think maybe the discover. I don't know how the discoverability is. I don't make videos over there, but I think
people are praising it.
You said he didn't make videos over there, and you didn't know about its discoverability.
Why everybody's leaving Rumble? Rumble announces larger.
He just read out loud why everyone is leaving Rumble. He's looking for something to support his argument. He hasn't done any research, so he's got nothing to support his argument. He told you he'd done research, so I would have thought he got a folder full of great videos praising Rumble. Like, you know, I thought he'd been watching them all, but he hasn't got any. And the first two he looks on are not praising Rumble, and then insane. This is insane. Like, this is fucking fumblings of a buffoon, but also the malignancy of a spiteful narcissist. Anything to support his case, but this doesn't. And he makes him look stupid. I love it when he does this.
I think maybe I don't know how the discoverability is. I don't make videos over there, but I think
people are praising it. I want to see what White says. Why everybody's leaving Rumble? Rumble announces larger. Right.
Is he watching YouTube videos about Rumble? Is that what he's doing? Like, I'm not tripping, am I? Like, that might be what he's doing here. Like, because he brought up a video and it was a man talking about Rumble, and the man said, I'm not actually making videos on Rumble, and I'm watching Alan, and Alan is on Rumble, so where's the fucking man streaming? YouTube, yeah? So you're watching a YouTuber talk. You said you were looking for YouTubers to talk about Rumble. So this YouTuber's talking about Rumble. Actually, Control Z on that, what I've just done. And move the whole mainframe instead. That man's talking about Rumble because he's on... I forget. I'm trying to line up so we don't have black bars at the side, but Rumble's so bad. Look, fuck you, Alan.
Basically, a lot of people are leaving YouTube to join Rumble. I know I didn't leave. I know I was pushed, but maybe I'm glad I was pushed. Rumble, YouTube, right.
Maybe I'm glad I was pushed. I'm not sure how glad I am until later on, when I can look back and change the past by arguing that it was better than it was. But at the moment, I don't feel happy, but maybe I will be glad when I look back and pretend that I was and just lie about it.
The conservatives would pay creators who challenge the status quo. A fast-growing YouTube rival popularity with conservative influence is a new strategy to expand online evidence, paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to well-known media personalities to challenge the status quo. This is a Canadian firm, Rumble, and because it's Canadian, they don't have to be so strong censorship as the USA. Rumble has emerged over the last year as one of the most prominent video sites for provocateurs. It's seen most of its images as the new online home for those who claim they've been censored by big tech. I've been censored by big tech, and here I am. And I'm standing with them. The site bans racism and hate speech, but has contented itself with the Google on YouTube and refused to remove medical misinformation.
Medical misinformation.
Including those people that talk about the pandemic. Rumble has grown from 1 million users last summer to 30 million now.
Wow, 30 million.
1 million last summer to 30 million now.
Some YouTube channels have got 30 million subscribers. Now he's going to go on about how that's a big number, yeah? 30 million people on Rumble. There's like 2 billion on YouTube. Like, don't tell me, Alan, like... What's up, Auntie Helen? What's the lice video about? Just came across it. What's this? What are we doing here today, Auntie Helen? Is that what you're saying? Big ups, Auntie Helen. Nice to see you. new to Twitch. What this is Alan is a bad man who grifts people for money, and he's been on the YouTube grifting people for money by talking about horrible murders of poor unfortunate people and really laying into one particular family and one particular case for years, and it's been getting really bad, and we've been following his case for a while now, and he's on here now. He's been kicked off YouTube and he's on Rumble, and he's telling us why Rumble's so good and why YouTube's not so good after all, because he's been banned from YouTube, and we think he got banned for homophobia and hate speech because he does say some horrible things. So on my channel here, this is a Twitch channel, and I do gaming and talking about social stuff, and Alan's like someone that I talk about. And I've also got a YouTube channel called Super Chuffer. I've got a YouTube channel called Battery Exhausted, right, which is like my B-side channel, and there's a lot of videos about these sort of people on there. But the main channel I've got called Super Chuffer. Super Chuffer. I've got lots of different names, look. But Super Chuffer is my main channel, that channel. And there I actually do some actual proper content that you might enjoy, like Russell Brand, body language analysis. I do a bit of body language analysis. So get on the Super Chuffer, I'll share that for you. Share. Copy that, pop it in chat. That's probably the best place to see the best of my stuff. And I've been on stream today now for coming on 5 hours, so I'm really grateful that new people are here, and it's lovely to have you. We're a crew. We're called the Mimp Squad. We've also got a Discord. I'll grab you the invite for the Discord. We've got like a community. Like, things are cool, so you're invited. And if I don't stream for another 5 hours, you will understand as things wind down to their natural conclusion with the next 10 minutes of this, which I could spin out into 40 minutes of talking, and a little bit of something just to chill us out afterwards and sanitize our brains from this nightmare monster. Oh, we also think he might be a bit of a child predator as well. There's reasonable evidence to suggest that he's a child predator. Like, there's a video of him singing with children on a karaoke app. I'll quickly show you that. Send trees. On this Send Trees channel, there are some videos about this man. One of them is about, here he is over on the left. That's him. And obviously the child is blurred out, but he's singing this song with this child on this app. And we just, actually, the reason we were looking at, that child waves at him and he smiles at him. It's interesting, isn't it, the way he's leant over this. Now we know from what we were just watching, so this is why we're watching this stuff and holding him to account. Now we know while we were just watching that he puts the phone down on the side and he watches it. So that's how he was recording that. So yeah, settle in, enjoy the content. If you don't enjoy it, then there's nothing else on the menu, is there? You're just going to have to eat your dinner. What? You're just going to have to eat your dinner. There's loads on the menu. It's Twitch. You can just go and watch any other fucking channel. Look, eat your dinner, right, and enjoy it. You're gaslighting me now. I'm not gaslighting you. I'm just encouraging you to enjoy your dinner, which is a very nice dinner. Is it a nice dinner? It's a very nice dinner. I think you might be gaslighting me. I didn't take you to New York to gaslight you and mess you about, did I? Did you take me to New York? Listen. That's a meme joke that Auntie Helen might not get until she's watched a few more of our episodes. But when I take you to New York and give you a nice dinner, you know that you're getting the finest, nicest dinner, don't you? Do I? Listen, we've been through this. I'm not gaslighting you. You're not.
People are sick of cancel culture. They're moving humble. 30 times the amount of viewers than a year ago. I am a pioneer. I'm going to join Patreon. I told you it's the way forward. I'm joining Rumble, and I'm telling you it's the way forward. We don't want to be censored.
He doesn't want to be censored. What it means is he got banned off YouTube. He's not a pioneer, is he? He just managed to set up his stream on a different platform. It's hardly Davy Crockett in one of those hats, like out in the Wild West skinning otters. We choose to go to the moon and do the other things, not because they're easy. You know what? Pioneer. You've got Elon Musk sending rockets to Mars. Yeah? You've got that chuffer going down in that Titanic submarine, God bless them, you know, rest their souls, but, you know, squashed to bits at the bottom of the ocean. They were pioneers of sorts. And then you've got this man who has managed to set up a Rumble account after he got banned off YouTube in 2023, pioneering new territories.
We do not want to be censored.
Well, say something then. Listen, if you don't want to be censored, I think it's upon you now to say something controversial that required censorship before, but now you're allowed to say it. Like it should be like the floodgate is open. Oh, the censorship cap is off. YouTube are not censoring me anymore. I can say everything I want about immigrants or blacks. Or sorry, I'm joking. I'm doing Alan. Obviously, I wouldn't say anything bad about people in that context. I wouldn't refer to people as blacks. Okay. My God, calm down. Alan would and did. So that's why I was doing a parody of him there. And I would wonder what it is that he wants to say now that he's not censored. What is the big opinion that we weren't allowed to hear before, Alan? Because before, what used to happen was you used to just say really bad things on YouTube, and people would say, "Oh, I wish he was censored. I wish he wouldn't say these things." Really hateful, horrible things. But now you're free to do it. So looking forward to the future content, I guess. We've got 10 more minutes. Maybe 8 more minutes of this video. Maybe he might come out with some kind of horrific slur, you know, if we're lucky.
And I'm glad they're still against racism and stuff like that, but it's amazing.
Oh yeah, maybe I should explain. I come at this from two angles. Me and my friends on the internet, we sort of laugh at people on the internet who are trying to con people out of money. So there's one angle. And then the other angle is that I've got a friend who's a forensic psychologist, and we do a podcast called Thus. It's on the Super Chuffer channel. So we do a podcast, and it's about how people think, feel and behave. So it's about psychology. And we did a great series on narcissism where we learned about all different kinds of stuff about narcissism. And then I met this man on the internet who was like stealing people's videos and being mean to them. And I was like, this man's a narcissist. And I made a little video about it. And then from there, little seeds, little acorns, things grow. And here we are talking about this narcissist at 2 a.m. my time. And people seem to enjoy it.
Started off as a viral joke website, but now it's exploded.
It's exploded.
19 million.
Like you did.
Million of us.
Bear in mind, this man he got banned off YouTube yesterday, and he had a full-on fit. Like he was screaming at his mods on the phone. Like he was going. Like, I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but I kind of know it for a fact. He was going nuts. Like he was very unhappy, very angry, very angry. And now this is the calm after the storm, where everyone's told him how everything's going to be okay again, and everything's going to be fine, and we're here to watch you on Rumble, and here's $40, and you know now everything's better, and he can have his little pat himself on the back pity party.
Rumble's move highlights the growing group of online influencers that have amassed large following and discuss the alleged suppression in books, videos, social media, and the government, speaking events and marketing. It's great. There's been aggressive media censorship on Fox News and Twitter, and Rumble's the way forward. We're going to liberate ourselves with Rumble, and we're going to stop the control and oppression of big tech monopolies, censorship and tyranny. Yes, I was censored by big tech.
You were banned by YouTube.
This is a recent phenomenon where people like this can have their say, because on YouTube they're being cleansed of people they dislike. YouTube is being cleansed of people.
Now he's talking in the language. You see how quick it happens. I told you he's going to do this. He's going to spin and pivot toward the right wing. And the word cleanse is obviously entered his lexicon because, and it's horrible and harsh, but it's a reality of something that happened. Ethnic cleansing was on the media buzzwords list for a while in our country during some horrible periods in history, recent history, where some horrible things happened in Africa and some parts of Europe during the breakdown of Yugoslavia. So ethnic cleansing, he's talking about cleansing, ethnic cleansing, because that's the language and the rhetoric that's going to start to creep in for this like right-wing attitude. And it's interesting that he's the one that's been cleansed. He's now in the position of, like, you know, oppressed Jew during the Nazi times all of a sudden. And he's being oppressed and cleansed. But actually the truth is he was the person that was doing the horrible hate speech that contravened the terms of service that got him banned from YouTube. Like, not in a sort of like full-on Hitler speeches way, but every now and then, he did a stream where he called me Botty Boy like a number of times, and that's a homophobic slur. He's slurred against disabled people, he's slurred against mentally ill people. You know, he occasionally drops a terrible bad taste rant and includes different people in it, and that's why he gets, in my opinion, that's why he's been banned off YouTube. But over here he's going to be free to sort of do it a bit more on Rumble, so I predict it will happen more, and I kind of look forward to it, because he's going to eventually, unless the people that follow him and give him that money and support him are actually really bitter and twisted, and considerably more bitter and twisted than I had them down for, they're not going to enjoy all of that. And at some point he's probably going to offend, like, if you're the sort of person that throws offence around at anyone else that's not like you, then you're going to offend a lot of people, because not everyone is like you, are they? So only the very small, narrow, niche people who are like you. But luckily, on the site he's on Rumble, there might be a few more people on there that are like that, because it might attract them. So I don't know, positive and negatives here, but I'm going to have fun watching him do it. It's going to be interesting in the future.
That the government...
Thank you, Auntie Helen. Good luck with that. Thank you. It's nice to see you here. We'll look out for you in the future, Auntie Helen.
dislike. And here we are on Rumble, and I'm pleased to be part of it. I really am. And if my appeal falls through, I'm still going to stay on Rumble as well. Unlike YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, which began widely expanding their rules for a borderless society and removing so-called misinformation, Rumble stayed true to its official mission. You can't go on there and say racist stuff, but they don't monitor what's true or false. They really believe in true debate. This is good.
Oh my God! You said you can't. You can't go on and say racist stuff, but they don't monitor what's true or false, and that's good because he can just make up any lies he wants about anything.
I will admit that a lot of the, Rumble is political. I'm not political.
No,
but
you did an episode about migration that seemed pretty fucking political.
I'm pleased I can say what I want to say. We got this. Will you get refunds from Frankie? No. Hey Ludo, I suggest you don't watch because it's too much for you, isn't it? Hey Ludo.
I love it. Hey Ludo may well have been a troll, right? They may well have been in there to try and like annoy him. Like that's possible. I don't know. Hey Ludo's been in there though, right? And Hey Ludo's been told. So if you're in there and you're not having, you know, a good time in Rumble and you're having difficulty with the new service, which many people are, it's a new service. Hey Ludo's been called out. Listen, Hey Ludo's been called out. They've been told, just don't watch if you can't handle it.
Get refunds from Frankie? No.
So it's just so rude.
Hey
to people,
Ludo,
isn't it?
I suggest you don't watch because it's too much for you, isn't it? Hey Ludo's in hell of a state. I suggest you try again another day because you're just really upset. Yeah, Rumble told government today they will not cancel culture and won't stop monetizing Russell Brand, which is a big thing, you know.
Because he's a sex offender?
Big thing.
Well, not confirmed yet, but I'm just saying, you know, what the media is saying, aren't I?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna shill.
It's true. I have been thrown off YouTube. I'll be honest about it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you. I've
Well,
not been suspended.
You did lie at the start. You said you were suspended, and then you had to change it very quickly when it became very obvious that you'd been terminated. So you did lie. And when someone says to you, "I'm not going to lie to you," that's a bit of a red flag because no one should be lying to anyone. So why are you having to tell me that you're not lying to me? Oh, I'm going to be honest with you. Are you? Because you should normally. So you don't have to tell me about that. That's a red flag.
I thought I was suspended to start with, but no, it's not.
No, you didn't.
It's full on Get lost, AD. Get lost, AD. Okay. Well, I found a new home.
Brilliant already overnight. You all right?
I've done an hour. That's what I wanted to do. Thank you all for coming here. AD, do you say okay for me putting that you're on Rumble? Yeah. Don't be afraid to tell people I'm here, because tomorrow I'm going live here, trolls and all. By then I'll have all my spanners. Are you able to delete chat? Have you? Just testing the spanners now. Spanners only. Have you been able to delete comments, spanners, or not? Because it's very important that you can delete comments. I can tell you this: there's not 10% as many trolls on Rumble as there is on YouTube.
That's because there's not fucking 10% that many. Like, there's less than 10%. What is the difference between 2 billion and 30 million? Like, it's like not even 10%. Like, you're working in far smaller numbers here now, Alan.
Yes, you can. Okay, so we can go live, and any
we're
trolls
watching
coming,
Bob Hickman.
zap,
Lovely.
zap.
Zap.
Simple as that.
Simple.
Hey, Ludo's finally getting used to the app. Oh god. You spanners, have a little practice deleting each other. Have a little chat. Have a little practice. And see if you can delete them. Any of you spanners that haven't deleted a comment, have a practice now before I go to make sure your format's working. Make sure you can delete. Because I don't want you saying tomorrow, oh, I can't delete anybody. Check it out now. It's your chance.
Who are they going to delete?
It's your chance.
They've got a chance to delete someone. Better delete someone then. Better ban someone randomly.
Now, I don't know if anybody can go into Patreon chat comments. There's a lot of people asking questions in Patreon. If somebody would be kind enough
to go and do my
anybody
work
that's
for
worked
me.
it well tonight, any spanners that got the time to go into the comment section on Patreon and try to answer the people. There's people in there saying I can't.
That's what they're giving you the money for, Alan, is to be able, like, you literally say that in Patreon you can talk to me in comments and chat, and you get that, like, that extra benefit to do that. Like, that's what they pay the money for, Alan. And you're asking someone else to do that for you. That's your only work. You've only done an hour. You've set up, what you've done today, Alan, is you've set up a payment system online, which took you all of like 10 minutes. And then you've linked it up to a Rumble account, which took you all of 5. And then you've gone online and talked for an hour, and you can't go onto your Patreon and answer the questions of your patrons directly. Like, you should have opened those questions now live on stream and answered them in the Patreon broadcast that you just did. You fucking idiot.
I can't find it. I don't know what to do. How do I go in there? Can you go and help them, please, someone? Is anybody prepared to spend some time helping them?
I'll have to look at your shorts as well, yeah. Big up Slinky Socks.
I love it when a plan comes together. Right, Kate Mick, I'm putting you in charge of recovering all my YouTube videos, all right?
Kate's in charge of recovering all the videos. This is a mistake because I don't know how well he knows Kate Mick. Maybe he knows her really well. But suddenly putting someone random in charge of something quite serious like the copyright of all your videos. Yeah.
You have got a mission to recover AD's videos, and I will put them on here.
You've got admission.
Yeah. Postman's daughter, done it. Okay.
Admission, not permission, because admission means something to do with money and he's thinking about the money.
I can go to bed with a smile on my face.
Because you've been wanking over children.
I'm meant to deal with one troll. Thank the Lord. Kate Mick is my new monitor for recovering videos. My spanners, I thank you for turning up. I'm hoping to see Elizabeth and Kaka tomorrow. But we got there. We got it done.
You know this is still fucked, don't you, Alan? Alan, you know this is still fucked. Like, that inner circle is still going to give you that bit of moneys. But, like, the growth, you know, the new people, like how much. What it's about now is it's about how hard can Alan squeeze that small number of people. I imagine they're already running at full pelt with the amount of money they've given you. I imagine they're not going to have lots more to squeeze, but you're going to be squeezing from now up to Christmas. It's going to increase towards Christmas as he needs more and more money for Christmas. It's just going to be a fucking nightmare. And the content he makes, it's going to be like, you know, when he was doing the random selector on YouTube with ASMR and then something about something random, like he's going to go back to sort of random selector, but it's going to, I predict that he will look on Rumble at who's popular and he will probably ape some of those people that are popular, and so it's going to be random select with a hint of fucking random weird right-wing conspiracy theory thrown in. And at some point he might fall back on his old stuff, and at other times he might try new stuff, and he's going to put off a lot of people in a lot of different ways, and he's going to create a lot of content that's going to create a lot of fun for us.
I'm going to close it down now. Good night. And we're back. Let's get ready to rumble. Good night.
Never has there been such a... I don't know how this works. I don't want to say this because it might make Alan feel like he's special in some way, but in some way, right? You know, there's like these special people in our society at the moment, like Elon Musk is an example. People love him or hate him, but, you know, he's out there sending rockets to Mars and being on the podcasts and whatever, isn't he? Like, in some way, Alan is like the anti version of that. Like, not popular at all. Like, thinks he's so brilliant, but he's rubbish. Like an example of all the worst things that our society can produce at today's. I'll tell you why it's so bad, is because this is a man who's had all the gifts and the benefits given to him in life, like Western civilization that you're born into. Like, okay, it might have been tough. Trisha's done his cards and says he might have had a difficult upbringing, poverty-wise. Like, okay, it might have been tough, but look, you've got Western education, you've got jobs, you've got opportunities, you've got a free and peaceful society. There's no, like, you know, nothing. No one's dropping bombs on you. You can, you know, you got overall in the lottery of life. You've been born a white male in the post-war period. Like, you lived through the 80s. Like, you should be, you know, on the right side of advantages there. And and yet, like, bitter, twisted, angry, resentful, narcissistic, failed, litany of failures. It is a joy, isn't it? It's a joy to watch a narcissist just roll around in their own doo-doo. So long may the Rumble years continue, I suppose. Long may they continue. He's got 102 followers now. 102. So maybe that is all the patrons. Maybe that's how they are. There's 100 of them. Or I mean, I'm not saying he's bought 100 followers and he's only got 2. I'm saying he's probably got 102 followers now. But it is god-awful rubbish. I'm not even going to skim through the rest of Rumble, really. I'm not actually... I just don't want to watch anything else on Rumble. Oh, my daughter is crying downstairs. I'm going to post that. Posted that. I want to get off the internet in a bit, like soon. I might have a busy day tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen with streaming tomorrow, but I might have a busy day. And family stuff again. And then I might be off for a bit, depending on how the internet works while I'm away. Got stuff to upload, and I might upload some other stuff, but I'm looking at all you other chuffers to get on him if he's on Rumble. Get that stuff uploaded. I'll join you in your premieres. I'll join you in your chats. I'll upload this to YouTube, of course, what we've just done. Big up Scrumpy Granny, so she can go. That's the soothing music. You want to have a bit of Bob before we go? Bit of chill. I want to review this about 3 times. I want to watch Messaging It In as well, because I did my messages. and that's my tippies. That can go. And yeah, okay, Bob. What's going on? Come on. Bob Hickman, give me the channel. These are old, aren't they? We looked at the car the other day. Fall is here, and Happy Halloween from the World's. But he's done Halloween from the World's Only Christian before, and it's not Halloween.
God entered into my body like a body my same size. Did you know that Halloween is coming? Freddy Krueger would say, "Go to the Halloween party."
We watched that.
God entered into my body like a body my same size that we floating into you, floating into me. September 22nd is Thursday.
Bob. Videos. He hasn't uploaded any new videos either. I don't think he's got enough new stuff for me. Big up Slinky Socks. See what, my brain is getting to the point now where I'm giving in, but I did watch this one, Breaking News. I've seen that for sure. Only fur fans. What the fuck? Oh, is this going to get me banned off YouTube? That was hair, that was hair, that was hair. I'm not watching any more of them. This one's got Alan on it. I'll watch this one. But that was on the edge. There he is. Look at him. Look at him. Bless him. Nice hair. Nice hair. Oh, I see what you're doing there. Nice hair. Got it. Got it. Got it. Nice hair. You noticed. Slinky Socks, big up. I'm winding down to just stop now. I'm winding down to just stop. What are we on? 5 hours, 10 minutes, yeah. And I've got a big day tomorrow. I need to get some sleepies. Oh, sleepies. Sleepies. What is he doing on Rumble? Like, what's he doing? You know, after all of this, what's he doing? It's like he's such an idiot. I think it was natural, wasn't it? We kind of predicted it. We kind of knew it would happen. We kind of knew it would happen. I kind of feel like there's going to be some really good streams he's going to do in the next couple of days, and I'm not going to be there to, like, you know, be on it necessarily, but I kind of feel like there's going to be some interesting moves in the future. Like, because if they're not helping him make that shit, like if they're not writing the scripts for him and setting him up, you know. How are we going to deal with that? Alan freelance, Alan freestyle, Alan doing it for himself. Alan is doing it for himself. You know, a bit of Alan doing it for himself. Not ideal. Try and forget about Alan and just do it holiday. Yeah, that's it. I was ready to forget about him. I'm really, like, you know, when I was saying I was just going to take a break, he was going to do his never-ending repeat content, and I was going to take a break. And then he got banned off YouTube, and we had to do that. And now the art competition might have to take another week. But, you know, we're going to finish that. We're going to get all that done. I want to make sure we have a pop at some sort of Halloween contest, or it might be an after Halloween contest for the like, how are you going to take photos of your Halloween clothes if Halloween is on a different, like, if you do, you're going to have to dress up for Halloween and then watch the stream. That's going to be weird. Like, take a photo and send it in on the day. So actually what I want you to do is get dressed up in your Halloween clothes and send me the photos later, and then we'll judge them the week after, maybe. You know, that might make more sense. But yeah, we've got to, like, you know, push on with our content. And I was ready to do that. And like when things happen like this, it's all right to be reflexive and follow it. So him getting banned off YouTube was a big thing. It was. Bottom line, it was a big thing. Quite a pleasing thing. Quite like I've been following Darkside Phil for years, yeah, and like years now, and like he's been banned off Twitch. That was quite big, but then he was straight on YouTube streaming, and it was a bit like this, but Rumble's far smaller than YouTube, isn't it? But like the like the others that have been following me for 5 years, like the finality of it, the bigness of it, it's quite cool to have that happen, isn't it? It's like quite cool to have like this, like it feels like end of a chapter in a story. I know he's going to go on and do more, so maybe the chapters will continue, but it feels like a big, like it's like the end of the first book of Scott versus Alan, like, and then you've got the Rumble years, which is like series 2, and people are like, yeah, it goes a bit shit in the Rumble years, doesn't it? Well, you know, I don't know, maybe it'll get better for me in some ways. I think it'll be more fun for us, more funny, more fun. I don't know if we can have more fun than we've already had, but I think there will be more fun there. But it's going to be interesting now, because I search Armchair Detective on YouTube quite a lot, and now there is no more, is there? There just is no more. Terminated, look. Terminated. Exterminated from Rustic Rage. Oh, let's see what Rustic Rage has got to say. She said exterminated. Let's see what Rustic Rage has got to say.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the kitchen. And what strange news I woke up to this morning. Armchair Detective. Not only has Russell Brand lost his YouTube channel, so is Armchair Detective.
Maybe they're both sex offenders.
How does he feel? 5 years of YouTube. He's got himself 100,000 followers.
Nearly. Oh, do you know what as well? You know, in my heart of hearts, I don't know if I ever will get that play. Like, if you get 100,000 subscribers, they send you a silver play button, and it's quite a marker. And for some YouTubers, like, they surpass it and move on to the next levels and all sorts. But for others, like the majority, it's like a holy grail, like a sort of huge achievement. Like for the most of us, and even the ones that get there and move on and go bigger, like it's still a big achievement to them when they get there. I promise you. Getting that play button for me would be a huge achievement. I don't predict I ever would get there. Like, I hope to. I want to try and push towards it. It's a goal, but I would put it on the wall. Like, she's got those pictures. I would be very pleased with it, and like pleased with what it achieved. You know, the achievement of it. You know, getting there. Not silly. Not buying a load of subs or just doing a load of stupid videos about you know, something trending like what do you call them? JLS, not JLS, BTS. You know, not just doing like a million videos about BTS's new haircut, and I got a million, you know, but like actually some content that people enjoyed, and we got there, sort of thing. Alan was so close. He was at 80 something, 85,000. Like, he was so close to it. And once you've got the play button, they can bin you off, delete you, whatever. But you've got that button, and it goes on the wall. He didn't get there. He didn't get the 100k. He never got there. Beautiful.
Himself 100,000 followers, but what I'm thinking is that name, Armchair Detective, is up for grabs.
Yes.
Anyone that covers any true crime, we could nab it, couldn't we?
Yes.
No, it's not funny really, but
it is.
Imagine.
It is. I like the way she thinks. It is funny.
If I change my name, my son was saying to me today about it. Because he said to me before, why don't you change it to Rustic Rambles? And I'm like, no. And the same boy said to me, it's good to have 3 syllables. So Armchair Detective is 5 syllables anyway.
Yeah, true.
But yeah. And while we're on the subject of names,
Super Chuffer 4.
My dog is called Wilson. And everyone seems to think his name's Winston, but Winston is the Armchair Detective's dog. But talking of the Armchair Detective, because I've covered a bit of true
Talk,
crime.
I like the way she said talking of the Armchair Detective, which we were before we went on that diversion, but that's fine because I do that myself. We talk, you know, I like the way she did that. It was like she took us on a little thing and then we came back round to the Armchair Detective. So we were talking about the Armchair Detective, we were, yeah.
You know, I talk about other things anyway, so I wouldn't have the cheek to call myself Armchair Detective. But I think if I did do all true crime, I'd be very tempted to take that name now because it is a brilliant name, and he was obviously the first one on YouTube. But I was looking at his Patreon because I thought he still had his Patreon because he's turned round.
I don't think it's such a brilliant name, to be honest, because I think it's generic and therefore non-trademarkable, you can't go and get that patent trademark, it's generic. And then the other thing is that other people do use it, so even before we started making our videos, and stuff like that, there are other people just randomly using the phrase Armchair Detective. So when you Google Armchair Detective, there's stuff. And if you're going to do something like give yourself a name on YouTube, if you look at a lot of the most successful streamers, they're not called things like Armchair Detective. Like the most successful ones are called things like XQC and Asmongold, and just random unique names that are their own name. And then when you Google it, they come up like a name, like something that makes them individual and stands out. And okay, for a lot of true crime, people think that calling themselves things like the Case Files or I shouldn't say that because actually it sounds a bit quite close to the Cold Files, which is one of my friends' channels, but making a thing that sounds like a sort of thing that would be in that ballpark can suffer because it can end up being generic. It can fall into being generic. So being individual and standing out is fine. Think about some of the biggest brands of the world, like Nike. It's not that many people on YouTube called Nike, are they? But Nike, and if you were called just simply Mike, then that might even work 'cause it's just so simple. But there's quite a lot of other people called Mike, so when you Google it, do you know what I mean? So I think, and what's in a name? A rose by any other name would still smell as sweet. But I still contest that if they were called shit blooms, you wouldn't want to get your nose anywhere near them. So I don't know.
In the video that's being shown of him saying that his account has been terminated, he's telling people to, stay with him on the Patreon. But looking at it, I'm looking at Patreon. I'm not subscribed to it, and no intention really. But I'm just looking at his prices. £1 a month, sold out. £2 a month, sold out. £4.50 a month, sold out. And they're all limited places. And I thought, well, this is strange because why are they limited? There's no limit for who can watch you on YouTube. And surely at Patreon, you're still sitting in your living room or wherever you do your studio, or wherever you do your films. Why is there a limit? I don't get it. But anyway, we'd have to...
He puts a limit on, and what happens is you put a limit on because you see that you're getting quite a few $1 subscribers and you don't want $1 ones, you want $5 ones, so you stop that and I'll put a limit on. But you don't want to completely delete the $1 tier because there's 30 people giving you 30 quid. So instead of deleting them and not having the 30 quid, you leave it, but you reduce the numbers and say it's sold out. And that way you still get the 30 quid for the 30 people on the $1 tier, and you can't have any more, so now they have to pay more monies. But really, the brave move, the correct move, I suppose, would be to, and maybe I need to check my own Patreon and tidy it up and maybe make a push of it in the future. Although we've got lots of different monetization options, so it's all good. But the brave move would be to just delete it and say, sorry, thank you for all your dollars over the years. Because a lot of the $1 people would just give you $1 a month for a long time because, it's not a lot of money and they're happy giving it you for a long time. So, but then you'd be like, listen, thank you for that for a year and a half. It's been actually added up to quite a lot of money and I'm really grateful. But I don't want it anymore. We're deleting your Patreon. Could you consider maybe signing back up again, but for $5 this time? That's not such an easy sell, is it? So people don't tend to delete them. They just leave them on. But if you have 200 people at $1 each, then you've got $200 a month, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's not enough to live on. And you've got 200 people who expect quite a lot of you every month. So the balance has to be right on Patreon. And a lot of people are just silly when they start it, me included, and don't really think it through fully and the balance, because it's hard to understand and work out, I suppose. But also it should be straightforward that, set things at reasonable prices, but at prices that you can afford to work at if you get a few people subscribed, because they're going to expect content and you're going to oblige to produce it.
Investigate further. But he says, oh, I've lost it now. Just bear with me. Right, so he's still on there. It says become a patron.
And listen, I'm really grateful for all the tippies and stuff. I think the best monetization system is, well, I'm choosing what I think is the best, is that people can donate if they see fit. I'm really grateful and lucky. I waited and people asked to put on membership, so I opened it up and people want to do it and they're enjoying it. So the best one is the one that's community driven, I think, in terms of like you open up the avenues and whichever ones the community think are good. Like, yeah, thank you, I'm grateful and we'll do that. Like, I'm not trying to push the community around and saying I've got a crowdfund for 50 grand. Try, okay, maybe one day I'm going to maybe try and crowdfund something in the future. I might do that. Here's a big target. But in general, I mean, like, rather than me prescribing to other people, like, I think Patreon's great. Here's the £5 tier and here's the £10 tier. You should sign up to that. Sell, sell, sell. Like, it's just nice that people are grateful themselves and support, and then like I'll follow that. I just think it should be a bit more lean back and chill, like organic, like, a bit less sort of monetarize, sell, market. Like, I think people can just feel authenticity and they can feel the grift, can't they? So chill, make the content, and things will happen, I guess. That's what Armchair Detective really suffers from. He's like, I want the monies, so how are we getting that monies? Rather than I want to do something for the sake of doing it, and I hope that the money comes along, and like, if I'm doing it well and trying my hardest, maybe it will, Yeah.
He's done 919 posts, creating his study group. Choose your membership, and then recent posts. So it says, this is only 2 hours ago. Let's get ready to rumble with AD, test around 9:30. Okay, live chat talk to AD, let's plan. So obviously let's plan, because he's going to appeal this, how to get back. Then say, you click on read more.
Although he's not doing that, is he? He's binned off that.
It says unlock this post, join for $1 a month. And then he's got his PayPal account. PayPal me, Armchair Detective is AD's PayPal. This is my YouTube payday. Oh,
she's absolutely correct. He made a Patreon post. She's absolutely correct. Patron, this is savagery of the highest order. Patron post, and it says, PayPal me, Armchair Detective is AD PayPal. This is my YouTube payday. They closed me yesterday, and they won't pay me this month. If you want to help. So he's done people pay him money to read this post. And the post that you can pay to read says, give me money, I want to pay my rent. And then later on he admits that he can have his rent paid by the government as long as he makes sure he doesn't earn, his earnings add up to 0 every month, which is something that in previous episodes he's told us that he does. So every penny you give him will be poured into a black hole and the government will pay his rent. But he really needs that money, so he really, really does. How dare he charge people money to read a post that begs for money. Incredible scenes. Incredible scenes.
this is my YouTube payday. They closed me yesterday and won't pay me for this month. So if you want to help, and then it says read more, and you can't read more because you press read more, and again, unlock this post, join for $1 a month. So that's a bit strange, isn't it? That's one. So maybe he's not been banned from America, I don't know. But yeah, anyway. All AD channels removed from YouTube. My channel has been terminated by YouTube today. I do not know why. They did not give me a reason for or any prior notice. And then I urgently need you to help, I suppose. But yeah, fancy being terminated and not getting any reason. I mean, I know you can get free copy strikes, and he's had at least one since I've been on YouTube, and I've been on YouTube since February, March, and he's had at least one copyright strike. So over 5 years, I imagine he's, you know, but yeah.
I love the fact that he's terminated as well. It keeps coming up, doesn't it? The phrase terminated. It's the word of the week, terminated. And I love the fact that he's been terminated. Like the word as well. It's quite a cheeky word to be bandying around. Terminated. It reminds me of the Terminator. And it's so funny to like the seriousness of the whole Terminator thing and the silliness of what's happened to Alan. Like, yeah, it's so funny. Terminated. I got terminated. I've been terminated. Terminated. Brilliant.
Very severe. So anyway, that's it from me. I hope everyone's
is that
all right.
it?
We're nearing the end of the weekend now, and
Nice.
one more day to go, and then we've got the weekend. My husband will be climbing up a mountain this weekend, so good luck to him, I say.
Yeah, good luck.
Anyway, that's it from me. Bye.
Bye. Well, thanks very much, Rustic Rach. Soothing sounds of nothing going on in the background. Slinky Socks makes you subscribe to her. I'm going to go and watch Messaging It In, which I didn't watch earlier, did I? Because I was watching my favourite show with my friends, and then I had to stop, didn't I? Because somebody went on the internet with their silly internet nonsense. So I had to go and do that instead. So I'm going to go back to watching this now. I'm going to make myself a little bit of food. And then tomorrow's another day. And then there's a few more days after it. And then when we get, like, probably the start of October is when I start back in force after that. So, like, you know, que sera, sera. I will see you in uploads and chats and stuff like that. But no guarantee. I mean, I might get on tomorrow, but no guarantees. We will see. Wow. And I've got loads to upload now, haven't I? Because there's a whole chuffing. I mean, I don't even have to edit that. I'll download the entire Twitch stream and just upload it to YouTube. Oh, you know, those old days, Alan, where you could upload things to YouTube. Good night, everyone in chat. Thank you all for being here. It's been another crazy, wild ride, hasn't it? It's been another crazy, wild ride, but the soothe, relaxing. Imagine that, look, just a windy river, a little paddle, soothe, relaxing, soothe, relaxing. 8 hours sleep, unwind, relax, sleep. 8 hours, unwind, relax, sleep. Good night, everybody. You be good, and if you can't be good, you know what you can be. If you can't be good, you're naughtis.